For as long as I can remember, my father has read this legend over and over again, hundreds of times. When the red rain fell all over the sky, the defiled one who bore the infamy of all ages finally fell. He looked at the bloody sky, finally recognized the truth of himself and the world, took out the key he had been looking for a long time, spread his wings, and was determined to pay for all sins for mankind. Our father and son are estranged, but this is our only bond. He said that Nevis in the story was an angel who saved his people several generations ago and was the savior of all mankind. But I never care about any heroic miracles. I just want to spend more time with him. I never understand he saved people, but his hands were stained with blood. Why should he be worshipped as a god when I was a child? I asked about it, and my father never told this story again, and soon passed away. In search of an answer, I gave myself his name. Stop! A sharp rebuke suddenly came from behind him, and the two Marco officers pursued relentlessly. Found the thief Hispanic male, black curly hair, over 8 meters tall, bare-armed, carrying a gray backpack, fleeing to Pony Island. Receive. Go to Pony Island to intercept it immediately. I moved close to the edge of the island, and the floating islands in the distance undulated in my field of vision. My fingertips quickly charged the iris shoes Defiantos, and a warm numbness came from the soles of my feet. Do you think you can see through me? Well, see. I deliberately slowed down to lure them closer and slammed into an unfamiliar street, getting closer and closer to the island. The footsteps behind him followed. He was exhausted. Stop him! Don't let him get close to the island and break his leg. The sound of the gunshot was harsh, and I turned around and smiled at them. Why don't you have a long memory? I bent my knees to charge, and the aperture accumulated by the iris shoes suddenly exploded, and I jumped high and pounced on the side building, and the bullets flew past the clothing. I strode on the wall of the building, used the energy of the iris to step on the wall and soar into the air, past the officer below, and rolled down to the roof of the opposite building, jumping off the wall, sliding on the wall, heading straight for downtown. They never thought I would go this way, but as soon as I looked back, a policeman with a gun was blocking in front of me out of thin air. I immediately urged my energy to dodge the bullets, kicked the wall closer, and kicked him hard in the chest to knock him down. But 3 more policemen rushed at the entrance of the alley, and I hurriedly plunged into the alley on the right. The retreat was blocked by metal fragments and boxes, and I jumped over the obstacles through the light film and kicked down the box with my backhand to seal the pursuers. Rushing out of the alley, the 2 officers were long gone, and I secretly rejoiced that I was safe with this group of fools. The next second, a heavy punch hit me in the face. I fell to the ground heavily. My consciousness blurred rapidly, and I saw the 2 officers appear again. One of them reported to the walkie-talkie, and the other directly snatched my gray bag. No, give me. My arms hung weakly, and my eyes fell into complete darkness. Mateo Hernandez, 17, has been charged with his 3rd store theft in 6 months, plus assault on a police officer, and has a criminal record. This child was born in the zone, and if he continues like this, his life will be ruined. I put on an ice pack and eavesdropped on the conversation outside the door in the familiar interrogation room. These high-ranking officers never understand the struggles of those at the bottom. I heard that something happened to him. Is he still there? A familiar and irritating voice sounded. Yes, but KV, it's useless for you to protect him every time. He even attacked the police today. I can't let him go. I will bear the responsibility, and I will bear the consequences. KV, it's time for him to learn a lesson, and he will be hungry for one night in order to have a long memory. No, he's still young. Please give him another chance and give me another chance. The director finally compromised. The door was pushed open, and Kaveh, a middle-aged Indian man, sat opposite, and I deliberately turned my face away. That punch is heavy enough, and it has scars. It doesn't matter. He reached out to check my injuries, and I instinctively waved them away and immediately apologized. Guilty. Silence spread, and Kaveh spoke. I'll take you home. You don't have to pretend to be kind. It will only make me more ridiculous. Squatting in a cell for one night. Isn't it ridiculous? I was speechless. He took me to eat hot lasagna, and my stomach was growling at the wrong time. And he laughed and teased me. To be honest, how are you? I collapsed in my chair. It's okay. It would be better if I didn't get knocked out. Where's your mother? She's fine. Where's your brother? Who cares about him? I suddenly lost control and roared. Why do you care about us? We are not familiar with it at all. Don't call me a child. Kaveh softened his voice. Mateo, you are not alone. I'm willing to help you. When you're ready, I'll always be there. As it got late, he insisted on sending me off, and also made an agreement with Marco that as long as he was safe, he would return my confiscated gray bag. My eyes lit up instantly. How did you get it? I owe that store a favor. Standing at the door of the house, KV handed over his backpack. This is a favor owed to me. Don't cause trouble again. Make a deal. I quickly checked the items, and he stuffed another napkin with the address on it. Come to me if you need help. Got it. Say hello to Lucy for me. I waved my hand back. Thank you. Closing the door, I threw my bag on the table, turned out the food, threw the napkin into the trash can, and walked to my parents' bedroom. Come in. I didn't sleep. Mother's voice came. Mom, I'm back. I poured water and handed over the medicine. Came back so late. What's wrong with your face? Something is wrong with the shoes. I hurriedly lied. I met KV today, and he said hello. The mother responded softly and suddenly spoke. I think today is much better. This is the first time since she got sick that she said her health was getting better. My eyes turned red instantly, and I hugged her carefully, for fear of hurting her. Great. Mom, I will definitely take care of you and make you better. Legend has it that a catastrophe tore the continent into 6 pieces, and the continent of Opry, where I lived, was completely distorted by gravity. It is the protection of Nevis that allows the people here to survive, and the whole land is broken into thousands of floating islands, divided into zones, middle, sky and earth according to height, and maintained by the mysterious energy iris. I live in the strip, the bottom slum closest to sea level. This is the world of people on the ground. Hunger and crime are rampant. Government subsidies are a drop in the bucket, and very few people can climb out of the abyss. The central part is the junction of the rich and the poor, with many companies and shops, and the people on the ground are discriminated against and hated here. And the sky and the earth are a paradise for the flyers and the rich, suffocating to the point of luxury. And the top of Grant Castle is inhabited by the trio of theocracy, most of whom are from the Teplan sect and have believed in Nevis for generations. Nevis is the core of the country's faith, with Tarika's churches all over the place and Grant Castle as a gift from Nevis. Eric, how long are you going to lie down? I lifted my brother's quilt, slapped him, and pulled him up. If you still care about your mother, cheer up, Dad is gone. If we don't help her, she will die. Eric pushed me away. What do you know? You and Dad are never close, and you don't understand how much I love him. Angry, I slammed the door and rushed into the sky with my iris shoes. Along the way, the aviators continued to shout insults. They were right. I didn't belong here. I landed in the park on Wutong Island and got into the dense forest. When I was a child, my brother Eric and I used to play here in a secret base, playing with our friend Ray. Through the bushes, the clearing and the waterfall pond are still the same, and the smell of earth comes to the face, or a familiar taste, but it seems that there is no difference. I walked to the 3 tree trunks next to each other and sat down. And the swings, zip lines, and fortresses we made with our own hands were still there, unchanged at all. Closing my eyes and listening to the sounds of nature, I slowly relaxed. But then I thought about it and worried again. How can I get more medicine? Is it you, Mateo? I quickly turned around. Thunder. I stood up and walked towards my friend. We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, and he rarely has time to come here again. I stretched out my hand, and we made a gesture that we made up when we were children, and finally hugged quickly. Man, how are you? I asked. It's good. I'm about to graduate from college. You have changed. Your voice has become deeper, and you have grown taller. Much taller, Lei said, looking up at me. I laughed. It's not. Why are you here? I want to be clean, and I have been reviewing for the exam. Being a lawyer is too troublesome, but I don't have a choice. Family inheritance. Do you still play basketball? Don't fight. We can't afford it. Oh, Lei said, and we sat down. I didn't want to ask, but what's wrong with your face? Still fighting? I shook my head. Not recently. I just got into trouble with the Marco police. Lei looked worried. What's going on? Besides my mother, the one I trust the most is Lei. I told him everything. Starting from the day my dad died 4 months ago. Marco police said my dad died from a fall. I guess he must have taken off his defiantos at work and accidentally dropped it. Or maybe his shoes were broken. Although it is rare, it is not uncommon. They wouldn't let us see the body. saying that the disfigurement was too bad to recognize. When my mother was sad, my brother disappeared, and I don't know where he went. A few days later, my mother fell ill, and now she is bedridden, and she has no strength to walk or talk. The doctor didn't know what kind of disease it was, to put it bluntly. The doctor in the strip was not a doctor at all, but at least it was a little useful. The only medicine that works a little is Risen, and we can't afford a better one. Risen. I was also prescribed this drug when I was sick last year, and the doctor said that it uses the iris to accelerate the growth of new cells and repair the body. Yes, the doctor also told us that my mother can live thanks to this medicine. You have to make sure you're buying the real thing. I've heard that Risen is very popular among old opry addicts. Some people will mix in other drugs, make people addicted, and some people are looking for that thrill. I bought it from the store. Don't worry. By the way, my brother came back a few days later, but he didn't say where he went. He didn't even speak for a while, stayed in the room every day. When I looked at him, his eyes were empty. He really couldn't stand his father's death. They used to be very close. Yes, much closer than me. My brother was supposed to go to college, but he dropped out before he even started. And he couldn't stand the blow. He wanted to vent in other ways, so he started stealing his mother's medicine. And I trained him many times, but he just didn't change. Every time I run out of medicine, I can't afford it, so I can only steal it. That medicine is my mother's only life-saving medicine. Why don't you ask me for help? I could have helped you. No, I know you have a lot to do. Mateo, sometimes I can run away. Sometimes I can't. I've been caught several times, and every time Kaveh appears to help me get rid of my crimes. Besides me, only Kaveh went to my dad's funeral. I guess he thought he should take care of me. I don't know. He should mind his own business. I told Ray the rest of the details, and he listened carefully. After I finished speaking, he spoke. I'm sorry. I don't know about your dad. It's none of your business. I didn't tell you. The funeral was originally quite boring. Lay looked at me and said, Mateo, I think Kaveh really wants to help you. You keep pushing him away. Is it because of your father, my dad? I muttered, a little confused. I never thought about Kaveh like that. Maybe. Kaveh does remind me of my dad sometimes. Lay stood up and patted me on the back. I think you'll figure it out. Do you want me to buy food and medicine for you? I quickly refused, saying that I had enough for 2 weeks. But in fact, the medicine lasted a few days at most. Just say so. I have to go back and review. I'm so happy to be able to talk for so long. Me too, Ray, I said, watching him go. By the way, Mateo, give Kaveh a chance. He looks like a good guy, Ray said, getting into the bushes. I pretended to smile. Got it. Goodbye. When I got home, as soon as I entered the door, I saw my mother lying in the kitchen, coughing non-stop. I hurried over and asked in a panic, Mom, why are you up? Water. I want water, she said in a weak, hoarse voice. I hurried to the sink and picked up the nearest cup to fill it with water. She clearly knew that she had no strength to walk. So why was she in such a hurry to ask for water? I brought the cup to my mother's mouth and helped her drink some, and she coughed up some. But I stayed with her until she got better, carrying her to the bed. I was about to give her medicine, but found that the medicine box was missing. I rushed into my brother's room and saw him lying on the bed with his arms outstretched, staring at the ceiling, his shirt soaked with water or sweat, an empty medicine box next to him, and the sound of his headphones was so loud that I could hear it. I pulled off his headphones. What the hell are you thinking? Mom almost died just now. All because of you. Suddenly, I heard my mother start coughing again. So I hurried back to her room and helped her drink some water. If you don't get the medicine quickly, Mom will die. I rushed out of the room and realized that I was racing against time, wearing defiantos and thinking steal some more. No. Security will definitely be stricter in the next few days. What should I do? Give Kaveh a chance. He looks like a good guy. Ray's words popped up, and I ran to the trash can, rummaged through the pile of dirty garbage, and finally found the napkin, the address on which was blurred: 12 Stubbs Island. I nervously rang the doorbell of the Kaveh house and took a step back. Wait a minute. I waited outside, desperately trying to figure out what to say. But when Kaveh opened the door, I still didn't organize the language. Mateo, why are you here? I tried to calm down, but when the words came to my lips, I messed up. Are you Kaveh? I'm sorry. What's wrong with Mateo? Are you okay? I wiped my face, and my voice was hoarse. I feel very embarrassed. So I came to beg you. I know you returned the bag to me yesterday, but if there is no medicine, my mother will die. Eric, he took all the medicine. Mom just fainted. I really don't know what to do. Kaveh came out with a confused face, closed the door, put his hand on my shoulder, and I resisted the urge to push him away. Hey, don't panic. Speak slowly. I didn't hear clearly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I don't even deserve a little kindness from you, but you have always been with me. Please, Kavi, help me, please. A short silence. Only my sobs. Everything will be fine, Mateo. I promise your mother will be fine. Hearing this, all my defenses collapsed, and I hugged Kavi, tears and snot all over his shirt, crying like a child. As I cried until I broke down, I felt Kave's arm wrap around me as if he was crying too. I don't know how long we stood, but no matter how long it was, I felt very at ease, letting go of him. Kave said, "I'll help you, but you have to tell me everything in the future. I can't just help you. You have to trust me." I sobbed. "I will. Thank you so much." We went to the local pharmacy and Kave bought my mom a week's worth of medicine. On the way home, I kept saying thank you, and Kave awkwardly told me not to be polite. As soon as I got home, I hurried into the house and gave my mother the medicine. After confirming that she was okay, I left the room and hid the rest of the medicine in a place where my brother couldn't find it. Walking out of the house, Kavi asked, "I'm a little hungry. Go to the bakery to buy something to eat, okay? I can eat it anytime." I followed Karvi into his house, holding a box of cherry pie and chocolate chip cookies, turning on the light and saying, "Just put your shoes at the door." I took my feet out of the defiantos and watched as Kave tidied up the house, with a faint scent of lavender in the air. It's so beautiful, but it feels empty. I followed Kave into the living room. He asked me to sit on the couch, and then I went to the kitchen. Not long after, he came back with 2 plates, a knife and some cutlery, placed them on the coffee table, and sat on the recliner himself. Kave leaned over and cut the pie into 6 pieces and handed me a piece each. "Let's talk after eating." I nodded, took the plate, and said thank you, cutting the cherry pie. I slowly forked a piece and put it in my mouth. My family has never been able to afford pie, and the last time I ate it was at Lay's house. It has been several years. When you bite into it, it's sweet, fragrant, and delicious. After eating 2 pieces, we both stopped to rest. Taking advantage of this gap, I said what I said to Ray to Kave again, and he also showed the same confused expression as Ray. "I'm the one who should apologize." Kave lowered his head. "I know you and your family are sad because of Sergio, my dad's death, but I never knew you were so difficult." "I'm sorry." "Don't worry," I said, and a question popped up in my heart. "If you don't mind, I want to ask, why did you go to my dad's funeral?" Kave raised his head. "I used to meet Sergio when I was an iron-fisted dog, and we became friends. No wonder my dad always likes to go to Tarikas, not just for faith. Thank you for being willing to open up to me, Mateo. It's certainly not easy, but I'm grateful that you trust me a little more now. It's time for me to tell you about me. If you don't want to say, I want to say. I really want to find someone to talk to. Can I tell you when?" "Of course. You helped me so much. This is what it should be." Kave smiled. "Thank you. You are a good boy. Let's talk about it after eating the pie." I nodded happily, and Kave began to tell his story. "My wife died 26 years ago when she gave birth to my daughter. I didn't know what to feel at the time, but fortunately, my daughter survived, and I was relieved. I named her Carla, the same name as my wife. I raised Kara alone, and as a single dad, I thought I had done my best. For 16 years, I always felt that I had given her the best life. But our relationship quickly broke down, and I didn't understand why at the time, and Kara ran away. I was sad for weeks, quit my job at Iron Fist, and devoted myself to her. After searching for many years, I couldn't find anything, and I almost gave up. But a year ago, I finally had some news, but how I wished it would be better. Carla was killed in the civil war in Taliarasa, a place that had nothing to do with our continent. I can't believe it. It was completely unacceptable at the time. Who would believe such an outrageous thing? But when I saw her body, I knew it was her. I blame myself for killing her. And I have been reflecting and thinking a lot over the years since she disappeared. I realized that I was pushing her too hard, forcing her to be as devout as I was. If I had listened to her more and been more patient with her, Kara might still be alive. I even began to doubt my faith. But I persevered. To be honest, I went to your dad's funeral, not only because we were friends, but also a little selfish. I just wanted to divert my attention. After hearing about Carla's death, I was like a zombie for 8 months. Muddled, Lucy told me about your dad's funeral, and for me, it was a reason to go out. Your dad is also buried in my wife and daughter's cemetery, which gives me a reason to see them again. Then we met. I sat up straight with my arms on my knees. It's a formal encounter. I've known you since I was a child, but I've never spoken to you. At your dad's funeral, There were just the two of us, and I don't know why. I decided to get to know you again. Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was Nevis arrangement. I don't know, but I'm glad I did, because when I talk to you, I feel lighter on my shoulders and feel much more comfortable. But we didn't say a few words at the time. It's okay. I didn't realize it at the time. You reminded me of my daughter, and it was enough to feel that closeness again. So, you have been helping me get rid of my crimes. The real reason is this. That's only part of the reason. I know I'm selfish, but I really care about you, Mateo. I don't want you to be like Kara. No one wants to listen to her, and I don't want you to end up in the same way. I know you are an independent person, but every time I talk to you, I can't help but think of my daughter, and I hope you can forgive me one day. Okay, I forgive you, I said, leaning forward and putting another piece of pie on his plate. What, it's that simple? You helped me get out of trouble, and I also helped my mother. To be honest, you see your daughter in me. I don't mind at all. You still want to help me. This hasn't changed, right? Now it's time for me to say, I know I had a bad attitude towards you before, but I never hid it. I judged you too early. It's not fair, but you still tolerated me. I'm grateful. Kaveh smiled and said, don't worry, I understand why. I'm not fair to you. Kaveh took a bite of the pie and said it was so delicious that the last piece was for you. I put the last piece on a plate, leaned on the back of the chair, and just after 2 bites, Kaveh said, Mateo, I don't want you to be my son, and I don't want you to have to treat me as a father. I just don't want history to repeat itself. It's the same for both of us. Let's just help each other. I swallowed a few bites of pie and said to Kaveh seriously, I don't steal anything anymore. I'm really fed up. Can you help me find a job? I want to go the right way from now on. Kaveh chewed the pie and nodded. Of course, let's figure it out together. After eating the rest of the pie, we talked about a lot of happy things in the past. And the more we talked, the more relaxed the atmosphere became. And before we knew it, Kaveh had become my true friend. I've been looking for Kaveh for help for more than 3 weeks, and since then I've been working in the central warehouse run by Kaveh's friend, from sweeping the floor to replenishing goods, and the work has filled me up. At first, Kaveh said that as long as I did a good job and didn't lose my job, he would help me buy medicine for 2 weeks, and then said that even if my starting salary was not high, I could afford my mother's medicine by myself. And he was right. One day after work very late, I walked into a convenience store, and the owner immediately snorted in disgust. Hey, do you think I'm stupid if you don't get out? I'll call you Marco. He grabbed the phone and threatened. And I remembered that I had stolen something here before, ignored him, and went straight to the shelf. Hey, are you deaf? After getting the medicine I needed, I walked to the counter and pushed the medicine and cash over, and the shopkeeper stared at the medicine and cash and raised his eyebrows. What, not enough money? Enough? Where did you get the money? Robbed the things of the people on the ground? No. I work in a warehouse in the central part of the country. The shopkeeper had an admiring look in his eyes. It was really good. After checking out, the shopkeeper handed me the plastic bag containing the medicine. Thank you. I walked to the door after speaking, but the shopkeeper stopped me. I turned around. He threw me a piece of chocolate. I caught it and looked puzzled. I only bought the medicine. I know. Count me as inviting you. I thanked him for his kindness and left the convenience store. When I got home, I saw Eric in the kitchen, and the smell of grilled pork chops wafted in the room. And I asked him where the ribs came from, and he said that he had found frozen goods in the refrigerator. He shaved for the first time in months and didn't just wear a shirt and panties. And I was a little puzzled. You haven't cooked in a long time. Is everything okay? It's good, Eric said. You've been coming home lately late, and I'm thinking of making dinner early. I didn't speak. Eric glanced back at me and continued to work. I'm sorry. I haven't been paying attention lately. And I shouldn't have said that about Dad a few weeks ago. You really shouldn't. Are you still stealing your mother's medicine? I try to eat as little as possible. I knew that. I was glad he told the truth. You should be angry with me. After Dad left, I left you there alone to take care of my mother. You did it. Eric turned to me. Sorry, I want to compensate you and Mom. I just needed help. Eric gritted his teeth. I want us to go back to the way we used to be, even if it's just a little. I didn't speak. Eric approached me, and I hope we can at least talk as well as before. I'm ready. You can scold if you want, roar if you want, say something. I was still silent, but I didn't look away. Eric smiled bitterly, wanted to hug me, but I pushed him away. I looked at him seriously, and he quickly looked away. He slowly walked back to the stove and said that dinner would be fine in 10 minutes. I turned around and walked into my parents' bedroom, gently pushed open the door. My mother fell asleep, with weaving tools on her legs. I walked to her, found that her complexion was obviously much better, gently shook her awake. My mother saw that it was me, reached out to hug me. When we hugged each other, I said dinner would be fine in 10 minutes. And Eric made the pork chops. It smells so good. Mom leaned on the pillow. I asked her what she was knitting. Just knitted a sweater. Mom smiled and said, "How is work? It's quite smooth, but sometimes it's a little boring." Mom laughed lightly, but it caused a cough. I hurried to get a respirator, but my mother cleared her throat and held my arm. "I'm fine. Since you have this job, I feel better. Isn't the old saying that laughter is the best medicine?" I smiled. "Mom, can I ask you something? Just ask. How did Dad meet Carvey? He was not so religious." Mom smiled and said, "Your grandmother left before you were born. Your father loved her the most, and after losing her, the whole person collapsed. I tried my best to help him, and he always thanked me, but he needed to find someone to talk to, so he went to Tariqa again. He didn't go there after he was a child, and after more than a dozen weeks, your father finally said what was in his heart to the Iron Fist. That Iron Man ape was Kaveh." "I see." I gently rubbed her thin hand. "Thank you, Mom. In Opry, religion is extremely high. Many people value faith more than life. This society based on Nevisism. The four-horned dragon is still important. The popular Iron Man earns more than doctors and lawyers, and can even influence Marco and the court, which is why KV can help me settle several legal troubles. I don't know much about Nevisism, only that there is a prophecy that the ancient hero Nevis will return to save us when mankind needs it most. And the core of the doctrine is that those who do not believe in Nevis will eventually meet their fate on the day of darkness that comes." I was dressed in my dad's decent clothes, watching the brilliant sunset, waiting for him outside Kawi's old Tariqa. "Yo, see who dresses up so formally. I really didn't expect you to want to come to worship." Kaveh came up to me and said. I turned around just to see what it was like. "It's worth coming just for this." We found 2 empty seats inside, and a man named Denise took the stage to welcome everyone. And after Kaveh stepped down, Denise took over his Tariqa, which is now one of the hottest tetragonosaurs on the ground. Denise is not very old, almost 30 years old, 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a thick back, and dirty blonde hair that has always been the talk of the town. I thought it would be boring, but the week turned out to be quite interesting. Denise is charming, the typhoon is good, and the enthusiasm for faith also made me devoted to the whole process. Talking about the ancient battles of 2 civilizations many years ago, the Battle of Haros and the Battle of Kataran. The Battle of Kataran. The Halo Republic has long been oppressed by the Kataran Empire. The Kataran people plundered their food resources, and also bullied the citizens. The Halo people gathered their forces to fight back, and the 9 strongest warriors formed a legion. Nevis was among them. They relied on their ability to fight against the evil Kataran monarch, and finally won. But the fierce battle also overwhelmed the earth. Although the direct cause is unknown, this battle split the continent of Thera into what is now the 6 continents, and Nevis used the legendary angel wings to protect the original inhabitants of Opry. But he sacrificed himself, and in his honor, the Nevis doctrine was born. Towards the end of the week, Kaveh gently touched my arm and offered to say hello to Denise. And when it was our turn, Denise saw Kaveh immediately smiling and reached out to hold him. "Kaveh, it's my honor to see you again." "You too, Denise. I brought a friend today to introduce you. Mateo." "Mateo. Good name." Denise holds my hand and thinks about the service. "It's very good. When I was a child, my family used to come to worship with KV. I haven't been here for a long time, and the story of that battle is very interesting. Glad you liked it. Our savior Nevis gave everything for us. The story is wonderful. It's never too late to pay tribute to him. Thank you for coming today. I am very familiar with his deceased father." And Kavi said, "I think it was Nevis' guidance that brought Mateo and I back together, which is why we are here today. Nevis always takes us in wonderful directions, but he always knows what is best for us." And Denise bows his head and mourns the situation. "Thanks. I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable." Kaveh sensed and quickly bowed to end the conversation. "Thanking you for such a wonderful service." I also bowed slightly, and Denise said, "It's me, Kaveh, who should be thanked, and I hope to see you again soon. And there will be another one this Friday night. Besides, Mateo usually has to work at night, and tonight he just rests." Kaveh looks at me. Is he free on Friday? I had to go to work that day. Kaveh turned to Denise and said, well, come when we have time. Denise nodded, happy to chat with you. After that, I separated from Kaveh, and when I got home, I took out the pill from where the medicine was hidden and went into my mother's room, where she was reading. Mom put down the book. This dress is so beautiful. You blend in very well. It's a little too deliberate. I pulled my tight sleeves. What book are you reading? Emerging Paramount. My favorite book is about the experience of a marginal man named Percival who became a prisoner of war, and it always touches me to see him open his heart and trust others again. He is willing to go through fire and water for his friends, and his friends treat him like this. I hope you can have such friends too. Maybe I can't make friends again, and I have nothing to give to others. Oh, Mateo, you're smart, handsome, and humorous. Just a ground man. I interrupted her and handed her the medicine and water. After my mother finished taking the medicine, I asked her if she needed anything else before going to bed. Mom shook her head and smiled and said, no, I have enough. Mateo, Friday is your birthday. Are there any arrangements? I realized that I had forgotten my birthday. Sighed, and probably went to work. I put the cup back on the bedside table, gently kissed my mother's forehead, took the medicine and left the room, and walked into Eric's room without saying hello. A warm current mixed with the smell of sweat and deodorant. Eric lay on the bed wearing only a pair of panties, slowly turning his head and muttering, oh Mateo, are you okay? Seeing his sick appearance, I asked, how are you? It's not good. I have a terrible headache, as if I have a fever. Are you taking drugs again? No, I must be sick. Even if you think about it, you hid most of the medicine, counting your appearance. I muttered in my heart that this could be a withdrawal reaction. When was the last time you took medicine? It seems like a few hours ago. I can't remember. I took out the pill box from my pocket and reached for it. He sat up. I poured a few pills into his palm. Eric picked up a glass of water, poured half a glass, drank the rest in one go. The cup fell to the ground. He fell back on the bed and fell asleep immediately. I saw that he was out of water, so I went to the kitchen to pour 2 more cups, moved the fan to his bedside, and brought the fan in my room to blow on him to cool down, and finally put a cool cloth on his forehead. After settling Eric, I said goodnight to my mother and went to sleep. When I was about to get off work, the doorbell rang. I was restocking the snack shelf, and casually said sorry. We were closing, and if I didn't make an appointment in advance, I would come back tomorrow. I put the last snack on the ladder, turned around and saw that the customer was Kaveh, standing on the welcome mat. Kaveh, I can make an exception. Kaveh raised his hand and interrupted. No, I'm not here to buy something. I happen to be nearby, thinking that you should be here. Oh, by the way, my friend is not a person who likes to praise people, but I have to tell you that Sydney especially recognizes your work attitude. I scratched the back of my neck. I did my best. Kaveh smiled and said, we all see it. She told me that your birthday is tomorrow. If you don't arrange it, come to my house to celebrate together. Right, I thought you were going to Denise for a service he cancelled. It is estimated that something happened, and it doesn't matter. Tomorrow is your 18th birthday. I won't let you live so sullenly. I smiled. Okay, but you have to tell Sydney that I left early. I've already said it. She knows you're going to take a break tonight to celebrate. Isn't she angry to angry? It's okay. You've changed a lot in the past few months. Mateo, you deserve it. All right, what time will I arrive? 7 o'clock. How is it? Okay. I'll come. Thank you. You're welcome. Mateo, see you tomorrow. Kaveh said and left the warehouse. When I got home, I was shocked by 2 things. One was that my mother was actually sitting at the dining table, and the other was that I smelled the long-lost aroma of food and walked into the kitchen to ask if Eric had helped her out, and my mother shook her head. No, I came over myself. Happy birthday in advance, Mateo. I was ecstatic to see her recover so well. I hugged her tightly, and a few seconds later I heard Eric's room door creak open. I quickly wiped my tears and still hugged my mother. Eric went into the kitchen to prepare for a stir-fry, and I walked over to take a look. Glad you started cooking again. That's right. What I make is much better than yours, he joked. I didn't refute, patted him on the back and went to the bathroom to wash my hands. And then our family of 3 sat at the dining table together for the first time since my father's death. During dinner, I told them about my arrangements for tomorrow night, lied that I would work the night shift more, and come back early the next morning. I don't want to lie, but it's better than saying that I want to celebrate my birthday with Kaveh and not stay at home. My mother needs to rest more, and am worried that I will only affect her recovery. We chatted like a normal family. I told my mother and Eric about the difficult customers I met. Everyone laughed. Eric said he wanted to try a few new recipes. And my mother also talked about the interesting things about working as a courier in the past. For the first time in a long time, I truly felt happy to be able to be with my family like this. When I set off for Kave's house, it was already dark, and I rang the doorbell at 7 o'clock, and the door opened immediately. Mateo, we reached out and hugged briefly. Thank you for having me. Of course, come in. I hope you're hungry. I happily walked into Kave's house to celebrate my 18th birthday, completely unaware that this night was by no means unusual. The stars in the night sky twinkled more densely than usual, and if you look closely, you will find that something is wrong. And those twinkling points of light are increasing. Steaks, baked potatoes, macaroni, cakes. Kave's table was filled with delicacies I hadn't eaten in a long time. The aroma was so fragrant that I almost drooled. Don't dawdle, just eat whatever you want. Eat the meal first. Save the dessert for later, Kave said and handed me a plate. I piled up the plate, sat down and ate it. Wow, I didn't know you were so good at cooking. I ate so much that I almost licked my plate. Karvi smiled and said that he could eat another plate, but slowly, hungry for too long. I forced myself to slow down to eat the second plate, and as I ate slowly, Kavi asked if I wanted something to drink. I swallowed the food and patted my chest. Okay, a glass of water. He smiled self-deprecatingly, poured water and handed it to me, his expression a little strange. What's going on? I wiped my face with a napkin and drank my saliva. I don't seem to have made it clear. Mateo, have you ever had beer? I was a little confused. I drank a few sips with my family when I was a child, but I didn't really like the taste. Like Sergio, we didn't drink for the taste. Kavi said with a smile. To be honest, I thought you had already drunk. Anyway, you are an adult today. Do you want to try it again? I don't mind trying it again, I replied, a little uncomfortable. Kavi sensed my nervousness and took 2 bottles of beer and sat next to me. When I was 18 years old and adult and could drink, my dad would accompany me. I knew I was not your father and would never be able to fill Sergio's place. But tonight is a day of celebration. I promise you that tonight I will be with you like my dad is with me. It doesn't matter if you don't want to drink. I will never force you. I can drink 2 bottles myself. Didn't I say I wanted to try? I smiled and picked up a bottle of beer on the table. But seriously, I unscrew the bottle. You are a very good person, and you are a good elder. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Kave raised the bottle. His eyes flushed and he held back his tears, and suddenly pulled me up from his seat and hugged me. I was startled by his sudden closeness at first, and then relaxed and hugged him back. A few seconds later, Kave sobbed and laughed. Damn boy, I really need a drink now. I laughed too. We touched the wine bottle. I brought the wine to my mouth. The refreshing liquid entrance, followed by the strong bitterness. I moved the wine bottle, endured the bitterness. Kave couldn't help but laugh, and took another sip himself. We drank and chatted until late at night, and the eerie atmosphere of the night sky became stronger and stronger, and the stars were abnormally bright. If we had paid a little more attention at that time, we might have been able to prepare for what was to come. Eric and I used to want to sneak into Ray's house, aiming to steal Defiantos, which was banned by Ray's parents. And I drank 3 beers and said excitedly, "Oh." Kave raised his eyebrows, his face flushed with a grin. It sounded quite risky, isn't it? Ray is locked up in a room on the 2nd floor. We don't know where his parents are. The only way in the house. I suddenly saw a light flashing in the window behind Kavi, and the words stopped abruptly. From. Kave looked down at his chest. Mateo, I didn't spill beer on me, did I? No, I muttered and still stared out the window. And another light passed by. Kave sensed what I was looking at and looked back. What's wrong? What do you see? I stood up and walked slowly towards the window. It was a shooting star. Bang! The deafening loud noise echoed through Opry. The ground shook violently. I grabbed the table to stabilize my body, but Kave fell out of his chair. Kave, I shouted, and the sound of vessels colliding and shattering came from behind me. Kave grabbed the leg of the table and got up, and looked out the window. I'm fine. What about you? I'm fine. What's going on? There has never been an earthquake. I don't know. Opry has never been like this drunk. I was unresponsive and confused, watching more and more meteors fall. The large vase on the shelf behind me fell. I heard a sound and looked up, and the vase hit me directly on my head. The sound of glass shattering made Kave turn around suddenly, and when he saw me fall to the ground, he rushed over and shouted, Mateo, Mateo, can you hear me? Can you talk? I could barely open my eyes. My forehead began to bleed, and Kave's voice was murky. He picked me up from the ground, looked around in a panic, worried that the house would collapse, grabbed a few rags, and ran to the backyard lawn with me. Kaveh sat down on the grass, put me down, quickly wrapped my head in a rag to stop the bleeding, kept asking me questions. And when I saw that I didn't respond, he gently patted me on the cheek and asked me if I could hear me. I forced myself to open my eyes, snorted with all my might, and slapped before stopping. Kaveh left for a moment, and the sight before me was overwhelmingly shocking. Thousands of streamers streaking across the night sky, one of which was getting bigger and bigger, and I realized it was rushing towards me. Carvey found that the rag was useless, and patted me on the chest in a panic. "It's okay. I'll go find someone to help. Mateo, you're waiting here. I'll be back soon." I could only snort vaguely, and Kaveh smiled at me, stood up and staggered towards the back door to get his defiantos. Kaveh looked at me as he walked into the house, and suddenly a knife stabbed into his heart. He instantly froze. His breathing stopped. His strength dissipated. And after the knife was pulled out, he slumped on the ground, trying his last strength to look up. And there was a man wearing a mask standing in front of him. The masked man held the bloody knife and stared at Kaveh for a few seconds before walking towards me. Not allowed," Kaveh gasped, weakly trying to crawl over to stop it. The man ignored Kaveh and knelt beside me. I didn't notice anything unusual at all, just looking at the light in the sky. And the murder weapon was stuffed into my hand. The masked man looked back and saw that Kaveh was motionless, sighed and walked back to him, dragged Kaveh next to me with gloves, turned over to reveal the wound, and then took out his mobile phone and stuck it to his ear. "It's done. Don't let him find out." The masked man put down his phone and turned to leave. I was attracted by the brilliant light of the night sky, and my eyes were fixed on the rapidly approaching light, and the next second, my vision was filled with colorful colors. This bright light only lasted for a moment, but even if I was drunk, I knew something was wrong. When my vision recovered, I saw something shiny a few centimeters from my hand. I trembled and clumsily reached out to grab it, and finally grabbed it. And when I lifted it up, it was a piece of crystal. The beautiful texture and luster flashed in front of my eyes. But my fingers softened, and the fragments slipped out of my hand and fell on my wound. The fragments hit the oozing blood, causing a strange reaction. My head began to burn, the blue and white light filled the field, and I completely lost consciousness. Suddenly opening my eyes, the night sky returned to normal. I sat up and touched my cheek to confirm that I was awake. Is everything a dream? It was obviously painful before, but now it doesn't feel at all, and the ground has shaken. It's so cold. How could I be outside? What happened? I looked around and held my breath when I saw Kaveh looking at my friend who died in a pool of blood. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Kaveh, what's going on?" I reached out to touch him, but I caught a glimpse of my palm stained with dried blood, and my pupils shrank suddenly. "How could this be?" "Hands up," a deep voice shouted. I immediately looked at the source of the sound, and a row of Marco officers were pointing their guns at me, and the great oppression made me breathless. "If you don't raise your hand, well, shoot." I slowly raised my hands, my mind in confusion. Why did Kaveh die? Marco thinks I killed him. I can't kill him. Who did it? What happened to the earthquake just now? Is it only like this on our island? The light. I can't remember anything. I looked back at where I had just been, and there was a bloody knife on the grass. What? Don't tell me. Am I framed? Who would do this? Why? Hey, I immediately looked at Marco. "Don't move, do you understand?" I nodded slowly and looked down at Kaveh under me, and the officers gradually approached. "I didn't do it. I didn't kill him. Get down. Put your hands behind you." Tears slid down her cheeks. "I didn't kill him. He is my only." "Carvita, get on the ground immediately." An officer threw me down, and Kaveh's body disappeared from my sight, and I was pressed hard to the ground, my face buried in the dirt, and my shoulders nearly torn off. "I asked you to lie down," and the sheriff held my arm roughly. I was handcuffed, unable to move, unable to breathe, and dragged out of the backyard by 2 police officers with my arms crossed. The sheriff behind him said, "Mateo Hernandez, you have been arrested for the murder of Tibran and have violated our most sacred law. I hope it is all worth it. Child, you are going to stay in Lingling prison for a long time. May Nevis preside over justice." My family couldn't afford bail, So I spent 3 months in Midland jail waiting for the trial. In the dirty cell, I couldn't figure out whether I had killed Kaveh. I didn't want to believe it. I knew in my bones that I was framed. But after losing consciousness, I had no impression at all, and my emotions completely collapsed. Anger, guilt, dazed, all kinds of emotions surged in prison. But what saddened me the most was the loss of Kaveh. The celestial phenomenon was called a shower of fragments, and the light I saw was crystal fragments scattered around the world. And I learned from the prison guards' chatter that there was a special power hidden in the fragments. But they always said it was just a rumor. Even after 3 months, our country is still recovering from the night of the shower of debris. And the rest of the world is not much better. The debris shower became the fuse, and the door to change that had been imprisoned for a long time finally opened. Normally, my trial would have been faster, but after the debris shower incident, the trial was postponed, and I was a ground person, so I was already in last place. My brother is busy taking care of my mother and rarely comes to see me, so it's okay. My mother's health is more important than me as a criminal. Eric said that he had asked Ray for help, but Ray had not officially practiced and could not help at all. And Ray's parents were senior lawyers and would not defend a ground man who killed Tybran. As for hiring other lawyers, only the rich can afford it. Walking into the courtroom, I knew at a glance that the result was doomed to be bad. Even so, I still insisted on pleading not guilty and explained my relationship with Kaveh to the jury. But everything was in vain. The jury was all from the land of the sky. Many people knew Kaveh. Full of anger at me, I was a person with a history of theft. Many neighbors confirmed that I was at Carvey's house that night. There were my fingerprints on the murder weapon. I still had alcohol in my body when I was arrested, and there was no suspense in the trial. The evidence was extremely unfavorable to me. My only hope was the boss, Sydney. I wrote to her to ask her to testify, but she didn't come, and it was normal. No one would testify for the person who killed his friend. In the end, I was sentenced to serve 100 years in Opry's most notorious Solbert prison, where the country's most vicious criminals are held, many of whom are on the death row list. Perhaps because I was young, the judge gave a lighter sentence, and the sentence of 100 years for killing Tybran is considered lenient. I was surprised that I was not directly sentenced to death. To put it bluntly, this prison is my destination for the rest of my life. How long I can live is unknown. Maybe I die early, but better than this. Before moving to Solbel, the judge made an exception to let me see my family for the last time before going to prison after my mother was seriously ill, which is extremely rare for a serious offender on the ground. And after 3 months of detention, I finally returned home. When I saw my mother first, she looked more haggard than before, and we hugged each other on the bed before I spoke. Mom, I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill Kaveh. I know. My mother hugged me tighter. You are a good boy. I know you will never do such a thing. I will always believe in you. I don't know what to do, but one day, I will prove my innocence. Come back to you and Eric. I will definitely make you better. Please wait for me. Don't worry about me. I will fight the disease desperately. You just take care of yourself. Anyway, I will definitely see you all again. I finally hugged her tightly. I was running out of time. I went to see Eric. Wait, I have something for you. And Mom hands me a piece of fabric. It was a finely woven square cloth. The main body was white yarn, just the size of the palm of the hand, embroidered with the blue initials M and H on both sides, and a small red heart in the middle. This is a diagonal square, originally a birthday gift for you. It was not finished knitting at that time. When you miss home in the future, just look at it. Thank you, Mom. It's so beautiful. I sobbed and hugged her again. I love you. I love you too. Mateo, walking out of the room and putting the gift in my pocket. Eric stood at the dining table. I pretended to be calm, but my red eyes still revealed my emotions. You are not allowed to disappear again. I know. Eric paused. I'm serious. I won't ignore it like my father left. My mother needs medicine. She will die without her. Do you understand? I understand. That's good. I approached Eric and slowly put my arm around his shoulder. Damn, why are you still so short? I joked. Eric smiled awkwardly. I don't think so. The laughter gradually dissipated, and the surroundings fell silent. You dare to give up on her to try? I won't. I swear. Very good. I won't give up on you. I said. When the time was up, an officer said, and I let go of Eric. When my hands were handcuffed again, I said, my mother's favorite snack is hidden behind the spice rack. Make some for her tonight. You also love to eat. Don't steal too much yourself. Eric understood my hint and nodded. Escorted by Marco, I came to the brick factory on the edge of the country, which is the island of the Clover Group and the only passage to Lingling prison. After arriving at the brick factory, a group of handcuffed prisoners like me lined up to get into the car. I followed the crowd in. The door closed behind me, and as I walked across the red carpet, the people in the car stared at me, and I found an empty seat in the back seat and sat down. Lingling Prison is world famous, known as the Cage of No Escape, dedicated to holding Opry's most dangerous prisoners. It is located at sea level or even lower. It is a place that everyone avoids, and it is also the peace of mind of the entire Opry. The huge silver bell at the top of the prison is the Soul Bell, and it is said that the bell can reach the coast of Taliarusa on the mainland. I looked out the window at the sea, trying to suppress the fear and panic in my heart. Everything happened so fast that I didn't even have a chance to say goodbye properly. Hey, boy. The man in the front seat poked his head. I ignored him and continued to look out the window, catching a glimpse of his crooked nose. TSK. That man spat in my face. Who taught you the rules? I'm talking to you. I wiped the saliva off my face and still stared out the window, ignoring him. Okay, whatever you want. I remember your face. And the man sat back in his seat. For the rest of the journey, I kept looking out the window in silence. The weather was particularly good. The sea was sparkling, soothing my mind. But in the distance, dark clouds were surging this way. I wonder how Mom and Eric are doing. I fell asleep at some point until I was woken up by the loud bang of the Soul Bell. The train stopped, and the officer asked us to line up to get off. And I was the last. It was pouring rain in the evening, and I looked back and saw a huge towering stone wall behind me, casting a heavy shadow, with a circular badge engraved in the center of the stone wall. 2 circles inside and outside, a bell in the middle, and the outer ring engraved with the words Lingling Prison. We arrived. I looked around, my heart racing. The stone walls surrounded an empty hall. We stood side by side. Armed guards in navy uniforms, black boots, and stab-proof armor surrounded them. Directly in front of them were stone arches, leading to a dimly lit tunnel, and soon, footsteps were heard in the tunnel, getting closer and closer. Finally, the warden of Lingling Prison appeared in front of us. His aura was terrifying, and his eyes swept over everyone. The warden was a middle-aged black man with a frosty white beard, not armed like a guard, wearing a black formal suit, his hands behind his back, a navy blue tie tucked into his coat, and his resolute eyes revealed decades of experience in supervision and fighting. I am Andrew Connell, the warden of Soul Bell Prison, with a hoarse voice and an expressionless face. The man who spat on me just now interjected next to me. Cut. Nonsense, do you think I'm stupid? The warden's gaze turned to the man who was still laughing. Sir, what's your name? Suddenly, a pair of handcuffs fell at my feet, and the man rushed to the warden, pulled out his hidden knife, and grinned and stabbed Connell. Who cares? You're going to die soon. The guard didn't move at all. Connor quickly turned sideways and lowered his head to dodge the attack, raised his hand and slashed at the man's forearm. The knife was blown away. Connor grabbed his arm and pulled forward. His knee pressed against his abdomen, and the man fell to his knees and coughed up spit. The warden went around behind him, grabbed his arm, pressed his face against the concrete, pressed his foot against the back of his head, and twisted his arm behind him. Tell me your name, or I'll break your arm. The man's nose was broken, and he gasped and said, Bodhi. Connell directly twisted his arm, and the man screamed. Full name. The warden grabbed his other arm. Bodhi Olson. My name is Bodhi Olson. Connell let go of his hand and handcuffed him again. The man coughed up more blood, and the warden crouched in front of him. Bodhi Olson, what do you think should be done with you? Bodhi gasped, staring at the ground for a few seconds, looking up at the warden, his face covered in blood. Dispose of it as you wish. Connor looked at him for a long time, as if testing him. Bodhi did not dodge his gaze. And finally Connor stood up. As you wish. Soon everyone will know that you are the trash who was kicked off the train. Get up. Connor finished speaking and faced us again. Bodhi dragged his broken arm and struggled to get up. Connor spoke. I have been the warden of the Lingling for 27 years, and I know one thing very well: no one will come here for no reason. I will make it clear. You are all felons. From today onwards, as long as you are within this high wall, you will be under my control. Connor paused, glanced at the crowd again, and his eyes stopped on me. The rumors of the spirit bell you have heard are all true. No one has ever managed to escape from prison, but I encourage each of you to try. Connor showed a faint smile. Through the tunnel behind me, you will enter another world. My suggestion is that respect for each other is crucial. I hope you all remember it. As for the rules, you just learn slowly. Connor turned into the tunnel, followed by 2 guards, without saying welcome to the spirit bell without replying. As soon as he finished his speech, I looked at Bodhi, thinking in my heart that maybe I was thinking too much. Although the warden was scary, he was reasonable. I really didn't expect him to let Bodhi go so easily. A little ridiculed to be so harsh, the surrounding guards came over one by one, and I realized that every newcomer was escorted by guards, and there were a few left behind just in case, and they dared to approach us easily if I didn't have these handcuffs. With my size, I could deal with most of them in close combat. Even if the other guards fired, I could kill one or take hostages. Why did they take this risk? I shook my hand secretly and found that the handcuffs were ridiculously loose. I didn't even try to break free. I didn't need fingers and keys. I could shake my wrist to open it. Is it always like this? Bodies too at this time. A bald old guard called me Mateo Hernandez, pulled me back to my senses. He took off his hat and asked me to stretch out my arms to search. Touch the token in my pocket. Take it out and take a look. I quickly said that it was given to me by my mother. Can I take it? He checked it and said yes, and said that he would help me hold it first and let me go with him, in addition to wearing a school hat. This guard is obviously bald, a few inches shorter than me, and he carries a rifle and has a pistol pinned to his leg. This must be a test. What does the warden want to figure out? Is it just to see who will make trouble recklessly? I quickly responded, yes, sir, and wanted to keep a low profile. The bald guard turned around and walked into the tunnel. I became the first of this group of newcomers to go. Looking back, too many faces and interactions. I couldn't digest it at all, and I muttered in my heart, a whole new world is waiting for me. I will go first. Right, the tunnel was pitch black. It felt much longer than it actually was, and after walking for less than 10 seconds, I arrived at an open door, followed the guards in. It was a brightly lit room. There were a few chairs on the right, a sofa on the left, 2 exits in front, and a door on the right side of the corridor on the left. Through the door, I entered a small room with a large empty basket and shower curtain blocking the other half. The guard opened the curtain and said, take off the handcuffs and clothes. I did it. Threw the handcuffs on the ground next to the basket. Calm on the surface but confused in his heart. Did he know that the handcuffs were loose? Was this planned from the beginning? Why, after taking off his clothes, he took me to the other side of the shower curtain and flushed me with ice water, turning off the water until he was satisfied, and I was almost shivering from the cold. He threw me a towel, walked to the corner and opened the door and said, your clothes are here. I dried my body and walked into the next room. The door closed behind me. A pair of clean underwear, a pair of gray pants were thrown in front of me. The guard asked me to get dressed and handed me a light gray long-sleeved shirt. I put on my clothes and shoes. He threw me a plastic cover and said it was spare clothes, and then took a plastic box for toiletries, saying that I could buy it again after using it. I caught the toiletries, and he opened another door and said, you are the first to come today. No need to wait. I wondered in my heart, what are you waiting for? I walked into the next room with my things, but I didn't expect that there were already 2 people inside. The most conspicuous was the medical chair in the center of the room, which was also connected to the hand equipment. And there was actually a doctor. We simply couldn't afford to see a doctor regularly before. The guard escorting me said, his name is Mateo Hernandez, prisoner number 2656. And the female doctor said, understand. You can wait outside, while tapping on the computer. And the male doctor next to him wrote something on the paper and adjusted his glasses. The guard nodded and walked through another door. I was even more confused. Isn't this the place where the worst criminals are held? Why are they so casual about safety? The female doctor asked me to sit down. Put the things on the table next to me. I nodded and did it. The male doctor came over in a wheelchair, introduced himself as Josh, and the female doctor behind him was his boss Anya, both doctors, and asked me if I could call me Mateo. I smiled awkwardly and said yes. Josh smiled like a child, saying that if he had a health problem, he would come to them at any time, and the goal was to make me happy and healthy every day. And I whispered yes. Anya got Josh ready. Josh nodded, picked up a big needle. The machine above his head began to descend. He put the needle next to my neck, I quickly dodged and asked him what he was going to do. He said that the machine couldn't work without injecting this liquid. It was a little stinging, so I didn't move. I barely moved, closed my eyes, and the pain passed when the needle pierced my neck. Josh said okay. I opened my eyes, and the machine was about a foot away from my face. Too big to see the whole picture, but I could see a camera lens with a red light. Anya said, "Don't panic. This machine is to scan for potential diseases, and it will be fine soon." And after saying that, she started tapping on the computer. It didn't take long for her to say that the data would be processed later, and the guards would send me back to the cell first. Josh came over to open the door for me, said nice to meet me, and let me remember that they were always available to help. I stood up and got my things, nodded to him and walked out of the room. On the other side of the corridor, the guard stood with his arms crossed, asked me if I was ready, and then took me to the corridor. After walking for about a minute, I heard all kinds of noise, laughter, shouting, all kinds of noise. The further I walked, the louder the sound, and I couldn't even hear my own footsteps. This atmosphere really had to get used to slowly. Towards the end of the corridor, I was anxious and scared, but still a little excited, thinking that I would try to keep a low profile. I was a new face. Maybe I could get through. Walking into a large open space. Many prisoners wearing the same clothes as me were scattered everywhere, and I was dazzled and couldn't digest it for a while. Some people were playing cards on the ground, and some people said that tonight's food was not too bad. So I realized that I had missed dinner and was hungry. There were also 2 women chatting by the pillar, some shouting that they had won again, and men practicing basketball tactics. And what was even more outrageous was that some people said, "I heard that a fish was trying to kill the prison warden," and I wondered in my heart. Fish. Others laughed and said that it was a fool and couldn't wait to meet it. Some prisoners chatted in the cell and asked if they wanted to watch a duel tonight. A duel at this time. The guard called out to me, "Hernandez, this way," and led me to the cell. And before I could recover from the sounds around me, I staggered and followed him, passing dozens of prisoners. A woman asked, "Miles, look, there's a new fish here today." Another man laughed and shouted, "Miles, this won't be the fish that wants to kill Connell, right?" The guards ignored them and continued to take me away. I was quite grateful, but I didn't expect the news of the newcomer to spread so quickly. Those noisy voices quickly turned to me. I didn't want to be paid attention to, and it turned out to be a hot topic in prison. Less than 2 minutes from entering the building to the cell, I was exhausted by all kinds of questions, insults, requests, and sarcastic compliments. My cell was on the 2nd floor, near the edge of the block, and I was lucky because by design, monsters couldn't wander outside the cell like they did on the 1st floor. But it was my cellmates who were unlucky. I had long thought that there would be inmates, and the problem was her temper. As soon as I got to the cell, the guard returned my tokens and keys to me, and then pushed me inside. I heard an impatient hum, and the sound of the door locking, and when I turned around, it turned out that it was my cellmate who locked the door from inside and sat back on the bed. As soon as the door was locked, the prisoners outside didn't pay so much attention to me. I looked at the impatient cellmates, then at the crowd gradually dispersing outside, and said thank you, but she ignored me at all. The sounds around me slowly subsided, and I looked around the cell, which was about the same as I expected. 2 beds, a small window that I didn't know what it was for, and a bedside table. I put things on the ground, stuffed the tokens into my pockets, sat on the bed for the first time, and as soon as I touched the mattress, I covered my face with my hands. This bed was more uncomfortable than mine. I really didn't expect it to be so bad. "Hey," the cellmate suddenly spoke. I quickly opened my eyes. Everyone outside was gone. I looked at her seriously for the first time. She was a few years older than me, probably in her early 20s. Her skin was beautiful golden. Her almond eyes were wrapped in brown iris. Her long brown hair was draped over her shoulders, and there was a row of obvious tattoos on her left arm. I silently thought to myself, stay calm. She is a criminal, but her brain doesn't work at all. She asked me what my name was, and I said, Mateo Hernandez. What about you? She looked me up and down and said, you're still young. I replied, you too. She asked me what mistake I made to be thrown in. I asked her name, but she asked me to answer first. I reluctantly said, I was framed and killed with an iron fist. She raised her eyebrows and said, framed don't lie. I said I didn't, and she asked me what I had in my pocket, and I said nothing. But she didn't give up, saying that she saw me put something in it. I took a deep breath, took out the token my mother gave me, and said, "This is called a mitre square." My mother knitted, "Let me carry it in prison." But she said, "It's a bit cute, but she can't make something good with her heart. Didn't your dad give you anything?" I was so angry that my hands trembled and said, "My dad is dead. My mom is sick in bed. She can hardly move her hands. This gift means a lot to me." She looked away, probably realizing that she had said the wrong thing. I lowered my tone and asked her, "What about you? Why here?" She said, "It doesn't matter." And I frowned and said, "Is this fair? I told you my name and why I came, but you refused to say yours." She said, "I didn't let you have to answer." I said, "But I answered. I just want to leave a good impression on you." But she said, "I don't care what impression it is. I just don't want to live with a madman." I asked, "You say I'm lying. Am I crazy?" She said, "No, I just want to test your sincerity." And I asked, "Did I pass?" She said, "I haven't decided yet." "How old are you?" I said, 18 years old. "What about you?" She looked me up and down again, raised her eyebrows and said, 18 years old. "You killed an iron fist." I said, "I was framed. He is my friend." But she lay back on the bed disdainfully, pulled the blanket. I muttered, put the token back in my pocket, thinking what the hell was going on with her. Fortunately, I grew up with my brothers and sisters. Otherwise, this would definitely not be over. She turned over to face the wall, probably trying to sleep. And in any case, I seemed to have passed her initial assessment. I held my head in my hands and looked up at the ceiling. It was probably normal for newcomers to sleep on an empty stomach. I was so hungry that I didn't know if I was angry with her. And now I didn't dare to ask her about food. The feeling of fatigue came over again, and I slowly got used to the hustle and bustle of the neighborhood, and finally fell asleep. Suddenly, a metal impact woke me, my fellow inmates, and the people nearby, and I sat up, wondering what was going on, when I saw the cell door open and a female guard walked in and said, "Hernandez, come with me." I was half asleep, hiding the token under my pillow, and stumbled out of the cell. She walked in front, and 2 guards followed behind me. When I passed by other cells, the prisoners scolded me for being woken up. Great, the low-key plan was completely ruined. What did I do wrong after leaving the block? We walked into a different corridor than before, wider, with many doors on both sides. We turned a few corners and came to a double door. The female guard knocked on the door and said, "I brought Hernandez," and a new voice inside responded, "Great, bring him in." Walking into a medical room very similar to before, there was only one person inside, wearing a white coat, nibbling nuts while staring at the data projection. I could only see the outline of the human body and a bunch of text in the projection. "Mateo, sit down," he said, not looking up, staring at the data. After I sat down, the guards left. He put down his snacks and asked me, "You've seen Josh and Anya before, right?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he quickly said, "Don't call me sir. I don't like formality. I want to communicate with patients on an equal footing. You can call me Sorrel." I shook hands with him, widened my eyes and asked, "Sorrel, is it the world-famous scientist and inventor Sorrel?" He smiled and said, "No, that's someone else." And when he saw my confused face, he smiled and said, "Just kidding. I'm right, you just said that I am a world-famous scientist and inventor." I almost patted myself on the forehead, holding back, complaining in my heart that it was boring. And he was different from what I imagined. I thought he had short black hair combed back, but his hair was very long, and he had a beard, and he looked tired. I said, "It's an honor to meet you. I especially like your modified Defiantos 12X, which can stick to any surface in an instant." It was cutting-edge technology at the time. Sorrel laughed and said, "I did it all years ago. Are you still using it?" I said, "I use it. It's actually a birthday gift from my friend. I can't afford it myself. I've always liked it." Sorrel said, "I'm happy to hear you say that. I've always liked to modify Defiantos and add some cool gadgets. But Mateo, it should be my honor to meet you." I was stunned and asked, "What me? Why?" My heart is full of questions. Why am I here? Why is Sorrel in Lingling prison? Why did he come to me in the middle of the night? The feeling of exhaustion came up again, and Sorrel's last words kept swirling in my head, and I fell asleep again before I knew it. Only then did I know that the bell of Lingling prison rang every hour, and it rang even more every 6 hours. And at midnight, I was woken up by the thunderbell and couldn't sleep again. Now that I have accepted my fate, I began to ponder what Sorrel said when he talked to me, especially the meaning of his last words. I rubbed the mitre square my mother gave me, and thought all night. Mom, Eric, Kavy, Sorrel, Iris, the warden, the duel. That duel always felt strange, and I was prepared in my heart, even if I had to do it. I have to find the answer. That's obvious. My cellmate slept soundly when the bell rang at midnight. Probably this is what the old prisoner is capable of. I tried to wake her up several times to ask some questions, and finally gave up, although she was a little annoying. But I would rather do this than mess things up. Let's wait for the morning. I fell asleep again, only to be woken up by the thunder bell at 6 o'clock in the morning, and soon found that many prisoners chose to get up at 6 o'clock to start the day. I also knew that breakfast was only open in our cell at 7 o'clock, and in the next hour, the sound of whispered conversations became louder and louder, and there were still 5 minutes to 7, and the noise had already indicated that most people were awake, and I couldn't wait. Hey, I know you're awake, I said in a hoarse voice, waiting for a few seconds without responding. I stood up and walked to her bedside, and said answer me, but still didn't move. I flicked her cheek. She was startled, and opened her eyes gloomy. I have a few questions, I said, lifting her shirt to reveal the armor inside. She glanced at the armor, closed her eyes again, and said, "You want to know?" I said for myself, "I want to know." She took a deep breath, sat up and said, "Are you sure?" I had a serious expression, pinched my knuckles and said, "In order for us to live in peace, you must answer my questions." She looked at me for a moment, stood up, looked down at me, her eyes as determined as her will. Her eyes flashed with pale green light, grabbed the middle of my shirt, lifted me up, and asked, "Do you still want to know?" I was initially frightened by her strength and quickly grabbed her wrist, her eyes flashing with sky blue and white light, while warming her palms and saying, "If I could get out of here, I would like to know everything." We looked at each other for a few seconds, and she put me back on the ground, sat back on the bed, and I sat down too, asking, "Is it true that Sorrel said we all have Iris? How do we master it?" She said, "Don't be so anxious. If you want to know the information, you have to prove your worth." I smacked my tongue and said, "Indeed," she said. "You don't know anything about Iris. Now I'm better than you, even if I'm wearing armor. I have no reason to leak information in a situation that is unfavorable to me." I scoffed and asked, "Then what do I have to do to prove my worth?" She said, "Don't do anything. Shut up today. I'll tell you before the lights go out." And I asked impatiently, "Is there something wrong with you? Why can't you tell me directly?" She said, "The task I give you is very simple, whether you like it or not. You are my competitor. I have to know, before revealing such valuable information, can I still expect you to go on with me?" I said, "First your name, your crime, now this again. If you want to make me angry, if you succeed, you are in trouble." She sneered, looked away and said, "You are the one who really wants to cause trouble." She lay back on the bed, facing the other side, and I didn't bother her anymore. The guards began to inspect the cells one by one, conducting morning roll call, and when it was almost time for us, she got up and stood by the bed, glanced at me, and motioned for me to stand up as well, and I did as I did, and the two guards opened the cell door, came in to search, checked our armor, and went to the next one after checking the cell. "Thank you for the reminder," I said, hearing the guard next door call the prisoner to stand up. She was making the bed, and without speaking, I asked again. "Another Cold War," she said without looking back. "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" After saying that, he walked out of the cell, walked to the door and turned around and said, "Don't follow me. Make your bed." After she left, I looked at my messy bed and muttered, "You don't need to say it." After the morning roll call and inspection, the cell was open and we could go out to the cafeteria for breakfast. I hid the tokens, and while the prisoners were passing by, I followed the crowd to what I thought was the cafeteria. Although it was difficult for her to communicate, but I still had to listen to her advice. This was my first day here. It was not good to make enemies. Looking at the prisoners in the yard, I wondered in my heart, do these people have the same special abilities as me? When I arrived at the cafeteria, the guard stood on the edge of the room, and there was a long line on both sides of the hallway, and I joined the shorter team, walking slowly forward while looking for Makani, but I couldn't see her at all. To make matters worse, everyone is wearing the same clothes, and it's troublesome to recognize the wrong person. Who knows what they'll do? And she told me not to follow her. I picked up the tray and followed the person in front. The prisoner inside gave me a spoonful of cold green beans, a scrambled egg, a slice of bread and plastic cutlery. There was a counter at the end of the line selling drinks, and I ended up buying a carton of milk. Although these foods are not good looking, in our hometown we can't even afford breakfast. I turned to face the people in the cafeteria and suddenly found a question. Where am I sitting? The people behind me urged me, and I didn't have time to think about it. So I walked forward along the middle aisle, where the table stretched to the end of the corridor, and many prisoners were already seated. On the table closest to the line on the left, there was only an Asian woman sitting. She was sitting on the table, her back against the pillar, her forearms resting on her bent knees, and the dinner plate was placed next to her. I don't know if it was her sitting posture or her aura. I started to sweat inexplicably, and there was only one thought in my heart. She was very strong. I walked past her and continued looking for Makani. I knew she had told me to stay away, but it was too dangerous to sit alone, and she should know it herself. Passing through rows of tables, dozens of faces blurred in my mind. A few snickers. Someone avoided my gaze. I could feel that they were all looking at me. My height was indeed very conspicuous. I looked like an outlier wherever I went, and these prisoners recognized me as the new fish of Lingling. I found an empty table at the back of the cafeteria and sat in the back seat, facing most of the room and the prisoners in front, with a few tables behind me and a few groups of people sitting. I would rather give up observing them and stare at the crowd in front. While I was eating, more prisoners went to the back of the cafeteria, and my table quickly filled up. But fortunately no one was sitting next to or across from me, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The food tasted very light, but it was still edible. I pushed open the plate and didn't notice that 3 people sneaked up to my table. 2 of them were tall and strong. The third was a little shorter, but stronger and thinner. The thin one walked in front, with a burn scar on his chin. They all sat next to me, and the others at the table quickly got up and ran. Great. I knew nothing was good. The thin man put his arms around my neck and held on firmly, but I was able to break free, and his 2 companions sat opposite me, their weights pressing down on the table slightly. How was the first day? Fish like it here? The thin man asked, and I thought to myself, sure enough, fish means newcomer. I stayed calm, took a sip of milk, and asked him, it's okay. What about you? Do you like it here? I stared at him. He looked at the 2 friends proudly, and the 2 began to smirk. He raised his left hand, and I noticed that he was wearing an amber ring on his index finger. He pulled me closer and whispered, I like you quite a bit. Would you like to sit at our table? I looked at his 2 men, and then quickly glanced at the people around me. Half of them looked at us with contempt. The other half ignored it at all. It seems that these people usually like to cause trouble, but I am not familiar with the people here. Being trapped outside will only become a target. He gave me a chance to join them. No matter how I answered, I will make enemies. This is a difficult choice. I can only be careful. No problem. I casually pushed his arm away. Lead the way. He stood up with a smirk. Wise choice. I stood up and picked up the plate, but he grabbed my arm and said, leave this alone, and then shouted to the people next to me to clean up my tray. Those people hesitated, and his 2 men pinched their knuckles behind them, and those people hurriedly moved. His men stayed to oversee, and I followed him through the cafeteria, and after hundreds of hostile glances, I saw Makani hiding at the end of the table. We looked at each other, and she shook her head slightly, not maliciously, more like a warning. Their tables were a few rows away from the line, closer to the front, and the tables were full of strong men, similar to the 2 men beside him. Welcome back, boss. Are you going fishing again? The fish caught this time is really good. Boss, it turns out that these strong men are called this scar-faced man boss. The boss sat at the end of the table and patted the bench, and I stood next to him as his men continued to joke and coax. Boss, why are you recruiting new people? Yes. Boss, are you sure? He raised his hand, and the noise stopped instantly, and suddenly became quiet from noisy noise. You all know that I'm the best at discovering new people, he said. Otherwise how could you be here? The men began to coax again, booing each other. Didn't you smell it? The boss smiled and pointed to his nose. This fish is a gold mine. Laughter erupted on the table, and they started chatting again. This is our boss. This fish must have done a great job. The voice was so chaotic that I couldn't hear it clearly. I looked back at the 2 men, turned back. The boss glanced at them. They nodded. The boss raised his hand again, and quieted down again. I felt bitter in my heart. They were like his pets. The boss turned his gaze back to me and asked, what's your name? Fish. What benefit can I get? I stared at him and asked. Everyone at the table was stunned by my confidence. The boss waved to everyone to be quiet, smiled and said, you fit in here, tall and strong. But let me tell you, if you don't give us a name, we'll give you one. Right. Princess, another carnival broke out on the table, and the men all looked at a man with a flat head, and the man shook his head and said, "I don't grow hair anymore." The tone was full of resentment, which made everyone even more coaxed. The boss smiled and teased the princess a few times, then looked at me and said, "How is it? My name is Mateo. How about you?" The table was quiet, and the boss still had a mocking smile on his face. "Boss, call me boss." I shook my head. "Impossible." The boss looked at his men with wide eyes. I don't know if he was really shocked or pretending. I thought to myself, stop thinking about being low-key. I will never call anyone boss again, and I will never do anything for this guy and his men. His gaze fell back on me. His smile disappeared, and he asked, "What did you say?" I stood up and asked loudly, "Why are you the boss here?" The lively canteen gradually quieted down, and everyone noticed our dispute. The Asian woman sitting alone kept looking at us, guessing what would happen next, and the two people a few tables away were also particularly interested. And Makani was also watching me from a distance. Directly challenging thugs is rare, or challenging the boss. I attracted everyone's attention at once. I was a little proud in my heart, turned around and was about to leave, but I was grabbed by a hand on the hem of my shirt. I was turned back, facing the boss. In fact, I was a few inches taller than him. If he felt embarrassed, it was very good to cover it up. I didn't hide it, and a smile appeared on my face. The boss smiled self-deprecatingly, probably to relieve the embarrassment, and muttered, "Why am I the boss?" He put his hands on his chest and said to everyone, "I'm the boss, because I'm the strongest person here." He licked his lips, turned around, and shouted to the audience with open arms, "Who wants to see a special duel tonight?" Duel. His men cheered, and the others, whether they felt threatened or wanted to watch the fun, also cheered, and soon, the cafeteria was as noisy as an arena, and even some guards were fanning the flames. "Luckily, I have a game scheduled tonight," the boss shouted, and there was another burst of cheers, and the villains began to knock on the table. He strutted in the cafeteria, tapping his head with his fingers, closing his eyes and shaking his fingers. "Do you know, I spent the whole night thinking about who my opponent was tonight. All night. I don't want to choose from among you because I love you all," I complained in my heart. "Yes, that's right." The boss turned around and walked up to me and said, "But today, we have volunteers, right? Mateo, it turns out that he can choose his opponent by himself." The boss said to the crowd, "This fish just came in, but it has the courage to fight me. Praise him. Hurry up, I want to hear it. He should listen too. This is his pleasure." He began to throw his fists, shouting, "Mateo, Mateo, Mateo." Everyone in the cafeteria called my name. My confidence began to fade, and the bad premonition grew stronger and stronger, and I made a big mistake. This is the Lingling, the place where the most dangerous criminals are held. And I became the most concerned person in less than a day. The boss came over, put his hand on my shoulder, and continued to say to the audience, "Everyone is here tonight, Mateo. Let's have an official duel." The audience cheered, calling my name louder, and the boss leaned into my ear and whispered, "Don't be so nervous. This will be your first and last duel. So much attention, so many people, and the honor of fighting me. You should enjoy today, because tomorrow you will not be here." He patted me on the shoulder and shouted, "Applause, Mateo. You all know the time and place. See you then back in the cell." Makani said, "Didn't I ask you to keep a low profile?" I didn't expect that after the boss farce. "Not many people dared to talk to me," I replied. "I only remember you shutting me up," staring anxiously at the ceiling and asking her, "What the hell is going on with this duel? I don't owe you anything, including information." I interrupted her impatiently. "I still need to prove my worth." She didn't speak. I glanced at her and asked again, "Can this duel get people out? What do you think?" She rolled her eyes and said, "How do I know?" I sat up and said, "I was framed, killed my friend. I don't belong here at all. I have powers in my body that I don't know, and now I think I'm going to die tonight. You don't even tell me such a simple thing. And your name?" She lowered her head, and I looked away and whispered, "Can you at least tell me what's going to happen next?" She whispered, "Shortly after breakfast, we will be taken to the yard, which is our free time." She lay back on the bed, facing the wall, and I lay down as well. "I don't know how long it took," she said. "About my name. My name is Makani. There was another silence. I said thank you. What I didn't see was that Makani had a wry smile on his face, but his eyes were trembling with sadness. Now it is impossible to blend in with the crowd, and wherever I go, I will be stared at, and the same is true on the way to the yard. The yard was outdoors, very large. There were many physical activities, and there was gym equipment, and someone was already exercising, and Lars and his men were gathered on the other side of the yard. Although they saw me, they didn't come to disturb me. It must have been Lars who gave the order. I found a shady place to sit against the prison wall, trying to clear my mind. Makani, Lars, the boss, Iris, Sorrel. There are too many things. I can only piece together the clues little by little. I was concentrating on thinking when I saw 3 boys and a girl walking towards me. And at first I wasn't sure if they were coming at me, but I was soon sure that the brown-haired boy walking in front of me had a basketball under his armpit, looking a little younger than Carvey and my dad. As they approached, I quickly stood up, moved away from the wall, and prepared for self-defense. The 4 stopped a few steps away, and the boy in front of them asked, "You're the one Lars wants to recruit. You're Mateo, right?" I nodded slowly. He took a step forward. I took a step back, raised my hands. I was taller than them, maybe stronger. If I wasn't besieged, maybe I could win. But I remembered that Makani easily lifted me up in the morning. If it weren't for Iris, I might not be an opponent at all. I don't know how to use Iris yet. If the bluff works, I can only fight. He threw the basketball to his companions and motioned for them to step back, saying, "You 3 step back." He's nervous. It's normal. And after they stepped back slightly, he turned to me and said, "We're not here to fight," and then stretched out his right hand. "My name is Joey. I admire what you just did." I looked at his face, then at his hand, hesitated for a few seconds, but decided to trust him, shook his hand and said, "Mateo, you already know." Joey nodded. "Nice to meet you. These are my friends. Let's play basketball together." A boy who was a little shorter than Joey, with copper-colored skin and curly black hair, came over and said, "My name is Scott. You're brave. It's good to dare to resist that bastard." He laughed. I smiled back, said hello, and Scott stepped aside. Then, a fair-skinned, ginger-haired girl approached, slender, like a person who was good at jumping, and said, "My name is Emily. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I hope you can beat him tonight." I shook her hand, thinking to myself, finally a friendly person. Finally, the shortest boy came over, blonde hair and short beard. His eyes were full of determination. He did not shake hands, but stretched out his fists. "Aaron, I prefer to clink fists," I said. "Makes sense," and bumped fists with him. "Okay, now that we know each other," Joey said, "we have a player who was injured yesterday and can't find a substitute. Would you like to make up the numbers?" I looked at Russ and his men, and then at the court. The court is in the middle of the yard, and there are a lot of people watching the game now, and playing will definitely attract more attention. But since I had to quit, I have always wanted to play basketball again. Joey seemed to see through my mind and asked, "Have you played before?" I nodded, picked up the basketball he handed me, bounced it, caught it, and recalled the feeling of the basketball in my hand. "So what are you waiting for?" he asked, fiddling with the basketball and asking the question I had been thinking about all morning. "What does Lars mean by duel?" Joey tilted his head, looked at the court and said, "Come and play a game. He'll tell you after the game." Stepping onto the pitch against the winner of the previous game. The previous crowd almost doubled. The stadium was full of cheers, the same as at breakfast. The only difference was that these people were not cheering for me. They just wanted to watch the game lively. I leaned over and said to Joey, "Why are so many people paying attention?" Joey dribbled and said, "The team we're going to play against may be the strongest here, but we're one of the few teams that dare to resist them all the time. And we almost lost to them yesterday." I nodded. "Then well, pull them down." And Joey said, "That's right. Did you see the black man with his sleeves cut? His name is Aiden. He is their best player. He is very good at breaking through, shooting, and passing. And you have to keep an eye on him all the time." I quickly heard who Joey was talking about. A man with a lot of confidence, long curly black hair, and a neat hand that had never been lost. The opposing players are all tall and coordinated, and this duel is definitely not easy to fight. As we walked to the center of the court, the Kings turned their heads to look over, and as soon as Aiden recognized us, he immediately had a determined smile on his face. And when his eyes fell on me, he smiled even brighter, and nodded excitedly, clearly waiting to compete with us. I followed Joey to the midfield, and when my teammates were warming up, Aiden took the initiative to greet him. And when I got closer, I saw that he had a beard and a chin, and the necklace was still stuffed into his clothes. Joey spoke first. Is your knee okay? Aiden bent his knees and moved. It's very good. You can't beat me off the field so easily. Then you have to try. Aiden looked at me and turned back to Joey. You're quite bold. Are you sure this kid is reliable? He's young and tall, and his athleticism is stronger than our old guys. Young people can't make up for technology. He's fine. Joey was sure. Aiden smacked his mouth. It's strange. You are usually so cautious. You always like to gamble when playing basketball, right? How can you win without taking risks? I agree. Aiden's eyes were on me again. Then let's see if this bet is worth it. After saying that, he turned back to the team and waved his hand with his back to us. Look forward to a good ball. Don't let me down. Xiaoyu, the volunteer referee, stood between me and Aiden. And although he was the second tallest opponent and a few inches shorter than me, he insisted on competing with me for the jump ball. The old rule: win by 50 points first. Admit foul by yourself. No time limit. 3, 2, 1. Jump ball. The ball was thrown into the air. Aiden and I jumped at the same time. I touched the ball with my fingertips first and flicked the ball to Joey behind me. Aiden smiled smugly. The cheers of the audience became the background sound, and Joey advanced directly with the ball. I set my role before the game. I played center. Both offense and defense were under the basket, and the opposing center was about the same height as me, and I had to stare at him. I haven't played an official match for a long time, and I have to play against adult veterans who are fast, smart, and strong. Even if I am tall, my body can't take advantage. But I quickly found the right rhythm. Didn't fight with the opponent. Changed to a more aggressive offense. And even pulled outside the three-point line to mobilize the defense, so that the opposing center lost one thing and the other. And their defense line was full of holes. Although the score was almost the same, we just tied the score in the 40th minute. And I also built a defensive wall in the penalty area and blocked a lot of shots. Joey and I are even more tacit. We have never played together, but we seem to have a good heart. The original unknown between Joey and Aiden has directly become a two-known. And Aiden can't prevent two people no matter how strong he is. Joey passed the ball to Scott. The opponent immediately raised his arm to block. Scott dribbled 2 steps to Emily. Emily made a precise pass through the crotch. As soon as the ball reached my fingertips, I directly jumped up and dunked. A quarter of the prisoners on the sidelines were boiling. The score showed 46-47. We were only 3 points away from winning. Aiden sent a sideline ball to himself, slowly approached Joey, and the fake shot made Joey almost jump, and then took the opportunity to break through from the right, and Joey quickly returned to block between him and the basket. Aiden wanted to shake Joey with his back, but Joey saw through it. He quickly changed direction and broke through again, shook off Joey and rushed straight at me, and moved the opposing center forward. I bet he would attack on his own, but he actually hit the ground with his crotch and passed the ball to his teammates, and the man directly replicated my dunk, and the audience exploded again. When the ball bounced to the basket, I reacted instantly, picked up the ball and served the fast break. I didn't need to look at it to know that Joey was definitely in the right position. Joey received the ball and rushed straight to the empty basket, but Aiden quickly chased back, fanned the ball. After the ball went out of bounds, I picked up the ball and wanted to play a fast break. Joey rushed over to distance me. I passed the ball to him, and he immediately turned around and made a three-pointer. As soon as the ball left my hands, I found that Aiden's fingertips touched the ball, and the trajectory was off, and I immediately rushed to the rebound position to get stuck. The ball bounced out of the frame. I jumped to catch the ball. The opposing center immediately defended. I first passed to Emily at the free throw line, and then turned to Joey at the top of the arc. Joey faked a throw over Aiden to break through the inside, attracted the defense and passed it to me, but Aiden returned to the defense in time to block. I couldn't shoot. Caught a glimpse of Scott in the open position. First gave the ball to Aaron, and then Aaron passed it to Scott. Even if Aiden predicted the tactics, it was too late, and Scott hit a shot to kill the game directly. I collapsed to the ground from exhaustion and gasped, and Aiden walked up to me and stretched out his sweaty hand. Good fight, man. I held my hand and was pulled up. Thank you. You too. He patted my chest lightly as he walked by. I won't lose next time. Neither will I. He chuckled and walked away. As soon as I won the game, I was surrounded by prisoners and praised. And after the adrenaline receded, I thought about Lars and the duel, and used the excuse of drinking water to squeeze through the crowd to find Joey. but I saw Lars blocking Makani in the corner with his men, and Makani obviously didn't want to stay there. Despite my exhaustion, I immediately squeezed through the crowd to help her, but accidentally bumped into Joey. "Joey, are you okay? Damn, Mateo, you really have a lot of strength." He rubbed his arms and frowned. I apologized awkwardly. "I'm sorry." "Sorry, it's okay. If you win, I'll forgive you. Let's have lunch together, okay?" I glanced at Makani, who was sitting on the ground. "Sorry, I have to take a step first." I quietly followed Lars and Makani, and Lars said to his men, "Pull her up." The two immediately set up Makani. "It's too early to talk about it. Makani, Rasmor is holding the ring. I didn't tell him anything. Don't waste time." Lars approached her. "What did you say to the little fish?" "I didn't say anything. If you want to know, just ask him yourself. He has never had a good face for me." The guard next to him clearly saw it, but he was indifferent. And Lars laughed after hearing this, and suddenly swung his fist and smashed it on the wall next to Makani's face, and the wall was directly smashed into a hole. "You must have let that kid humiliate me. It's to get revenge on me for Taylor's affairs, right? I never told him." "Shut up, don't lie. It was you who betrayed me in the first place. And Taylor ended up in order to protect you. I warned you not to play tricks. What do you want to change?" I really couldn't listen anymore and interrupted. Lars turned his head to look at me for a long time and approached step by step. "I want her to never see her friends again." I also stepped forward, my fists clenched white, but Joey patted me on the shoulder. "Mateo, you are new. Lingling strictly prohibits physical violence for these 3 months." Russ said, "I thought we agreed not to interfere with each other." "I'm not arguing with you. I just want the little fish to understand the rules." I was not convinced. "What I just saw is not violent. If you don't hurt someone directly, it doesn't count. At most it's a dispute, and the guards will only treat it as an accident," Joy explained. I was so angry that my eyes lit up blue and white. "Then how do I clean up this guy now?" Lars sneered. And Joey hurriedly said, "Don't wait. Lars must have made an appointment with you to duel tonight this morning. He can keep changing opponents until the afternoon. But as long as you accept the challenge, the game will be dead, and he can't change it anymore." "I accept Lars' duel," I shouted directly to the nearest guard. The guard nodded and recorded, and Lars sneered, "Let's see." Then he ordered his men to let go of Makani. I looked at the frightened Makani. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." I reached out to help her, but was pushed away. "What the hell do you want to do?" "No need to pretend to be kind. I'm not weak or stupid. You just want to take advantage of me." She stood up, her eyes shining with a faint green light. "Don't mess with me." After saying that, I walked away between me and Joey, and I wanted to catch up, but Joey stopped me. "Why do you care about her so much? You didn't even have breakfast together. She is my cellmate. Let's go have lunch first. It's time to wash our hands." Joey took me to a little used bathroom, where the guard needed permission to enter, and we had to wait in line, and there was no one when we arrived. The guard saw that Joey was particularly enthusiastic. "You guys played so well today. This is the little fish. Well played." Joey introduced. "His name is Mateo, and he just arrived yesterday. I heard that Lars dueled with you. How did you provoke him?" "He asked me to call him boss." The guard laughed and said that there was only Aiden inside. The machine in the bathroom can be washed and dried while taking a bath, which is very convenient. After washing up, we went to the cafeteria to eat. The meal was cold noodles and chicken nuggets. I avoided my eyes when I passed by Lars. Joey led me to his teammates' table. Aiden was actually there, sitting alone at the end. After we sat down, Aiden put down his fork and said awkwardly, "You played well." Joey touched him with his elbow. "You too." After a few seconds of silence, the two couldn't help but laugh out loud. The smell of gunpowder before was gone, and the prisoners passing by also praised me for playing well, and I realized that I was already famous after playing, and many people were secretly looking at me. When Joey saw me finish eating, he opened his mouth to fulfill his promise. "Let's agree. I'll tell you about the spirit bell first, and then you ask anything else." About 3 months ago, a rain of debris completely changed Lingling prison. Before, it was an ordinary prison. After the rain of debris, Sorrel came, set stricter rules, and completely prohibited prisoners from fighting. But he also gave everyone a chance to regain their freedom. Win his iris game and you can get out of prison directly. And the key to all this is the iris. I have iris fragments in my body, and the prisoners here have been forced by Sorrel to awaken their powers, and those who can't bear it have died. and those who came with me have probably awakened. There are prisoner duels every day in the prison, proctored by Sorrel and a team of scientists, and battle data will be collected, and you can use your iris ability with all your might during the duel. You don't have to keep your hands. You can advance if you win. You can also schedule in advance, and you can even choose your own opponent. Lars was the first to win the duel, so he was able to designate me as his opponent, probably because of the rarity of my abilities. If you want to get out of prison, you must win 10 of 12 duels, and if you lose 3, you have to start over. The prisoners here will do whatever it takes to win. I must be prepared. Joey asked me again about my understanding of the iris, and I was just about to lift my hair to show off the tattoo. But Joey stopped me. Don't show the tattoo. Under the tattoo is the gem core of the ability, and the ability can be stolen. I was shocked. Joey asked me to whisper the name of the ability, and I approached and whispered, Skyfire. Los ability. Aiden's eyes widened instantly, and Joey immediately asked me to sit down, telling me that I must not tell anyone that this ability is too rare, and everyone will want to grab it once it spreads. Then the two told me that iris users are like using rechargeable batteries, and overuse can lead to limb limitations, paralysis, and even death, and they are willing to help me. One is to see loss deflated, and the other is that I have become a celebrity in prison after playing. The noon bell rang and lunch was over, and Joey and Aiden asked me to follow them closely, saying that chaos was going to start in the afternoon. As soon as we left the cafeteria, everyone started to run wildly, and we ran around to the right half of the prison, which was originally abandoned to be converted into a mental hospital, but was converted into an iris training room by Sorrel, and only Joey and Aiden knew about it. There are trackers and surveillance. It is impossible to escape. We find the guard Nate, who is allowed to take off his armor and start training. Joey used all of his skills to accurately find the tattoo on my hairline, and used the scanner to project a holographic panel. The amount of data was amazing, and both of them were shocked, and told me that Skyfire belongs to the rarest mythical class, Los Light attribute. Then they gave me a classification of popular science abilities: Soma, who controls the body, and Mialo, who controls the mind externally. Taki controls natural elements. Arnold recombinates material particles. And Risu controls the field. Mythology is divided into light Loth and dark Kadir. Los is related to healing, and Kadir is biased towards destruction. After the basics, Joey asked me to activate my abilities immediately and prepare for practical training. Take it easy. Don't be nervous. A few seconds later, Joey turned on Olasai and said to Mateo, focus on the gem core in your body. Mateo wondered. Gem core. Joey explained it has the characteristics of your ability, like the heart of the iris. Feel the iris flow through it, flow down the neck to the limbs, and then circulate back to the forehead to flow again. Mateo's forehead felt warm after doing it, and the tattoo suddenly burst out with a strong light, and Joey and Aiden couldn't help but cover their eyes. Joey continued. Now control the flow of the iris. Lead from the forehead to the right foot, then change to the left foot, big toe, little toe, and finally spread the 5 toes evenly. Mateo easily completed the order. Joey was shocked on the spot, and Aiden whispered, you picked up a monster. Joey swallowed and responded, I know. Then Joey asked Mateo to lead the iris to his arms, and the arms instantly ignited blue and white flames. Mateo opened his eyes to look at the beating flames, and Joey hurriedly asked, does it hurt? Mateo shook his head. This flame is like a part of my body. He can also accurately control the temperature of the flames on his arms and fingers. And Aiden asked, can the legs catch fire? Mateo shook his head. Only arms, shoulders, chest, and upper back are fine. Joey looked at the panel and muttered, no problem. Mateo wondered, I have the ability to heal, but the ability is fire. Isn't this Tochi's ability? Joy said the use of elements is similar, but his abilities cannot fly and heal, and your abilities are far more complex than the data. Aiden stepped forward and said, don't talk nonsense. Put fire on me. Mateo was surprised. Are you sure? Aiden's violet eyes lit up. I can bear it. Just come. After getting Joey's nod, Mateo condensed the white and blue flames and shot at Aiden, who easily defused the attack and commented, not bad. But you keep your hands. But it is a good sign that you can control the intensity. Joey announced, I have to go back in less than 3 hours. First practice iris perception for an hour, and then practice advanced skills in actual combat. Mateo quickly mastered the iris control cycle, and then learned skills such as running on the wall and increasing strength, and also knew that the iris was like a battery, and it would be exhausted if it was used too quickly, and rational use was the key. He also tested different attack strengths, and learned Olesai, which can see the flow of the iris like an X-ray and distinguish the type of ability. But he can't do it yet. Joey and Aiden said that they can also locate other people's gem cores after practice, while resting and rehydrating. Joey asked, "Do you think everyone's iris capacity is the same?" Mateo said it's different. "You have been practicing for a few months, and you must have more reserves than me." Joey said everyone has the same initial capacity when they awaken, and in the later stage, they rely on circulation and control to improve. And the actual combat improvement is faster but more dangerous. And you have to prepare for a duel tonight. Aiden said you are making progress quickly and will soon catch up with us. Mateo asked if the training was a pair of all-out competitions, and Aiden pointed to the Wentworth material in the room, saying that this material could protect the field, but it still hurt to hit it, and then asked Mateo if he was ready, and Mateo nodded firmly. At the beginning of the actual battle, Mateo attacked with flames. Aiden released a gem fist to counterattack. Mateo built a firewall to block, and then fired a fireball around the back. Joey muttered beside him he lasted the longest. The battle is flexible. The iris management is good, but it is too reckless. Aiden dodged the attack and punched again. Mateo resisted but suddenly couldn't supply the iris, so he could only grab the gem fist on fire. Aiden turned his wrist, and the fist slammed into Mateo's chin, and also trapped his hands and feet, and Mateo could only surrender. He smashed into the wall irritably and roared, "I haven't won once after practicing for so long. How can I beat Lars?" Joey's persuasion was interrupted by him, and the two broke out in an argument. And Mateo collapsed and shouted out what had happened. His friend was killed. He was framed. He was forced to awaken his ability. His mother's life and death were uncertain, and his brother was still an addict. Joey was serious and taught him to take responsibility and respect those who really helped him. Mateo bowed his head in shame and took the initiative to apologize to Joey and Aiden and promise not to be impulsive. Aiden smiled and shook hands, and seriously warned, "If you hint that I am weaker than Lars again, I will send you to the infirmary." After that, Joey was ready to teach Mateo domain knowledge, because Lars has the ability to revive domains. The two stood still. Aiden was the referee. Joey opened the desert field, and the room instantly turned into a desert. Aiden explained the field has a range limit. The smaller the stronger, the bigger and weaker, and there are clear boundaries, which can be seen with Olati, and if you can't escape, you can only fight hard. Mateo is worried that Lars' domain covers the arena, and Joey said that his natural fire can heal itself and his endurance lasts longer than most domain holders. The battle began. Joey controlled the sand whip to attack. Mateo dodged flexibly but was entangled in his ankles. Joey set off a sand wave approaching. Mateo remembered the rules of the field, saw through the sand wave as an illusion, and used flames to accelerate into the air to counterattack, but was still trapped by the sand and surrendered. Joey pulled him up and praised, "You are extremely adaptable, but you are too eager to succeed, and it is the key to dealing with the domain holder to get close." Mateo remembered it in his heart. The three of them cleaned up and left the training ground, and Joey asked Mateo to go back to the cell to rest first, and then talk about business an hour later. Mateo returned to the cell and told Makani that he would defeat Lars to avenge Taylor, and Makani said he would be there to watch. Then Mateo went to find Joey and Aiden, and the two began to reveal the gem core. The gem core is only the size of a marble, and the ability is stored in it. Stealing the ability requires taking out the core of others and contacting your own blood, and can hold up to 3 abilities at the same time. Then Aiden talked about the rules of the fight. Unknown open battles. Win 10 games to change your identity and regain freedom. Duels are not prohibited from killing. Only stealing cores is rewarded. And Lars is a dual wielder, relying on killing opponents to steal ability, and also enjoys killing very much. Mateo met Lars by chance during the meal. Lars deliberately found fault, knocked over his dinner plate, and smeared mashed potatoes on his face, forcibly stuffed them into his mouth to humiliate him. Mateo couldn't bear to grab Lars' wrist and threw him to the table. Lars shouted to the guards, but no one paid attention, and was stopped by Aiden when he wanted to do it. Mateo's eyes ignited a hot white and blue flame. Lars was instantly shocked and did not dare to step forward. Mateo and the three of them left. Lars was ashamed and angry. He could only lose his temper with his men. Aiden patted Mateo's shoulder and sighed. I really didn't see you being so powerful. I'm a ruthless character. I wiped the mashed potatoes from my face and pushed the plate to Joey. You eat it. Are you teasing me? Joey was anxious. You are the one who is going to duel tonight. This meal should have been eaten by you. Eat quickly. You have to make up for it. Aiden also pushed his plate over, and as soon as I wanted to refute, he shook his head firmly, and I understood immediately. But I still couldn't help but ask, aren't you hungry? Aiden smiled. I'm hungry, but I've been hungry before. It's okay. You eat yours. I picked up the warm chicken casserole and was about to eat it when Joey spoke. Listen to me during the meal. The category of iris is different. You saw it today. Don't think which category is stronger than the others. Even if you have this ability, you are not as powerful as us. It's just a different type. I swallowed. Okay. What the hell do you want to say? Level 3 and category 7 are balanced. But some categories do have strengths, especially the external category. Isn't there only 3 categories of external categories? I stuffed my mouth with rice. Is the rock paper scissors co-authored? Yes. Tochi holders can create elemental power anytime and anywhere, no matter what the environment. So they have an advantage against Risu holders. And Risu's domain is useless to them. Risu has an advantage against Arnold holders, because Arnold has to rely on material things to use his ability, and he is limited in unfamiliar fields in the end. Arnold can restrain Tochi, and some Tochi use earth or ice, which can be controlled by Arnold. Simply put, enemies that can counteract your main ability are the hardest to fight. Nara's is very weak against Tochi. My flame belongs to Tochi, I said with a piece of meat. That's right. Telling you this is to keep you from being nervous. Joey looked at me. I think you're a little panicked. As for the internal and mythological categories, they are in 2 categories, balanced with each other. So don't be afraid. We don't know what another ability of Lars is, but it is definitely not a mythical type. You don't have to be afraid of being strong with the ability of Kadir. I took another bite and tried to relax. Then when will the duel start? In a few minutes. The guards on the right will come to take you. You don't have to do anything. Just listen to them. Duels usually start at 6 or 8 o'clock, and we will be watching from one side of the skybox, with Sorrel and the warden on the other. You guys, how many duels have you participated in? Not a few times. But this matter spreads quickly. Don't worry, Mateo. Let's have a good talk after the duel. Why do you think I can survive? I didn't expect to ask this myself. Aiden grinned. TSK. Where did you go to that conceit before? We don't think you can survive it. Joey replied. It's strange. We think you will definitely win. When I finished eating, the 2 guards really came, just like Joey said, and asked me to follow them. When I was escorted out of the cafeteria by Russ, I stared at my feet, not daring to look at others. Walking through the block to the right half of the prison, Makani poked out from behind as he passed a pillar. As we approached, she turned around and asked the guard, "Can I say a few words to him alone?" The guards hesitated, and Makani rolled up his sleeves to reveal his armor. I don't know if it was for this reason. They actually agreed. You're wasting your time, a female guard told me. Makani came over soon. I raised my eyebrows. What are you going to do? The ring in his hand is the key to his ability. If he throws the ring into the sky, it will activate the domain. I know this. I didn't expect her to help me, so I quickly took out the diagonal square from my pocket and handed it to her. Makani held his breath and stared at the block dumbfounded. Thanks. I tapped my chest twice with my fist. I'm sure I'll clean him up for you and Taylor. Mateo, I can't stand it, she said, wanting to return the block to me. I smiled. You can do it. Help me keep it first, and he'll get it back after the duel. I left with the guards. All doubts about the duel were gone, and there was only one thought: I will win tonight. It wasn't until I walked away that Makani thought I couldn't hear him, wiped his face in a broken down and whispered, "No, thank you, Mateo." When I got to a door, Sorrel was standing in a room that looked like an infirmary. "Welcome back." He turned, hiding his excitement. "Sit down." "Mateo, are you going to cut my forehead again?" Sorrel smiled. "No, just do a check before the duel. You had a wonderful first day, right?" The machine above me was in place, and I shrugged. "Forget it, but it's not over yet." He smiled again. "They should have told you everything they had to say, right?" He looked at me, and I looked away at the red light. "Well, I said it." When the machine scanned me, Sorrel asked, "Do you have anything to ask me?" I thought about it and watched the machine rise to the ceiling. "No." "Get off the chair," Sorrel said excitedly. The scan showed that I was fine. "Guard, take him to the preparation room." When the guards urged me to leave, Sorrel called out to me, "I'm looking forward to seeing your duel. Good luck, Mateo, TSK. Who wants your good luck?" Turning into another corridor, walking for 20 seconds to the end, pushing open another door. This room is much smaller than the infirmary, and there is another door opposite. The guard asked me to take off my armor, and I realized how carefully it was arranged. The room was too small. I couldn't beat the two guards, and I didn't have a chance to sneak attack. I handed the armor to the guards, changed my clothes, and followed them into the next room. This room was smaller than the previous training. The guards stood around, and there was a small platform on the left with fruit bowls and water, and the guard said I could eat whatever I wanted. I walked over, and someone shouted behind me, "There are still 20 minutes left for the duel to start. You can arrange this time yourself." When I saw the mango slices in the bowl, I was immediately excited and devoured them, eating watermelon and blueberries while pondering Russ. Makani said that his ring is the key to activating the realm, similar to Joey's shepherd's staff. But fortunately, I know that he has to throw the ring into the sky to use it, so it's easy to do. I'll defend it first, and wait for him to show another ability. Taking a small glass of water, I remembered what Aiden and Joey had taught me. Sitting on the ground a few feet from the table and closing my eyes into meditation, concentration on the gem core, feeling the warm tingling of the iris. I began to circulate the iris force to all parts of my body, recalling that feeling. As I meditated, the guards were stunned by the raw power on my body. The tattoo on my forehead lit up first, then darkened, and after a few seconds it became brighter. 10 minutes later, I felt ready, opened my eyes, continued to feel the energy flowing in my body, injected a lot of iris force into my arm, and immediately ignited blue and white flames on my arm. The guards were stunned and whispered to each other. I did the movements I had learned before and repeated them until the time was up. Turning off the flame, relaxing my muscles, I drank another glass of water. "Put your hands behind your back," said one of the guards, and after I put down my cup and was handcuffed, they took me to the other end of the training room, through a short hallway, into a large oval room. "This is the arena." On the other side of the room, Lars was looking at me arrogantly, and the guards were escorting him. In my upper left, Sorrel and the warden stared at the arena through the curved glass wall on the right. Many prisoners sit, cheering as if they were watching a sports game. I saw Aiden and Joey sitting together, not cheering, and Makani hiding in the observation area on the far right, as if she didn't want me to see her. I pretended not to see and turned my attention back to Lars. Sorrel's voice came from the speaker. "Remind the two warriors that before the duel begins, attacking the guards or each other will be punished. And the duel is about to begin." I walked into the small circle opposite Las Vegas and felt the momentum of the light gray arena, with about 100 guards standing on the facade, cameras everywhere, and cheers growing louder. The handcuffs were removed. I rubbed my wrists, and Russ mocked, "It looks like I have more fans than I thought." He stared at me and took a deep breath. "The air tonight, it's boring. These bastards are all here to attend your funeral. It's a pity that you don't deserve it." I ignored him and kept staring at the ring on his left hand, wondering what his domain would be like. "Warriors, get ready. Start in 15 seconds. Sorrel began the countdown. 15, 14, 13. When the countdown was countdown, I stared at Lars, ready to defend in advance. But he didn't hide it at all. His posture was fierce. He stomped on the ground with his head down and slipped the ring. 3, 2, 1. Start. Russ immediately took off the ring and threw it into the sky. I stared at the ring, waiting to see what the field was like, and at the moment I was distracted. He rushed towards me on all fours, tearing his clothes and turning into a two-horned bull. Hearing the sound of horses' hooves, I realized that he was close to me. The ring was a bait. I didn't have time to dodge, so I quickly wrapped my arm in flames and wanted to launch a fireball, but the time was too urgent, and the fireball was too weak to be useful. Russ rushes past my attacks, pierces my chest with horns, and kicks me to the ground. He roared like a bull, raised his hind legs to show off in front of the audience. Some cheered, but most were worried and probably felt that the fight was over. But Joey and Aiden knew it in their hearts. Aiden was even snickering, and when Lars saw it, he suddenly felt a lot of iris power surging behind him, turned around suddenly, and sneered. I sat up, my right hand pressed to my chest. The skyfire healed the wound, and when I stood up, My tattoo was dazzlingly bright, and my eyes were shining blue and white. My flames caught everyone's attention, and Sorrel couldn't take his eyes off. And the warden next to him looked at his out-of-control look, his eyes sharpening. Lars was stunned by my ability and turned around and roared, what kind of devil are you, while healing the wound with flames? I poured the iris force into the soles of my feet, flew towards Lars, jumped higher than him, stretched out my arms to my chest, gathered the iris force in my palms, and after a pause, the sky fire burned fiercely, and a powerful flame shot directly at him. The flames approached. Lars' eyes widened in fright. Adrenaline soared, and animal instincts drove him on all fours, pumping iris force into each hoof. I jumped away to avoid the impact, and the flames suddenly split into a fan, and I followed closely with the cover of the flames. He used the same move he used against me before. Aiden leaned forward and said. Joey hugged his arms, but did he learn from his mistakes? The flames burned Lars. He roared angrily to recover. I found him hit by the left outer edge of the flame fan, quickly turned and changed direction, spewed strong flames with his right hand, pushed himself forward a few feet, quickly approached the defenseless Lars, and poured iris force into his right fist to maximum power. No, he's too anxious, Joey said, and now he has no brains to think. I was in a hurry to knock out Lars, and I didn't notice that he was waiting patiently for the right moment. When blood and iris are mixed, untrained people like Mateo are controlled by emotions, Joy said. I threw my fist, and Russ dodged and got back up to stand on my hind legs. After being overwhelmed by adrenaline, he forgets key information. And as for Mateo, Joey watched Lars kick a hoof into my stomach, and he forgot about Lars' field. I coughed up blood and was knocked to the ground again, and this time it fell farther and more painful. Russ chased after me on all fours without hesitation. I heard the sound of horses' hooves, opened my eyes to see his blurred figure. His left hand pressed on his stomach to heal, and he instantly pressed on me. I hurriedly used the force of the iris to defend, but I was still kicked into the air, which could only offset part of the impact, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the pain in my lower back was unbearable. I fell from the sky, losing my mind in pain, not paying attention to Russ' next move. He dragged his hooves on the ground and waited, pinpointing where I fell. Lars timed it right and slammed his thick forehead into my unprotected body, and I was knocked 20 feet away, instinctively pulling the iris force to my back, and then crashed into the arena's boundary wall. The force field lessened, and I slumped against the wall, and the nearby guards quickly dodged. The crowd fell silent, and Sorrel leaned forward, looking concerned to see me clearly, while the warden noticed his reaction. In another skybox, Makani covered his mouth with his hands and stared at me with trembling eyes. Only Joey and Aiden were not worried at all. Well, now it's time for him to wake up, Joey said. Someone next to him leaned over and whispered, "What, he definitely can't stand up?" Aiden smiled. That kind of attack can kill most ordinary people, even some iris users. But today I understand. I slowly stood still. Lars' eyes were red with anger, and my flames burned fiercely on my body. Mateo is not an ordinary person. Not at all. Russ roared angrily, "Why don't you lie down?" I healed silently and didn't look at him. What the hell is going on? I've never heard of elemental power doing this. I looked at him. Do you want to continue talking nonsense? Or do you really want to do it? Lars rushed towards me angrily, and I watched his movements carefully. It looks like he's fine, Joey said, and Aiden nodded slightly. I put the iris into my palm and drooped my arms. He has both abilities of Risu and Soma. I don't know much about Soma, but I guess it's about the same as Risu, because he can't maintain a bull shape for a long time, although he hits me a few times. But he has no advantage in a protracted battle. I used the flames as fuel, accelerated in time to dodge, and Russ slammed his head forward into the metal casing. The barrier flickered, and a large amount of smoke exploded from the ground. I spun in the air, using my hands to help move towards the wall above Lars, pouring iris force into the bottom of my feet, and briefly pressing it against the wall, knowing that the barrier wouldn't keep me there for long. Using the techniques I had learned in Defiantos, pushing off the wall, moving towards the center of the arena, spreading my arms like wings, wrapped in flames, waving my arms, using the flames as fuel, firing a condensed prism of blue and white flames towards Lars. I have the advantage. Lars was still in the shock of hitting the wall, so he could only bear the attack abruptly, and did not have time to defend with iris force. I stood up immediately after landing, my arms raised high, and I was ready. I haven't learned to use ulti and flame at the same time, so I'll just make do with it. I waved my right arm and the flames went through the smoke, hoping to hit Lars inside. Lars kept his distance, not giving me a chance to take advantage of it, and could only use his iris force to jump over my attacks. Aiden saw Joey laugh for the first time in this duel and leaned over and said, "You see, he finally learned to restrain himself." I move away from the smoke, circulate the iris power out of my arm, activate Olesai, and quickly observe Lars' realm, a hemispherical that doesn't cover the entire arena. I took a few steps out of his domain, focusing on the blue-gray smoke dissipating and the film of light flowing into my arms. Therefore, the battle must be fought outside the field. Suddenly, a burned and bleeding Lars rushed out of the smoke, and when he saw my location, he stopped. I stared at him, drawing a small line of flame on the ground with my fingers, finishing along the edge of his domain, confidently flipping my palm and provoking him. The cheers of the crowd came from behind him, and Lars snorted angrily, rubbing his hind legs on the ground, and finally rushed towards me. It was his fastest charge, but it also took us further away from his territory, and he was not lightly injured. I pumped my iris into my legs and jumped to the far left, forcing Lars to slow down and change direction. He couldn't control his body anymore. I regrouped the iris force in my arms and threw another wave of flames at him. Lars jumped over in time. I jumped high again with the flames. He stood on his hind legs, poured the iris force into his hooves, wanted to jump up and fight me in the air, waving his hooves at me. I see Lars saw me grinning, and fear instantly overwhelmed him, and he had no strength to attack. A bull wanted to fight in the air outside the field, and he was afraid that he would make a fatal mistake. After all, I was much more agile than him in the air. I hovered directly above him, arms outstretched, palms down, and poured a large amount of iris force into my hands, firing a huge burst of heavenly fire at close range. And the recoil knocked him to the ground, almost slamming me into the ceiling. By gravity, I drew the remaining iris force to my right hand, staring at the burning Lars under my feet, and a fiery flame shot directly into his face, breaking his nose. At the end of the duel, Aiden put his arms around Joey's neck and smiled. Haha, he trained for a day and actually won the double wielding. He patted Joey on the arm. Come on, Joe. Cheer up, it's time for that guy to be beaten. We're really the best teachers. A few seconds later, Joey smiled too, looked at me and said, "Yes, we do deserve recognition, but it is Mateo who fights, and this victory belongs to him." I took a few steps back, gasping for breath, and watched Lars do not move. Did I kill him? Should I kill him? No, he would have killed me. I just did what I had to do. And this victory brought me one step closer to saving my mom and Eric. And I wasn't done yet. I scanned his body up and down for tattoos, and only found a horn-shaped one on his stomach, which I was not interested in. Remembering the ring on his left index finger, I knelt beside his left arm and turned over his blood-stained hand, and below the junction of his index finger and palm, there was a circular tattoo, like a compass. I remembered what Joey and Aiden had said, pouring iris force into my fingers, burning a wound in his hand, and seeing the glow of the gem core in his flesh without Olesai. I frowned and picked out the core with 2 fingers. My fingertips touched the core, and a wave of energy rushed through my body, and I snatched it away. The purple gem was only the size of a marble, but it was as bright as a pearl. I poured the iris into my palm, crushed the gem, dropped the pieces to the ground, and threw the gem core into my mouth and swallowed it like a pill. The core is absorbed by the blood, and a violent burst of energy rushes into the body, similar to when I woke up yesterday. But this time it is easier to control. I had the same tattoo on my left hand in the same place, and I had an extra ring on my index finger. Tomorrow we will have to scan to see what this ability is. Sorrel's voice sounded. The winner of tonight's duel, Mateo Hernandez, please go to the entrance. The guards will take you away, and all spectators should step back to the left. I turned to the crowd and finally heard their cheers, most of them waving their fists and cheering, and a few of the villains looked in disbelief. I found Aiden and Joey, raised my right fist and laughed. Aiden also waved his fist in response, and Joey sat down and nodded. I looked at Makani again, and she clapped her hands shyly and stopped avoiding me. I put my fist to my chest, knocked it twice, and Makani's eyes lit up, and I did as I did, took out the block I had given her, and hid behind the wall. She probably didn't want anyone to see her. As I walked towards the exit, I took one last look at Russ and wasn't sure if he was dead. But I took a third of his life. I did it, and there was no turning back. Looking at the guards at the door, I told myself if I lose, I will die. I will be knocked unconscious, or worse, and the chance to leave this hell will disappear. In this killer kill arena, I am the one who wins today. Leaving the arena, a strange emotion enveloped me. I laughed. My hands were tied behind my back. It turned out that victory was so sweet. Passing through the training room, small room and infirmary, we walked into a door, which was actually a bathroom, and the guard asked me to take a shower and gave me clean clothes and armor. Probably this is the benefit of winning a duel. After washing and packing, I was taken to another hallway. Where are we going? I asked. Sorrel will check the fighters before and after the duel, and we're going to a room where he has more equipment. There was silence all the way, and when I reached the door, it was still a familiar infirmary layout, but there was an operating room behind. And there were more tools in the tray next to the chair. Not only Sorrel, but also a team of scientists tapping on the computer to analyze the data of my duel. Sorrel let the guard leave and stretched out his hand to congratulate me. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you. I smiled and shook his hand. You are one step closer to freedom. He gently touched my face and body. It's incredible that you weren't seriously injured. He walked back to his desk. Sit down. I'll do another checkup. You have been hit a lot hard. You may have internal injuries. I sat down and let the machine scan as usual, and when the test was complete, the machine went up and Sorrel came over with the iris scanner. Oh, don't tell me what the new ability is. I want to see it for myself tomorrow. Sorrel nodded and glanced at the tattoo on my left hand. Okay. He connected the scanner to the computer, restrained himself from not showing me the data, and rubbed his face. I guessed correctly. Abilities and skills are not affected by inheritance. Sorrel pulled out the scanner and put it in the drawer. How do you feel? Tired and hungry, I replied. And he laughed. Normal. This is one of our longest duels yet. He turned to another scientist. Sam, did you bring something here? Sir. The scientist came over with a bowl of mango slices. I drooled immediately, and Sorrel took the bowl from his hand. Are these for me? Sorrel nodded. And I was a little suspicious you didn't play tricks. Did you know? He handed me the bowl, and I immediately picked up a piece and stuffed it into my mouth. When Sorrel was talking to his teammates, I thought while eating I actually don't want to like him. But for the sake of Mango, it doesn't matter if I pretend to be stupid. We are probably acting for each other. Sorrel turned to me. If you win the duel, your queue will be rearranged. And if you lose, you will be at the end. You can choose the next opponent or you can be randomly assigned. But the opponent you choose must be approved by me. By the way, Russ is in critical condition. My chest tightened, but my expression didn't change. His injury was not mainly caused by iris force. I couldn't do surgery, but he still had a gem core, and the doctor could save him. Why are you telling me this? Your eyes, said Sorrel, have changed. Your eyes for a while. You can't tell me, but you are clearly much more relaxed. I finished the last slice of mango, and Sorrel patted me on the shoulder. Congratulations again. I'll let you know when the next duel is arranged. Looking forward to seeing you again. Mateo. Walking out of the room, Sorrel asked the guard to let me go. Escorted back to the block. The guards left as soon as they arrived. The prisoners on the block were like yesterday, either socializing or playing cards. I swaggered to Joey, Aiden, and Makani. Some praised me for winning, some hid from me, and a few thugs stood in the way. They looked angry. I just said get out of the way, and they obediently got out of the way. Soon I saw Aiden, who was chatting with a few people, and didn't see Joey and Makani. Aiden saw me and shouted, Mateo. He pulled me. The duel is so exciting. Brother, come on. Let me introduce you to my basketball teammates. I looked at them awkwardly and nodded. And Aiden pointed to the far left. That's the big Zave. He's been puffing up since he had to tag you. When Aiden introduced his teammates, Joey was looking at the block by the railing on the second floor. He may be able to do it. The growth rate is amazing. It's too early. A rough voice came as the man walked over to Joey. It's just his first game, but he won the double wielding. Joey looked at him. I won't be ahead of him for too long. He might be on par with Toriano one day. The man scoffed. You have too much confidence in him. It's true, Joey said bluntly. How's it going outside? It's getting worse and worse. Amlovos finally appears. Tarika is destroyed. The four-leaf clover is gone, and the clover trinity won't last long. Joey looked around the neighborhood. We have a lot of rebels here. Didn't the Clover family interrogate them? Not yet, but soon. The citizens are either motivated or afraid. A full-scale rebellion is coming, and Clover will do its best to stop it. What role do you play in this? Joey asked. You're not a senior officer anymore, but you can still hear inside information. I'm here to serve the country. That's all. Don't lie to me, Andrew. We've known each other for more than 20 years. It's time for you to start a new life. Humph, muttered the warden. Maybe, but an old friend is here, and I have a grudge to settle. There's always something to keep you here. Joey pushed aside the railing and turned around. I have news for you. After playing cards with Aiden's teammates for hours, the lights were about to go out, and I went back to the cell, and Makani was sitting in her place. I thought she was asleep, and tiptoed to the bed and sat down. That ring, it suits you. She sat up. I looked down at the ring. This is Taylor's ability. Right, I'll pass it on to you for the next duel. Makani raised his eyebrows. Do you still want to lose 1/3 of your vitality? You're such a fool. I laughed seriously. You deserve it. This power should belong to you. But this is your friend's. Taylor would want you to have it. And I'm not worthy. Makani lowered his head. She's dead because I don't dare to stand up for myself. Unlike you, I didn't know what to say, so I had to be silent. Makani stood up and returned the square to me. Thank you. I took it, and she sat down again. Mateo, can I ask you something? Of course. Do you believe in that religion? It sounds like Nevism. Count it as faith. My family is more religious than me. What's wrong? I remember people who believe in Nevis believe in the afterlife. I have never been to a funeral. What do you think? Does Taylor hate me now? I shook my head. No, she won't hate you. I'm too weak. She stammered. Lars has been eyeing me long ago, before he had Iris power. Before he had the power of the duel. I've never been a good person, but I don't know why. The third duel is going to be fought with Lars. I'm only open to Taylor here. I treat her as a friend. I don't know if she's the same. She volunteered to fight for me, and even begged Sorrel and the prison warden to replace me. In her eyes, am I so weak I didn't even dare to watch her duel? That ring, Taylor only used it for a week, and she promised to win. But we all know the ending. She will definitely hate me in the end. She doesn't hate you. Makani looked at me and I said, Taylor fights for you because she cares about you, and whether you are strong or not, she is standing up for her friends. Moreover, we don't know if there is an afterlife. She hates you just thinking too much. Makani bit his trembling lower lip. How are you sure? I'm not sure. I leaned against the wall, holding the square in my hand. It took me a long time to accept that those who left could never see each other again. Couldn't talk, couldn't hug, couldn't laugh together. I only had memories, some cherished, some wanted to forget, but I'm willing to give everything and see them again. I know that even if they have feelings for me, they will want to see me again. So Taylor won't hate you. Makani's tears fell, and I wasn't much better. I took a deep breath, and she suddenly laughed. And a few seconds later I laughed too, not even myself knowing why. What are you laughing at? Am I crying badly? No. I just didn't expect so many things to happen when I woke up today. Especially with you, a cellmate who didn't want to pay attention to me at all, to share such a fragile moment. Suspicious? Where am I suspicious? Makani was a little angry and smiled awkwardly. I raised my eyebrows and looked at her, and she looked away in a panic. Even if I live with you, I am not obliged to tell you everything. I laughed again and put the square on the table. Am I talking to the same person now? She smacked her tongue. I don't want you to be attached to me. Then you will be targeted. You know Taylor's ending, but I think pushing you away is worse. To put it bluntly, you are the target, not me. Okay, let's not talk about this. I got up from the bed, walked to her bed, and stretched out my hand. My name is Mateo. I was wrongfully murdered, my friend Kaveh, and sentenced to 100 years in prison. It seems that I will be in prison with you for a long time. What about you? What is your name? Makani smiled and held my hand. My name is Makani, and I have been sentenced to 15 years in Solbel for theft and drug possession. I can almost see it. It's nice to finally meet you, friend. Hearing the word friend, Makani smiled even brighter and pulled me to her bed. The next day in the cafeteria, they said that no one was staring at us. It was simply only those thugs didn't dare to look at me. Their boss was not there. I walked past their table. They all shrank back. Hey, I leaned into Makani's ear. Why is everyone staring at us? Makani rolled his eyes. Can you use your brain? We walked over to Joey and Aiden's table and sat down, and they silently watched Makani sit next to me. Joey scooped a spoonful of cereal and looked at Aiden. Aiden cleared his throat. Mateo, Why don't you introduce your new friend? I also scooped a spoonful of cereal. Her name is Makani, and she is my cellmate. Joey and Aiden looked at each other again. Aiden glanced at Makani, and then at me. Fortunately, we know you, Mateo. Otherwise we can't let you bring girls to the table casually. But you are in the same cell, right? How was yesterday? The spoon slipped from my hand into the bowl, and I quickly lowered my head, and Makani pursed his mouth. Aiden's face turned red and he began to chuckle, and Joey followed suit. Mateo, you broke the record on the first day. Aiden lamented. I shook my head, trying to cover my face. Aiden lip-synced at Makani, tilted his head to look at me. Makani shook his head, and finally nodded. Aiden looked up at me like a proud uncle and smiled. Joey saved me, Mateo. You didn't get hurt in the duel, did you? I was stunned for a few seconds before looking up. No, my body is normal. It doesn't hurt. I know that the iris force itself heals quickly, and your ability also has healing properties, and sometimes you may feel sore because of the recovery of the iris force. But if you say it's okay, it's really okay. I took another bite of cereal. Are you still going to play basketball today? Aiden slapped the table heavily. Of course, go. He pulled Joey's sleeve. I can't let this guy win in a row. Otherwise he will have to nag me for the rest of his life. Joey shook off his hand. I didn't say anything. It's your indifferent attitude. The most annoying, Mateo. You can't beat me either. The next week, my life at Solbel slowly got on track. And after breakfast, Joey's team and I played basketball in the yard. And almost every day it was Team Aiden who won. But we also won a few games and didn't get bored. Makani joined us, and we became a 4-person team, eating together, training, and sometimes playing together in the evenings. I also have a nickname. Everyone used to call me Fish, now called Angel Fish, because everyone says that my flame is as beautiful as an angel, although I don't think it. But it is better than ugly. My new Risu ability is called Compass Ring. In my spherical field, I can sense iris force in all directions through sound. Unlike Joey's danger transfer, my field is fixed in size, regardless of the terrain. Even if activated in the room, it can extend to the underground room and hear the sound of iris force below. But the disadvantages are also obvious. If I or others use too much iris force in the field, I will be blown up by the audio prompt to the point of ear pain, and accidentally perforated my eardrums and become deaf. Compared to Tianhua, it is much more difficult to master the compass ring. I don't even dare to try to use 2 abilities at the same time. I just learned one, and there is an extra ring, which is stronger to work with. And it is really difficult for dual wielders to be promoted. Makani's ability is very powerful. She is a Tochi holder. The ability is called Storm Wind. Can create and control the wind. The most pitiful thing is that the wind is a thing. You can't see it at all. I have suffered a lot of losses. 9 days after the duel, Sorrel finally summoned me, and he was happy to see my abilities improve. My iris capacity increased, and most importantly, my next duel in 58 days. To be honest, I wish I had fought earlier. But there are still many prisoners in prison who have not dueled and are not surprised. In addition, Lars survived, but he had a lot of burn scars, and now he is in the infirmary, and he will be released after he recovers. I used to worry that he would take revenge, but now I don't care at all. He can't do anything about me at all. Speaking of the infirmary, I also heard that Joey's old basketball teammate Polly also won a duel, and Joey warned me that Polly was impulsive and would definitely be unwilling to be reconciled when he knew he was being replaced. Especially knowing that I was better than him. At least that's what Aiden said. I asked Joey how Polly could be so badly injured, and Joey only said he poked the wrong bear. Another week passed, and the first injured prisoner, Polly, came out of the infirmary, quite pompous, and directly interrupted the basketball game we were playing. After a while, I didn't know what was going on, so I had a onion with Polly. To put it bluntly, he didn't accept that I replaced him, and it was a grudge-breaking match. What's even more annoying is that Joey and the others actually allowed this bad thing to happen, probably because they wanted to see Polly slapped in the face. After all, he was not a challenge at all, but I got annoyed when I hit him, and the more Polly played, the more anxious he became. Playing with the Een, slapping my arm, trying to trip me, and pulling my jersey, just for that pitiful point. As a result, at the last moment, he came over and whispered to me, and I subconsciously blocked it and helped him avoid the basketball. And from this second on, everything began to change again. Polly took advantage of me to block him with his upper body and leaned into my ear and said, "Don't you want to know what's wrong with your friend?" My eyes widened all of a sudden. I took a step back and turned around to shoot, and scored 2 more points. But my mind was no longer in the game. So I asked him, "What do you mean?" The ball rolled back into Paul's hands. He bent down to pick it up and said with a smile, "Carvey, he's a good person, isn't he?" I took a step forward and asked, "What did you do to him?" He waved his hand. "I didn't. But that guy stood in the wrong line and supported this broken system, and he deserved this end." Standing in the wrong line, Polly bounced the ball to me and mocked, "You don't understand the rules of this place at all. Boy, if your dad was still there, he would tell you so." I glared at him angrily, smashed the ball directly, took advantage of his standing stance, broke through with the ball from the left, and quickly changed the ball to his right hand, shaking him so much that he couldn't find the north. Polly was in a hurry to return to the basket. It was too late. I jumped over him and dunked hard. The audience exploded directly. I stood firm and stared at him, and deliberately stepped over him. Polly got up so angry that he swung his fist, and I easily dodged and mocked him. "It's too slow." He threw another punch. I grabbed it, injected the iris into my hand, clenched his fist, waited for the guard to come, and added before leaving, "Thank you." This game. Polly left in shame and anger, and we went on to play the real game. But I kept thinking about what he said about Kaveh and my dad, and I had to find out. The next day was business as usual. My teammates and I continued to practice Iris, and now I can compete head-on with Aiden in sparring, and Makani is getting better and better, and her creativity and wind always make us nervous. In the evening, the 4 of us got together to chat and play cards. And I took the opportunity to ask Joey what happened to those who had stolen gem cores and were incapacitated, adding that Sorrel said they had to prove themselves. Joey nodded and explained, "There are not only formal duels here, but also private duels for people without cores. I heard that it is a matter of life and death, and the winner may be able to use the Iris core again." I was so confused by Sorrel's cruel rules that I felt uncomfortable all night, and we dispersed not long before the lights went out. On the way back to the cell, Makani and I looked at the people in the block, muttering in our hearts, "There is another duel tonight. Someone is getting stronger. There is one more person to watch out for, and I have to figure out the camps that Polly mentioned." When I got to the door of the cell, the guard said that someone had challenged me anonymously, and the duel was scheduled for tomorrow night. The next morning, Joey and Aiden guessed that the challenger must be Polly. They won the duel at about the same time. Polly should have been about to fight. Yesterday he was humiliated by me. He must want to make amends. I was a little puzzled, asking them if the duel would be postponed because someone was seriously injured, or if they would be punished for the fight being too violent. They said that they had only heard rumors that the punishment would come from the prison warden himself, unless he was too injured to fight. Otherwise, the date of the duel could not be changed, and Sorrel had the final say. I asked again, "Then he is also a dual-wielding person?" Aiden said it should be. Joey nodded, and I asked again, "Neither of you went to see his last duel?" Joey said he didn't know he had a duel, otherwise he would definitely go. I thought to myself, this guy is smarter than I thought. We don't know what he's capable of. He's already won a game. I asked him how long he had been in Lingling, and Joey said about 2 years. Not too long. But how could he know about Kaveh? That was a few months ago. I asked him who his opponent was, and they all shook their heads, and Joey said that he could find out before lunch. If Lars was also a dual-wielding, then his opponent must have no core, and there are not many people without cores now. Saying that, Joey started Olasai to look around the room, and after a few seconds frowned and turned off. "There are too many people. This armor is in the way." I quickly said, "I'll try. Maybe I have 2 cores that can help." I started Olati, and I saw a bunch of gray spots of light, all the same, and when I squinted and swept them, it suddenly stopped. It was her. "Does she have a gem core?" "Yes." "Gone again." Others also noticed who I was staring at. I stared at the woman sitting alone, trying to determine if she was the former holder. I forcibly extended the use time of Olasai, and after turning it off, I still stared at her, only to find that she was also looking at me. The moment my eyes met, my back was cold. That sense of presence, that look. Why couldn't I see her iris? She smiled at me slightly. Her eyes flashed with turquoise light, and I quickly asked Joey and the others. I've always wanted to ask. Did she? Aiden answered, "Do you know how this duel started? A few months months ago, I nodded. And he continued, in this hall, she has fought 2 duels and won both. Joey added, and she also stole the core from 2 opponents. I was shocked. That woman. Is it a triple holder? Joey said softly. We guessed yes. But she is a mystery. Both of her opponents were sent to the infirmary, almost dead. She stayed in the spirit bell for more than 10 years. No one paid attention to her before, as if she didn't exist. After winning 2 duels, she couldn't hide. I asked again, why can't I see her iris? Joey said, you are still learning, Olesai. I am as confused as you. I think I have experience in the iris, but it was too late when I learned Olati. Among all of them, I have never checked her. Is it a strength gap, or she has an ability that I don't know? I muttered in my heart. Is it because she has 3 cores? No. Joey must have learned Olati before her second duel. It seems that no matter how many cores there are, you still have to train to become stronger. Joey added, we only recently learned her name. Now no one doesn't know her. She sits there every day, staring at passersby, like a lioness staring at her prey. Doesn't associate with anyone. No one dares to challenge her, not even Lars. Her name is Torayana. She is the new queen of the spirit bell. No one has ever noticed that it is so strong. How many people are still hiding their strength in this hall in addition to training? My favorite thing is to play basketball in the yard. And today we played with Team Aiden until the last minute. And the playoff ended early, just in time for lunch. I took a long shower. And instead of looking for Joey and Aiden as usual, I lay down and thought, touching the tokens my mom made up for me, smelling the familiar smells, thinking about mom, Eric, Kaveh, Torayana, Lars, and tonight's duel. Polly didn't show up. I breathed a sigh of relief. I really didn't want to deal with people like him, thinking that I could be arrogant if I said a few words. I exhaled and put the token on the table. I wanted to relax, but I fell asleep, and it was Joey who woke me up. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. Damn. I missed lunch. Aiden leaned against the railing. No, there are still a few minutes. Makani also woke up, and I smiled and asked, aren't you worried about me? Joey said bluntly, no. We brought someone. You may be interested. I saw clearly that there was a bald man standing next to Aiden with a wound on his lower lip. I nodded awkwardly and looked at Joey for help. Joey asked, what did you notice about him? I was confused. What? At least tell me his name. Joey asked again, with a smile in his eyes. Before I reacted, activated Olesai, and found that the man had no iris. So I said, he has no iris. The man asked Joey in a low voice, you brought me here to humiliate me? Joey hurriedly said, of course not. Charles, don't you want to take revenge on Polly? Charles raised his eyebrows. I don't owe that kid anything. And I don't want to owe him a favor. And he just competed last week. And Sorrel won't reschedule him. Joey said it doesn't matter if Polly challenges him today. Charles looked at me with sharp eyes. Polly challenged you? I nodded. And he walked past Joey and called out to me, get up. I looked at Joey. He nodded. I stood up and stood beside him. I was more than half a foot taller than him. But he didn't panic at all, frowning and asking, will you hit him? I was just about to say I want to. But he punched me in the stomach. And I fell to my knees in pain. And he yelled, I didn't ask you if you want to. Will you defeat him? I gasped. My eyes were on fire. And I stood up and said, yes, I will definitely defeat him. Charles looked at me for a few seconds and stepped back with satisfaction. If you want to know the details of Polly's ability, you have to pay. Aiden proposed, he'll give you extra food for the next 2 weeks. Charles shook his head. It's not you, it's him. I frowned. Isn't it enough to defeat Polly? He still shook his head. And I had to say, he'll also give you extra food. How long to give it depends on whether your information is good. The transaction starts after today. Don't let Polly see us together. Charles smiled. You learn really fast. I looked at Makani and Joey and said, someone taught me. The thunder bell rang at noon. And Charles said through the noise, my duel with Polly was only a few seconds. 1 second he was still in front of me, and the next second he was gone. And as soon as I turned around and caught a glimpse of him, I was knocked unconscious. And that was not a duel at all. I immediately asked, so he can teleport? Charles said, it looks like it's too fast. He stole from me with particle powers, and I haven't had time to use them yet. I interrupted him, walked past them and walked out of the cell. Enough. Extra food for a week. Don't be greedy. I walked to the cafeteria, and the friends behind me were stunned. But I didn't expect that. Only Charles was not frightened, and he turned from confusion to amusement, muttering, what a hell. This kid really deserves the title of angel. I devoured the cold chicken sandwich, and suddenly the back of the head was slapped, and I yelled, damn. What are you doing? Makani sat down next to me and said angrily. Do you want to die? I was stunned. No. Your behavior just now was stupid, Makani scolded. And Aiden and Joey also sat down. And Joey asked, is your brain watered? You're up against another dual wielder. And Charles is about to tell you what he's capable of. I shrugged. I don't need to know. Joey scoffed. You don't know what you're missing at all. No one here wants to reveal information. It's good for you. Just give up. Fortunately, Charles didn't misunderstand. I asked, what if he misunderstood? Joey stared at me. Do you think you can win a duel and beat everyone? I immediately said, Toriana can't do it. And neither can you too. Joey nodded. Count you as self-aware. There are many people here who are better than us. You have to remember this. If you are so arrogant tonight, you will die. Just like last time you almost fell into Lars' hands. I couldn't help but yell, are you sick? This is my duel. What does it have to do with you? I can take care of myself. Aiden wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by Joey, who looked at me for a long time and said, okay, Mateo, I understand. I was a little angry, picked up the sandwich and took a bite, and asked Aiden, I've always wanted to ask. I already have the ability to resuscitate. If I steal another resuscitation ability, can I do it? Aiden shook his head. No. The same kind of ability can be inherited, but the same type can't. I thought then, according to other people's fighting styles, it is better to steal complementary abilities. Aiden said it can also be said that some people want to gather 3 abilities as soon as possible. More choices. If I steal another Arnold ability, the body will refuse. I asked Makani again. Are you too? Makani shrugged and didn't look at me. Do you think you deserve to know? Aiden looked at Joey. Aren't we going to help him? Joey said, he doesn't need to. I looked at Joey and softened my tone a little. I'm grateful that you helped me before, but I have a plan, and it's a good plan. It's different from that time in Lars. I know what I'm doing. You teach me to fight like this. Can't you trust me a little more? Joey said. You said you could take care of yourself. You'll wait and see. The rest of the lunch was very quiet. Aiden and I occasionally said a few words, and Makani relaxed later. But Joey kept ignoring people, and the atmosphere was very stiff, as was the afternoon training and dinner. Before I knew it, it was time for a duel, and although Joey was fierce to me after lunch, he was the first to wish me good luck. Then Aiden and Makani. I was going to say no, but the guards came to pick me up and took me to the arena, and I didn't say anything. It was confirmed at the dinner that my opponent was Polly, and the whole room was talking about me, and it seemed that there was another large audience, and it just so happened that I wanted them to see how much stronger I had become. I met with Sorrel, passed the pre-match test. I did the same preparation as last time. This time there were more mango slices, and I started practicing iris circulation and movements after eating. Standing opposite Polly, surrounded by people, I asked directly yesterday in the yard, what did you mean? Polly smiled proudly. It's none of your business. Sorrel counted down in the stands, and I felt more determined. He must know a lot of things. Even if he wasn't involved in Kavis and my dad's affairs, he was hiding secrets. I slipped the ring off my finger and stepped on it behind me, ready for his teleportation. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the duel began, Polly disappeared into thin air. I didn't throw the ring up, but quietly threw it behind me, activated the compass ring, and listened to the wind chimes in the field. I could feel his iris behind me. I pretended not to notice, and when he got closer, I imitated Lars to deal with me. Polly thought I hadn't noticed, and threw himself on my back. I heard the bell, smiled proudly, injected a large amount of iris into my fist, wrapped it in blue and white flames, turned around and punched him in the face. The impact knocked him away, sliding several meters on the ground. The audience cheered. I pulled the iris to my leg, chased after him, and found that he was still awake, but there was already defeat in his eyes. I knelt down and grabbed his shirt and yelled, "What are you hiding?" Polly smiled. "Bloody, you don't know anything. They never told you the truth." "What is the truth?" I threw him to the ground, punched him in the face, raised his left fist, and yelled as I punched. "What happened to my dad and KV?" I sat on top of him panting. He closed his eyes, gasped and said, "Amlovos." The rebel fell into a coma after saying that, and I repeatedly recalled the name in my mind, but I had never heard of it and had no clue at all. After winning the duel, I calmed down for a few seconds and noticed that he had an arrow tattoo on his wrist, pointing to the palm of his hand, 2 parts glowing, and then the third part also lit up, which should be his teleportation ability, a soma type, which I can still inherit. My Skyfire can match any torch ability. If I can inherit this, I have 3 types of skills, maybe even my low ability. My flame has increased my strength and speed. I closed the field, and the ring appeared on my finger again. And I regretted not playing for a while to see what else was useful for this ability. But Polly controlled it too poorly, and he definitely didn't practice it well. I injected the iris into my finger, scratched his tattoo, took out the ruby and crushed it and put it in my mouth. And the same arrow tattoo immediately appeared on my right hand, indicating that I had awakened to the 3rd ability. Sorrel announced that I had one. I walked to the crowd, tried to use the new ability to flow the iris to the core of the wrist. A pulse of energy spread throughout the body. The surrounding time actually slowed down. It turned out that this was not teleportation. It could slow down time. Polly disappeared before because he was running too fast for my eyes to keep up. But the compass ring captured his iris marks. I ran forward, my wrist pulsating all the time. This state only lasted about a second. I wondered if I could control it. Looking at the slow-motion expressions of the people in the crowd, they didn't notice that I was gone. Joey was talking to Aiden. Aiden slowly pointed to the arena. Makani sat next to him, nodding slightly. I ran too fast. No one could see me, until my eyes fell on Toliana. She leaned alone against the wall, different from others. Her eyes flashed turquoise, and the corners of her mouth were still smiling. She could see me. My pulse slowed down and time returned to normal. And in the eyes of others, I just blinked and appeared. Cheers rang out again. I waved my fists in celebration, but I didn't look away until Toriana left. After the duel, Sorrel turned off the walkie-talkie and excitedly said to the prison warden, "He is progressing faster than ever." Warden Connor looked at me as I left the arena. "It's really strong." The warden was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking, and turned back to the office. I started eating mango slices again. Asked Sorrel about my new ability. He was very satisfied with the dual data. Turned the iris scanner to show me. It read speed pulse, Soma ability. By accelerating molecular movement, briefly increase body speed and strength. Is a temporary upgrade. Can give super speed and super strength. And there are 3 pulses. Use it once to recover. Continuous use to slow down recovery. Tired after using it 3 times. And the body temperature will rise every time you use it. Frequent use will cause dehydration, sweating, hunger. Overuse will cause heat stroke and even death. I thought to myself that my heavenly fire will also raise the body temperature and heal the body. Maybe it can counteract the side effects of the speed pulse. Although it is only a theory, but it is worth trying. Sorrel turned off the scanner. "Okay. You are a triple holder now, and the next duel will take a while." I breathed a sigh of relief, and finally had time to explore the limits of my abilities. And Sorrel added, "If this continues, you will be free in a few years." My heart moved. I've already won 2, and if I win 8 more, I can go back and help Mom and Eric. Dad, Kaveh, he'll definitely figure out the Amlovos rebels. The guards sent me back to the block. Walked past the other prisoners. They all looked at me with complicated eyes, and took the initiative to give way. I remembered what it means to be a triple bearer. Just like Toliana, will be used as a target and a threat. I have only been in the Spirit Bell for a few weeks, and I have surpassed many people who have been in the Lingling for decades. There must be people who envy and hate it. Joey is right. My ability is no longer a secret. Someone will come to grab it soon. And my ability to see is probably not hidden for long. My mind was in a mess. I wasn't in the mood to socialize, so I went back to the cell to rest, keeping one eye open and vigilant, until Makani came back and confirmed that everyone had entered the cell, and I completely relaxed. The next day I lined up for breakfast. The other prisoners in the cafeteria had sharp eyes, and I muttered in my heart, they should all know that I had become a triple holder, and the previous support was probably gone. After all, everyone wanted to be free. Makani saw what was going on and said, "Don't worry, I've always supported you." I nodded, turned around with breakfast, and saw Toliana. In the entire canteen, only she and I did not flinch when they looked at each other. The atmosphere was particularly tense. The line stopped, and the people around us were looking at us. I don't know why. I looked away first and walked towards our table, and after a few steps, a huge pressure pressed over. The sound of metal colliding, the sound of trays falling, and the sound of people humming in pain. I almost couldn't bear it, and I helped Makani hold the tray, and she was covering her head in pain. This pressure is terrible. How much weaker am I than her? I looked up at her. With a smile on her lips, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. I asked Makani, Are you okay? She snorted and took back the tray. It's okay. I looked at Toriana again. Her smile was gone. She gestured with her head to our table, and Makani and I continued to walk forward, looking back several times along the way. Why did she frown after sitting down? I asked Joey and Aiden if they felt the pressure. They looked indifferent, said they didn't feel it, and shrugged their shoulders. I didn't ask again, but I kept it in mind. Halfway through breakfast, although Joey didn't apologize directly, he recognized my strategy of winning Polly, and for me, that was enough. Later, we played basketball and won Aiden's team, and everything seemed to go back to the past. I never dared to mention Toriana's pressure, and only at lunch asked them if they had heard of the Amlovos rebels. Aiden and Makani shook their heads. Joey said that it was a group of people who opposed Navisionism and the theocracy, had existed for a long time, but were inactive, had not done anything big. But the captured rebels would be thrown into the spirit bell because they did not believe in Navisionism. There is not much information, but at least I have a clue. KV used to preach Navisionism. The rebels opposed him. Maybe it was the rebels who killed him, and framed me to divert my attention. And the rebels may know Polly or other rebels in the ring. But I don't understand. How could my dad be involved? He rarely goes to church, and his relationship with Kaveh is more important than his mother said. His death has always been full of doubts. I decided not to jump to conclusions first, and wait until I learned more. Polly and the rebels in the Spirit Bell might be able to give me more information. But unless I give them benefits, they won't say anything. But I don't want to owe them anything. After lunch, I finally tested the speed pulse. I haven't mastered 2 abilities yet, let alone 3. But my abilities are too strong for anyone to beat me head-to-head. And Makani and Aiden began to join forces to spar with me. The training passed quickly, and it wasn't long before it was time to go back to the cell. After washing up and leaving the room, I complained, "My whole body is sore today." Makani sarcastically said, "You can guess that whoever made you just become a triple holder insisted on sparring for more than 2 hours. Aiden also made up for it. I don't sympathize with you." I was stunned. "Isn't it, Joey?" "You won't also." Joey interrupted me. "Shut up. Keep up with your little tricks. I'm tired." I retorted, "You haven't practiced much at all." Joey's tone was flat. "You should practice more iris circulation and mastery," he said, and turned the corner. Suddenly, Toriana appeared in front of her, and the 4 of us instantly became nervous. She rolled up her sleeves, and the guards behind her began to retreat, and took out the device. Toriana said coldly, "Guard, if you dare to warn anyone, I will kill one." I panicked. She wants to kill us even if we take off our armor. We can't beat her. I quickly raised my fist. "You help me buy some time." Joey held my fist. "If you fight, all your previous efforts will be in vain." I looked at Toliana, her eyes shining, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Incredible. Mateo, you have improved so much in a few hours." I scoffed. "Less nonsense. Why are you here? You are now a triple bearer. But you are still a novice with Iris." "I've only been using these abilities for 2 weeks, and am a novice." "I didn't mean that." She paused. "Time is not an excuse for weakness. You are the best example. You won 2 duels with wisdom and instinct and became a triple bearer. But more ability does not mean you are born stronger. Among the 4 of you, your iris is still the weakest. But you chase quickly." I put my fist down, my head down. Joey kept watching me. "Am I really still the weakest?" Toriana continues, "The iris is a source of energy, but also like muscles. Training and exercise are not the same for everyone. But to get stronger, this is a must. Your muscles are strong but fragile now. One mistake, one overwork, it will become a hindrance." I looked up and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Eyes in the corridor in the morning. Why are you helping me? Why should I believe you?" Toriana looked at Joey. "You can ask your friend. Although he is a single bearer, his iris is the most powerful among you. Your name is Joey, right?" Joey nodded, and Toriana pulled open her shirt to reveal the tattoo between her collarbones. "Joey, you should know that the iris is more complicated than Sorrel said. And what you see now is an orange core, right?" Joey started Olati and nodded. "Olati, which I learned before your second duel, only started to distinguish core colors a few weeks ago. Orange core." I suddenly remembered that the purple one stolen from Las Vegas and the red one from Polly. It turned out that the core color was different. Toriana looked at Aiden. "You haven't participated in a duel, but I can tell that you have Arnold's ability." Aiden stammered, "Yes, that's right." She turned to Makani again. Tochi ability. Makani was surprised. How do you know? Toriana looked at Joey again. You have the ability to resuscitate. Joey snorted casually. And finally she looked at me. Mateo, you have 3 abilities: resuscitation, soma, and loath. 1 inheritor. It's too rare. I stumbled and stammered. No, I didn't. Don't lie. She applied a little pressure, and I took a step back and raised my fist again. My loath ability. It's none of your business. You already have 3. I know, she said. I know your secret as soon as you appear. How did you do it? The color of each iris core corresponds to its category. Tochi is orange. Arno is green. Restoration is purple. Soma is red. Milo is blue. And the rest are mythic categories. I haven't seen Los or Kadir cores until I see you. She pointed to my forehead. Los cores are golden. You haven't seen Kadir's ability. How do you know that mine is loath? It wasn't until I saw you fight that I was sure. It is rumored that loath's ability has strong healing power. And when you fight Lars, this is obvious. I started Olati to see Toriana and her friends, or only the gray core. And I was anxious. Why can't I see the different colors? Because your iris training is not enough. Toriana replied. I was silent and didn't know what to say. I said, the more you connect with the iris, the stronger the muscle. It's as simple as that. Meditation, cycling, practice using the iris. Whether you use it or not, these are the basics. You have been ignoring, only thinking about fighting. In the long run it will only harm you. If you want to play to your potential, if you want to live, you must do a good job. Want to live? This morning, I finally arranged the next duel. The triple holder can only fight with the triple holder. And now, finally there is an opponent. Toriana smiled. I instantly understood. I like you, Mateo. It's great to have you as my first real opponent. She walked past us and the guards, leaving a sentence. I'll give you 90 days. Don't waste my time. After this interaction, everything changed again. And for the next 3 months, my only goal was to prepare for a duel with Toriana. Eat to replenish energy. Play basketball to practice endurance. And the rest of the time was spent studying the iris and abilities, waking up, resting, and meditating after dinner. In the afternoon, I still practice, but I pay more attention to circulation and mastery. I used to only guide the iris to the body parts, but ignored the mastery, such as using the iris to run faster and jump higher on the wall. Although the Skyfire can help me, but it is difficult to balance. In the past, I always felt that even if I made a mistake, the Skyfire could heal me. This mentality was very dangerous, so I didn't use my ability for 2 months, and I was knocked down again and again during the sparring. Forcing myself to learn, slowly adapting, and the cycle and mastery became more and more natural. Plus meditation, the iris capacity also increased greatly. Although I didn't win much, but the progress was obvious. My friends were also driven. Aiden and Makani both won the duel and became dual wields, and Joey was still single wielding. Aiden's new ability is Soma's mineral reshaping, which can turn his body into rock and ore, which was not suitable at first, but now combined with the gem grip, the melee combat is particularly strong. Makani easily won the opponent and obtained Milo's nerve shock, which can mentally affect the opponent. Although it is an auxiliary, but with her storm, it is particularly useful. In the past 2 months, Makani and I have become closer and closer, becoming the best friends here. And we have also made up an exclusive handshake. And Aiden is a little jealous. Although I didn't have much actual combat, I finally understood why Joey rarely practiced, sitting and observing, not only to improve the iris, but also to capture the subtle movements of Aiden and Makani. Toriana said that more abilities do not mean stronger. I finally understood. The iris gives me power. The ability is just a tool. As a triple bearer, the battle is more flexible, but also more dangerous. The iris is more difficult to control, although the capacity is large. But the consumption is also faster. To be honest, I owe a lot to Toriana. If it weren't for her reminder, I would have just kept taking detours. And now, I am no longer ignorant and have been improving. Warden Connor leaned forward, stared at the person opposite, and asked coldly, "What is your real purpose here?" We didn't think about becoming famous, but with each win, the 4 of us became a little more famous. And we were even joked by other prisoners that we were always looking for the next opponent. Aaron said, "Our small group got a nickname Scouts. My previous clumsy and reckless fighting style has become smooth and natural, and I have become more and more proficient in controlling my iris, and I have finally learned the right way." One day at the end of training, Joey said that my muscles had become strong, and I was surprised. He hadn't praised me since he won Polly, but he added that I couldn't relax. I knew I couldn't relax unless I could go home. 5 days before the duel with Toriana, Aiden and I teamed up and practiced Tuntuo with Joey and Makani. Although I didn't practice much, but in this sparring, I suddenly realized that I had really grown up. Using iris, abilities and environment, everything went smoothly. Suddenly, a heat wave hit my forehead. I screamed in pain. The sparring immediately stopped. My friends ran over. Makani helped me to my knees and shouted, "Mateo, your tattoo is glowing." Another heat wave broke out under the other 2 tattoos. I gritted my teeth and focused on my wrist. The glow on the tattoo was particularly noticeable, and it didn't take long for that feeling to disappear and I was back to normal. I asked the people around me, "What the hell happened to me?" Joey said, "It's hard to say. Give me some time." And started Olesai. Aiden asked me directly, "Are you okay?" I replied, "It's okay. It feels good. But it's definitely not normal, right?" Joey answered, "No. Mateo, your gem core looks different, especially the Skyfire core. This, a little sluggish, but seems to be stronger." After that time, Joey insisted that I sit and meditate for the rest of my training time, which felt weird, but I couldn't say anything strange. That dinner, we were walking to the dining table when suddenly a huge pressure hit, the kind I felt a few months ago. Most of the people around me couldn't bear it and bent over, and the 4 of us were still standing upright. I looked at Toriana, activated Olesai, and said, "Tochi, Risu, Mialo." She smiled with satisfaction and nodded. By the night of the duel, I was already ready. The guard stuffed a mango into my mouth and sent me into the arena, and I could feel at a glance that it was the most crowded scene I had ever seen. Everyone wanted to see the first duel between the 3 wielders, and Sorrel was no exception, and I could imagine him trembling with excitement on it. We stood at the starting line, and Toriana looked at the enthusiastic audience and complained, "I really don't want to have them." I glanced at her. "I agree, but it's more exciting, isn't it? Everyone has their own ideas. I hope you don't get distracted." I smiled proudly. "I didn't plan to do it at all," Sorrel announced. "Toriana Kwan, Mateo Hernandez." The duel began 10 minutes later. I don't know her abilities, but she knows all of me, so I can only hide and find her weaknesses to attack. Start. We were all testing each other, and neither of us was willing to move first. And finally Toriana made the first move. She condensed an ice shuriken in each hand and threw it at me. I dodged and waited for her next wave of attacks. She only has an aperture around her hands, and she doesn't use her domain and psychic abilities. If her field is similar to mine and Joey's, there must be trigger conditions. She took the shuriken back, and a lot of turquoise frost chips fell on the ground. She has always kept her distance from me, probably because she is afraid that I will suppress her with speed pulses. She has seen me use speed pulses once, and she definitely doesn't know that I have 3. And even if she understands the compass ring, the first time I attack with speed pulses, it is definitely the key to winning this duel. I wrapped my right arm in flames and shot 3 fireballs in a row, deliberately pretending to be like I had in a previous duel. Pretending to rush with the fireball, I had to get closer to her to find out more of her abilities. Toriana turned the shuriken in her hand. Her eyes glowed with turquoise light. She took a deep breath, exhaled 3 suddenly, and shot 3 ice beams out of her mouth, rushing straight towards my fireball. And as soon as the ice beam touched the fireball burned and dissipated in the air. But I didn't pay attention. She had already locked my position, and immediately fought back after defending. Under the cover of the explosion, Toriana stretched out her arms, clenched her shuriken, and sprayed a burst of frost at me, forcing me to dodge. Leading the iris to my feet and jumping over the ice wall, she raised the shuriken above her head. The ice wall behind her melted, and threw 2 more shurikens at me. She was trying to lure me up and make it difficult for me to move if I don't want to use the speed pulse. I can only block. I injected my iris into my arms and was about to block the ice shuriken, but she shot 2 more spiral ice beams at me. I condensed a thick layer of flame around my hand, looked back at Toriana, and saw that her iris was leading to her right index finger. With a slight movement of her fingers, the flame in my hand froze. Completely uncontrollable, 2 ice attacks hit my arm, and my fire defense was almost useless. So I quickly poured more light film into my arm so that I was not seriously injured. But I can condense more flames. I injected more irises and tried to break through the ice. But her iris actually turned into my head. The shuriken that had originally flown in a straight line suddenly split, and another wave of ice beams shot from both sides. I was still carrying the initial ice beam attack, and quickly wrapped my entire upper body with flames, trying to burn all the attacks at once. But Toriana turned the iris back to her fingers, and with a slight movement, I couldn't control the flames again. Damn, how does this broken ability work? I pulled my iris to the palm of my hand, pointed my fingers at the ceiling, sprayed myself to the ground with flames, quickly adjusted the direction as I fell, and locked on to Toriana. Do you want to force me to use the speed pulse? Let's go. Toriana's eyes might be able to keep up with me, but her body wasn't good, and I practiced speed pulses for 3 months, so Joey could occasionally keep up. I quickly rushed in front of her and froze my iris in my fist. But my forehead suddenly hurt sharply, and I was directly ejected with a speed pulse, and my whole body ignited with cold blue flames, suspended in the air. And the tattoo on my forehead was dazzlingly bright, and Toriana stepped aside and laughed. Sorrel ran over, pressed his hands to the window, and the warden looked over. Aiden jumped up and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Joey looked at it carefully and said, "He evolved." The iris was flowing wildly inside me, and I felt more iris pouring into my veins every second, just like a few days ago. But this time it was not just a hot head. I felt it all over my body. It was tense and powerful. If I continue to use it like this, I may not be able to control it. But it feels so good. It doesn't hurt anymore. So let it come. I tried to calm down, but the iris moved on its own, and the flames that wrapped around my body began to concentrate in 2 places: the upper back and the face. My gem core was disshapen, with 2 flaming wings growing from its back. Blue and white flames with pale golden edges around the edges of its feathers, and a fiery helmet with wings that covered my forehead, eyes, and nose, with a sharp beak hanging down to my chin. The wings and helmet look very solid, but the feathers shine brightly, which is particularly beautiful. I flap my wings and grin, finally unlocking the ability to fly. So cool. I drew my attention back to Toriana and hung over her head, still unable to figure out what she was capable of. She moved her finger again, and my contact with the flame was broken again, but my wings were still flapping. I flew a little higher and suddenly figured it out. Wings are part of my body, and her domain can only affect the iris, not the entity. I quickly led the iris to Toriana's brain. Her eyes lit up again, and the 2 ice shurikens were retracted into her hands, and I instantly felt a chill in my back. She raised her shuriken in front of her, and the iris turned back into her hand. But why am I still afraid of her? I started the speed pulse again. Time slowed down, dodged her frozen laser beam, took off the ring, and quickly activated the compass ring just in case. I have the advantage in the air, but she definitely still has a backhand. How fast can her ice attack? Maybe it's right at close range. I led the iris into my hand to guard against her ambush. The iris flew towards her, and before I could get her finger, I was already very close to her. I shot fireballs at her at close range, and at the same time turned the iris back into my hand. The speed pulse receded, and time became faster again. She blocked my attack with her shuriken. My fist was in flames, and when I fought her unarmed hand, I found that she would have a flaw when she blocked with her left arm. I quickly led the iris to my raised foot and smiled. "You can stop my flame, but you can't stop the aperture in my body, right?" I kicked her in the stomach. Sparks splashed. She was kicked away. Shuriken flew out, slid a few steps on the ground, and actually carried my full blow. Damn. Can't give her a chance to breathe. Her shuriken was still in the air, and the iris turned back to her brain, and I quickly closed the distance. What should I do next? Hearing 2 rings, I injected my iris into my hands, turned around to catch her shuriken to prevent it from being attacked from behind. And with another ringing, a shuriken plunged into my foot. I roared in pain, pulled my iris with my free hand, reached for Toriana, and tried to burn her. My domain suddenly sounded a beep, and the shuriken stuck in my feet bounced, cutting off my right hand neatly. Blood sprayed everywhere, and I fainted in pain. My broken hand fell to the ground, and with another bell, my legs were cut off. I couldn't hold the other shuriken anymore, and it cut through my remaining hand and plunged deep. I fell forward. Only the sharp pain kept me awake, coughing up blood into my helmet. I tried to hold it up with my left hand, but a cold and sharp object hit my wrist. "Don't move," Toriana said, crouching beside me. Tears welled up, and I grabbed her wrist with my left hand, wishing I could burn it. But my injury was too bad, and my iris could only lead to the wound. and I had no strength at all, and my hand went weak and fell to the ground again. I tried to lead the iris to my leg to heal, but I couldn't feel the warmth of the flame. Why is my heavenly fire useless? Aren't they special? I propped myself up on the ground, with my left hand, slowly and painfully trying to move away from her, but the wings couldn't support me at all, and she pressed the edge of her shuriken against my wrist again, and the frost spread down my skin. If you move again, I will kill you completely. Fear instantly overwhelmed me. My hands went soft again, and painful tears turned into cowardly whimpers. For the first time, I clearly realized that I had no way out. Even if I had new strength, I couldn't do anything. There were no shortcuts, no foreign aid, and my conceit couldn't solve the problem. My life is all in the hands of others. Even if I try my best and have more strength, I can't help but live and die. I cried like a baby in front of Torayana. Everyone was watching, and they finally saw the real me. Like countless times in my life, I was still so weak, but even so, I still have something worth fighting for. I held back my tears, raised my hand again, let the blade cut through the skin, pushed forward a centimeter. I could push once, twice, 10, 20 times. Crawling is the only thing I can do now. Torayana looked at me quietly, narrowed her eyes, went around to me, and knelt down to step on my hand. I looked up at her and cried, I gave up. Please, don't kill me. You won. Please let me live. I would do anything. Torayana didn't have any expression, and I added please. After a long silence, she said, everyone is different, but in the face of death, everyone wants to live. Only those who value other people's lives more than their own battles and are willing to beg for forgiveness in this way are the most valuable. She stood up and walked towards the exit of the arena. Let's talk when you recover. I couldn't bear the severe pain anymore and lost consciousness. The lights swayed down from above. The sound and smell made me breathless, and someone shouted, we can't save him. Sorrel ordered Garrett. Give him 2 more doses of Hrison. But sir, he's already used it more than twice. Do it quickly. I don't want to lose the legacy of the Halo Legion. After so long he has made so much progress that I can't let my research start over. Okay sir. 2 more doses. The needle plunged into the side of my neck, and I moaned weakly, and my vital signs began to collapse. His body is repelling Risen. The body temperature keeps rising. Sorrel shouted. Impossible. Risen should save him. One doctor said. It must be because he is the inheritor. His body is now rejecting drugs. Calm him down. Can't lose him. But sir, we have never sedated an iris holder in this state. We don't know. Do it. Another needle plunged into my neck, and a breathing mask was placed on my face. And a few seconds later, I woke up again. I cried and said, I didn't know that the store would close early. My dad came towards me angrily. I tripped to the ground, and my mom shouted, Sergio, stop. My dad came over, grabbed my arm and picked me up. In the past few hours, I was playing basketball with other people on the ground, and someone asked me to buy medicine for my sick brother later. But when I arrived at the store I frequented, I found that it was closed. And the next one was also closed. What's going on with you? My dad yelled. You always mess up time and time again. You always have an excuse. Can't you do something serious? My mother cried and hugged my dad's arm and pleaded. Please, Sergio. It's all my fault. I forgot to tell him when the store was closing. Was it like last time? Lucy, what about before? My dad pushed my mother and me away. You are always the one to blame. Mateo, why can't you be like your brother? I want to be. I cried and whimpered, and my dad punched me hard in the stomach. I screamed in pain, and he picked me up again. No, you can't. He is smart and hardworking. He has a future. He was bedridden every day, and his opportunities were limited. Our chances are also limited. Don't you understand, Sergio? Enough. I thought I was going to be punched, but he threw me on the ground. You want to take everything away from us. You are a mistake. No food allowed for the next 3 days. Dad, please, I'm going to buy medicine early tomorrow morning. You're going too far. Sergio, my dad squatted down and pulled me closer. We ground people are like this. Listen to Mateo. If you want to be a little promising in this world, wake up quickly. I opened my eyes groggily, feeling heavy and weak with every blink. I was wearing a blue hospital gown, and the sound of a dripping instrument came from behind my head. This is a spirit bell. I was lying on the hospital bed with wires connected to my chest, arms, and nose, and I tried to sit up, but my whole body ached. I groaned and found myself in a closed room with only a window on the right that let me know where I was, with rows of cribs in the next room and an injured man lying on one of the beds. What happened in the infirmary? I touched my head with my right hand. Is this true? I pinched the back of my left hand with my right hand, and I was sure it was true. But when I raised my right hand in front of me, turned my wrist, opened and closed my palm, I found a tan scar on my wrist. And I went around it. Didn't I lose this hand? I put my hand back to my side, stretched my foot out from under the thin blanket at the end of the bed, frowned and tried to move. But my foot moved slightly. How is this possible? I remembered the duel. But how did I get my limbs back lifting the blanket? There is a similar tan scar under the knee. Was it done by Sorrel at this time? The door opened, and a young female doctor I had never seen walked in, with long ginger hair, holding a clipboard in her hand, staring at the contents of the book, turning the pages of the book and walking in front of me, only to find that I was awake. "Oh my God, you're awake? Well," I said in a weak hoarse voice, trying to give her a smile. She picked up the walkie-talkie and said quickly, "Mateo is awake." Putting down the walkie-talkie, she quickly checked my vital signs, wrote something, shined a light on my eyes, and asked, "How do you feel?" "It's not too bad except for being hit by a train." She smiled and put away the flashlight. "Do you remember what happened?" "Remember. I dueled with Toriana and lost a mess." "Do you remember what injury you suffered?" "I remember. My right hand and leg were cut off, but I seemed to grew back again." She smiled again. "No, we successfully took it back. But I still don't know why your body can allow this. Even if you are an iris holder, you shouldn't be able to take back such a large limb." Sorrel said, "It's your inheritance ability that makes you different. Everyone says this." "What is my inheritance ability?" "We don't know much either. But the mythical class seems to have a lot to do with history." "You mean?" The door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting us, and a man rushed in, breathing as if he had been running for several minutes. He was not wearing a doctor's robe. He was wearing a suit and tie. Not Sorrel, not the warden, not the friend I knew here, but a friend I had long ago. "Thunder, thank you, Becca." Ray turned to me. "I didn't expect you to grow a beard." I smiled awkwardly, touched my face, and found that my beard was quite dense. "How long have I slept?" Lay pulled a chair and said, 14 months. 14 months. Your body is so weak that we have to resort to extreme measures to keep you alive." Becca said, "Your body rejects ricin. We can only give you a sedative. But that's only half the problem. You suffered from heat stroke before the operation, and with the pressure of the operation, you are in a coma." Becca looked at my wrist and continued, "Your body may take a while to recover, but the limbs are already the same as before. You may not believe it. Your heavenly fire ability makes the limb grafting process smooth. Fortunately, your gem core is not separated from the body." I remembered that Toriana cut my scars during the duel, and her eyes widened all of a sudden. She didn't mean to target my limbs. "Mateo, are you okay?" Ray shook my shoulder and asked. "It's okay. I missed too much." I glanced at him and hurriedly asked, "By the way, this is a spirit bell, right? Why are you here? Don't tell me you're convicted too." Lay shook his head and smiled. "I'm not that stupid." I frowned. "Then why are you here?" Lay took a deep breath. "Ever since I heard that you were imprisoned, I knew something was wrong. I went to your house first." "How about them?" I interrupted him, and the beeping of the instrument became faster. "Mateo, you just woke up. Tell me," I urged. "You have to tell me." Ray nodded. "Eric is fine, but he is still struggling with addiction. As for Mom, she got better at first after you left, but then it got worse and worse, and her health has deteriorated sharply in the past 18 months. I sat there, tears blurred and speechless. If I had been there, it might have been different. If I hadn't lost, if I had won Toriana, I might be home by now. It's all my fault." "Don't blame yourself," said Ray. "I heard how much you sacrificed and how much you tried. I know you didn't kill anyone. Don't blame yourself anymore. But if it's not your fault." Ray raised his voice. "Eric and I have tried our best to help Mom. She is receiving the best treatment. Please, Mateo, don't blame yourself." My voice trembled. "I will never forgive myself. I am here when they need me most, but I will go back soon. I must go back." I realized that the atmosphere was too awkward, and quickly changed the subject. "Sorry, interrupted you. You continue, okay?" Lay paused. "After I became a lawyer, I went to your family, and they told me everything you told them. The whole story is full of loopholes, and the legal documents make me even more suspicious. Someone framed you. I must find out." Shortly after you duel with Toriana, I went to work as an executive assistant under the warden, and he'll help you prove your innocence. And if not, he'll help you escape. Hey, I gave a quick glance at the doctor. Whisper. Ray looked at Becca and smiled. "We have known each other since school. We are good friends. There are vacancies here. It is also a coincidence that we reconnected. She knows everything. You can trust her. I looked at Becca and said, I'm sorry. Becca waved her hand. It's okay if you can doubt it. It means that your mind is still clear. And I will do my best to help you. I breathed a sigh of relief. And finally had someone I could trust completely. Looked at both of them and said, thank you. But Mateo, Ray's tone became serious. In the past 14 months, both inside and outside the Spirit Bell, a lot has changed. And you have already lost a duel, which means you can only lose one more game. I know, the fault tolerance rate is not high, but I don't think I will duel with Toriana again. And when I regain my combat effectiveness, it should be no problem to deal with others. It's this kind of arrogance that has brought you to this point. You and Toriana are no longer the only three holders. When you were unconscious, everyone became stronger. I have seen them duel. These people are very powerful. Mateo, don't underestimate them. Absolutely not. I remembered the last duel and nodded. Toriana is still ahead, unbeaten in 6 wins. But now there are dozens of strong players. You have to catch up, but you are already in the evolution stage, and you are talented enough to make up for lost time. What do you mean by evolution? Like I said, a lot has changed, Ray said, holding up 5 fingers, as Sorrel and the others delved deeper into the iris, with new terms to classify. There are 5 known stages in the development of gem cores, and you can tell which stage the bearer is at by looking at the complexity of the gem. 5 stages lay put down 4 and left only 1. The first stage of the awakening stage starts from the holder's awakening of the iris. When the gem is a sphere, the core is to feel what the iris is. Master the basic ability, just like a bird learning to fly. I nodded, and he continued. Then there is the emergent stage, the transition stage, where the holder becomes more and more skilled with the iris. The gem becomes oval, and with each stage, the iris core becomes stronger and denser. I raised my eyebrows. What is an ellipse? It's a 3-dimensional version of the oval, Ray said, and I nodded. Joey said something similar. My core looks denser. You mean, the iris core is a bit like resets every level? What do you mean that is? If the core becomes denser at each stage, will the density be reset when it enters the next stage? Oh, I understand. To put it simply, yes. When the gem is deformed, the iris core will consume energy to complete the transformation. And the energy consumed will make the core lose some density. Lay snapped his fingers. Yes. At each stage, the holder will try to increase the core density. And when the threshold is reached to prepare for advancement, the core will consume a lot of energy, and the density will be transferred to the gem, making it more difficult to break the gem, just like the shield that protects the core. And the holder also has a stronger reason. I recalled the training, so it's like accumulating experience to level up almost. But the density doesn't disappear completely, transferring to the gemstone, making it harder for others to steal the core. The third stage is your current evolution stage, where the holder practices the iris ability to a certain extent, and the gem core breaks through and becomes a tetrahedral shape. Tetrahedron, it is a triangular pyramid at the base. And entering the evolution stage will unlock new characteristics, one of which is related to Olati, through which you can see the stage of the same level or lower level holder as yourself. And you cannot see the 4th and 5th stages. So I can't see Toriana's stage. Yes. You can try it when you go out, and you can develop your abilities in new ways after evolution, such as growing wings and learning to fly. I looked to both sides in a panic and didn't see the wings. Where's my wings gone? Wings are not permanent. Just like you wrap yourself in flames, you can create and put away yourself, Ray explained, seeing my panic. Cool, I said. Will the shape of the iris core change with the gemstone, or has it always been an internal sphere? It has always been a sphere. Only the density changes over time, Ray clarifies. Okay, continue. The 4th stage of the advanced stage. Few people in the world have reached it. Toriana is one of them. The gem turns into a cube. At this time, the holder is already very powerful. The use of the iris is very natural. As before, the core density increases until it breaks through to the 5th stage. How do you know that Toriana has reached the 4th stage? Iris scanner. Scanning the tattoo can show the stage. I scratched my neck. I felt natural to use the iris tool, but apparently not yet at the advanced stage. The 5th and final mastery stage is when the gem becomes an octahedron. What are 8 sides? Lay took a deep breath and said with a smile, You know that a cube has 6 sides, right? The octahedron has 8 faces, each of which is a triangle. Do you remember the tetrahedron? I forgot. Lei held back his laughter. It's the pyramid with a triangular base. As soon as you wake up, I want break the shape and terminology with you. You definitely won't understand, Ray said to Becca. Can you take the medical records? Becca nodded and walked out of the room. She went to get things. Let me tell you about the mastery stage. Only 2 people have reached it so far. It is a pair of twins, Okane and Aurora. Their strength and presence are unseen by humans, the soldier said, using oracy to look at their gem core. Dense and bright. Someone will be temporarily blind at a glance. Blindness, yes. Those 2 people. It is the god of destruction. Becca walked in with the clipboard. And I was digesting Ray's words. And Ray took the clipboard. Thank you. There was a piece of paper on the clipboard. On the left was the name of the 5 stages. On the right was the corresponding gem shape. And Lei pointed to the octahedron in the 5th row. This is it. A 3-dimensional figure composed of 8 triangular faces. I looked at the chart and said, got it. Are you sure? If you have any questions, ask. Sure. There is a chart. You can repeat the 5 stages with me. Lei reiterated the 5 stages and added, remember, this is only a guide for now. And the authenticity of the 5 stages still needs to be verified, but it can be used for the time being. Those 2 mastery stages, you say soldiers. Just. Ray saw my confusion 6 months ago. The communist regime of Asarat and the democratic country of Marek went to war. And the 2 countries have been tense for a long time. I nodded. You told me when you were a child that Marek is not big, but the richest, and it seems that most of their wealth comes from Asarat. Yes, Asarat hated and relied on Marek. After having the iris, the rules of the world changed overnight, and Asarat was the first to discover the militarized advantage of the iris. And after decades of squeezing, he finally fought back half a year ago. Becca handed me a glass of water, and I took it. This war has to do with us iris bearers, yes. Malek held out for 4 months, under the command of their leader Nova, who is the legacy of the Halo Legion like you. But Halo Legion, it was the group that fought against the Kataran monarch hundreds of years ago. Yes, I'll tell you later. Mateo, Opry is extremely dangerous right now. Whether it's inside or outside, your family may even be targeted. My chest tightened, the instrument beeped faster, and I hurriedly asked, what danger? Why is my family being targeted? What do I have to do with Halo Legion? Is it because of me that they are dangerous? This matter has to be said slowly. Lei sighed. 2 months ago, after 4 months of war, the twins of the mastery stage of Asarat single-handedly destroyed Malak's army overnight. Nova personally dealt with them. He was only in the advanced stage. He tried his best to trap the twins, but in the end he was still killed. And Marek was also destroyed. And now Asarat is the most powerful country in the world, threatening every country, especially us. We are the closest to their borders, and we are still the most advanced country. It's easy to be targeted. Also, a few days after the fall of Malek, a rebel group called Amlovos revealed their identity. They did not follow the Nevis teachings, had control over the people, and were not afraid of the Clover Triad. And now there may be their people in the Spirit Bell. Are they criminals? I asked. I heard that the people of Amlovos are in the Spirit Bell. Yes, but their goal is unknown. Destroying religious sites, stealing weapon fragments, destroying technical bases, and ruining the economy. Some people say they cooperated with Asarat and the 4-wheeled dragon Kawi, who was retired 6 months ago, fell, which may have been done by them. But there is no evidence. Amlovos may be the key to proving your innocence. And you have to figure out what they did to Kaveh that night and how your dad got involved. I know, I said. I'll focus on the duel and win back freedom. Don't say this everywhere, Lei added. Just focus on the duel. Now there are 2 duels a day. The waiting time is shortened. You should have participated in the next one. What exactly is the Halo Legion? I asked. Do you know something? Well, the Iron Man Square said during the service that they fought against the Kataran monarch, and at that time only a huge crystal fragment provided strength. That crystal is the Iris meteorite that fell to the Earth at the end of World War III hundreds of years ago, almost extinguishing mankind. The survivors were sent to the last habitable land where the meteorite was located. At first human cooperation, and then because of greed and hatred split. The meteorite was the Halo civilization on the one hand, and the Kataran civilization on the other. At the beginning it agreed to share power, and then for control of the opposite power. It fought for decades, and finally the Halo took control of the meteorite, forcing the Kataran people to poverty. The Kataran people secretly assembled an army, and the strongest warriors of the two sides faced off. There was no winner, and the meteorite was destroyed. The ceremony said that Nevis and the Halo Legion fought side by side, and they were the saviors, and it was the Katarans who provoked them first. The version we learned is different, probably because our country relies on Nevis and must shape the aura into a good person. But in fact, no one knows who is right and who is wrong. Both the warriors of Halo and Kataran have signature abilities. Your ability is vision. You can create a mixture of blue and white flames, and you can fly, like Nevis. Nevis is the controller of the Halo birds. Your flames are almost the same as him. And Nova is also an inheritor, inheriting the ancient hammer of the Halo soldiers. Becca suddenly whispered in Ray's ear. Ray nodded, and Becca left the room. I have to go to the warden. Ray stood up. I'm glad you're awake. I'm sorry to tell you so much at once. I'm nearby. You have a good rest. Okay, thank you, Lay. After Ray left, I lay on the hospital bed, digesting this large amount of information. Sorrel and his team came every few hours to do the test, and Anya and Josh would come, much more gently. Although I was sore, I recovered quickly after waking up, with good and bad all night, and fully recovered in the morning and was discharged from the hospital. Connor asked Ray, "Are you going to see him again?" Lay said he is an inheritor. I am quite interested. Connor said again, you've never seen him fight. What's wrong with him now? Lay replied, tired is a little tired, but better than expected. Connor stood up and asked, okay, have you talked to the scouts? Lay said, I haven't talked about it recently, so leave a surprise. Connor grunted, humph, okay. It's still early, but the Clover Gang is already preparing. Lay asked, is it for the Civil War? Connor said, well, I'll go find out more tomorrow. When I arrived at the hall for breakfast, I lined up to get food. There were many more people here than I had imagined, and my friends were much stronger than the last time I saw them. They haven't found me yet. To be honest, my limbs were cut off and taken back. I was surprised that I could recover so well. Becca said that the recovery was like new. I only knew that the fire was much stronger than I thought. I turned around with cold oats, dry pancakes and cereal, just in time to meet Toriana's gaze, who had been a year old and still had the whole table to herself, and her sharp eyes were smiling at me. I nodded at my friends and walked down the hallway. Some recognized me, some forgot, and some came after I had finished fighting with Toriana, and maybe my beard was unrecognizable. Lars and his men moved to the depths of the cafeteria, but fortunately they didn't have to deal with him. Approaching the table, Joey saw me first, nodded slowly, and lip-synced with Aiden beside him. Aiden immediately jumped up, bypassed Joey and hugged me. I quickly handed the plate to Joey, and Makani also got up and waited to hug me. Aiden said, I miss you, brother. You are awake? I hugged him back. I'm so happy to get out of bed. After hugging Aiden, he rubbed my hair. I almost didn't recognize you. It's all because of this broken hair. I smiled and touched the back of my ear. Yes, I can't believe my hair is so long. I turned to Makani, and we shook hands, and I asked, is everything okay? Makani said, actually, it's much better, but I have to share a cell with someone again. I joked, that's a nightmare. She smiled and sat back. Don't stand. Sit down and eat. How long has it been since you ate? I said. I ate some mango just now, and Sorrel always helped me get it. Aiden immediately said, then tell him. I like apples, pears, pineapples, except strawberries. Joey asked, do you hate strawberries? Aiden said, you look like you eat strawberries. I hate it anyway. Joey nodded strangely, and I said, I'll pass it on. I asked Joey again, what about you? Joey smiled and said, I'm just looking forward to finding my rhythm. I joked, isn't Polly good? Joey's smile disappeared instantly. Now it's gone. I was stunned. Oh, Joey said, it's okay. That's it here now. I scooped up a spoonful of cereal and glanced at Toriana, remembering what she had told me last time. After readapting, I made up for everything that fell. Makani is now a triple messenger, with an Arno ability called Cloud Talisman. This talisman is made of the iris, which can absorb and store iris energy like photosynthesis. And if you save enough, you can form a temporary protective barrier on your body. That is, it takes time to save energy, but it is really practical to have a barrier. Joey has become a dual weapon, and he is particularly cautious when choosing the next skill, and finally chooses the true skill Camouflage Sprint, which can change his appearance to blend into the environment through camouflage. and can also change the appearance of others. That is, if he changes others, that person will be vaguely positioned by the radar to Joey's approximate position. Joey won 4 games, and Aiden and Makini won 3 games each and never lost. I remember the 5 stages. Activate Olasai to look at all their gem cores. Ray didn't lie to me. Most of their gem cores came out. The original abilities have also evolved. Joey's dangerous transfer looks the most mature. Looking around the hall, few people have reached the evolution stage. But Ray is right. Toriyana is definitely the most potential. I couldn't see if she had a gem core before, and I still can't see the stage. But she must have noticed that I was looking at her, and a second later, all her gem cores were exposed. There were orange, purple, and blue, 3 different densities. I could only be sure that purple and blue were in the evolution stage. It turns out that the advanced holder can control the stage where others can see their core. Interestingly, Toriyana only has 1 core to the advanced stage, which means that you don't need all cores to unlock advanced features at one stage. I have a core in the evolution stage, but I can see the stage of everyone in the hall. This is the characteristic of the evolution holder. Even now, I can't see her elemental ability shape clearly. She must be a high-level holder. Joey suddenly asked me, "Have you talked to Ray?" I quickly turned around. "How do you know Lay?" Joey said, "We have been talking to him. Or he has been looking for us. Anyway, it is because of him that we have always had hope for you." Aiden and Makani both nodded in agreement. Thunder, I've started to trust these people. But you're really too dangerous. I asked again, "Did he also tell you about Amlovos?" Told me. I said, "I knew that most of these newcomers were captured Amlovos rebels. Maybe they know about Kave." After breakfast, we walked to the yard. Joey said that I couldn't sit and rest today. We argued for a long time. He insisted that I not let me be lazy, so I had to go to Toriyana. After looking for a while, I found her meditating by the yard, and when I approached, she smiled at me. "Long time no see. Do you still want to talk about our fight?" I said. "Of course. I think what I remember most is that fight. People like you are unforgettable." Toriyana said, "I don't think there's anything to remember. You put me unconscious and turned me into a high-level holder." I asked, "Do you hold a grudge?" I paused and remembered the previous quarrel. "I don't remember." Toriyana said, "That's right." I wondered. "Hush," she said, "you don't need to worry. It only takes you more than 3 months to reach the evolutionary stage, and you will catch up faster than you think." I said, "Maybe. But that's all you want to say?" Toriyana opened her eyes. "No. From the day you first came, I thought something was wrong with you. Most people came here at a loss. They made mistakes, atoned for their sins here, lost their fighting spirit for a long time, accepted the fact that they were going to be locked up for a long time, and the light in their eyes was gone." She looked at me. "But you are different. Although you hide your emotions on your face, you don't look like a criminal. There is still light in your eyes. They said you will do whatever it takes to leave the spirit bell, and it is the same now." I said, "I'm still young, and people always think of it as ignorance." Toriyana moved to the wall. "I don't think so. I want to tell you a story. It doesn't matter if you don't want to hear it. I don't blame you." I said, "Don't tease me. You've been keeping to yourself since I've been here, and I bet you've never told this story to anyone else." Toriyana said, "Indeed, there is none." I digested it and sat down next to her. She said, "I was raised by 2 people. The first was my dad. He was a policeman. He died in the line of duty when I was 9 years old. And the second was my aunt, who took me in after my dad died. She lives alone. I used to think she was the coolest person in the world. But after my dad left, she changed, always blaming my dad for being too passive, not knowing what to do to complete the task, and vowing that if my dad was not bullied, he would not die that night." I said, "That's also a perception." Toriyana said, "Although she has a grudge against my dad, she still loves me. She trained me so that I can gain a foothold in the real world. And when I become an adult, I am no longer the petite and sensible girl I used to be. Except for occasional venting, I have nothing to complain about. I have a job, food and housing, and there are people who have always supported me." I thought of KV and heard her continue, "But one day, my aunt asked me if I wanted to avenge my dad, and before I could answer, she made a decision for me. She taught me to protect myself, but I never learned to resist her. She manipulated me, and for years she told me that the one who killed my dad was an inhumane monster, and she wanted to kill me. And killing him was justice. The man who killed my dad was released from the spirit bell a few years later because of his good behavior. When I was 26 years old, Toriyana leaned her head against the wall. It took my aunt almost a year to find him, and when she came back, We raided his house with my dad's gun. And before we could do it, we held him down. I pressed him to the ground, and my aunt scolded him for killing her only brother and ordered me to drag him to a corner. After he was trapped, I went around behind my aunt to get her to end quickly. But at this time, the man began to apologize over and over again, groveling in front of us, begging us for forgiveness, saying that he knew he was wrong, that he had changed, and that he had the same eyes as you. Toriana fiddled with her fingers. I thought I could be ruthless. But suddenly I was unsure. The gun was pointed at him. He was helpless and vulnerable. I didn't expect my aunt's determination to waver. The gun trembled in her hand, but she quickly calmed down again and shouted that I was the orphan daughter of the person he killed. At this time, the man began to cry, apologizing over and over again. He was completely different from what I imagined. He was very weak, and I felt very uncomfortable looking at him. I asked, "What about your aunt?" Toriana said she taught me to be strong and independent. But she didn't teach me cruelty. But when the person who killed my dad cried in front of us, she couldn't forgive him in her heart. She shot 3 times where my dad was shot, and each shot screamed at him, saying that this was the pain my dad had to endure back then. And it was the good brother, the good man, and the good policeman who deserved it. And she kept scolding him until the last shot hit him in the head, ending his life. Toriana looked at me at that moment. I found that my aunt was weaker than the person who killed my dad. And after the man lost his strength, another gunshot rang out, and I killed my aunt. At this time, I saw a photo that fell to the ground and broke. It was a photo of the man and a pregnant woman. I didn't know how I reacted at that time. I just remembered that I turned myself in later, explained everything to Marco, and I was sentenced to 60 years in prison for the deaths of 2 people. I opened my mouth, not knowing what to say, and Toriana said, "It's okay. No need to say anything." I breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. She said, "After I came here, I felt that I was surrounded by different versions of my aunt. They thought I was weak and wanted to use me. I didn't let them succeed, and with the skills my aunt taught me, no one dared to disturb me anymore. I hate myself for relying on these skills. And everything around me tells me that she did the right thing until I met you. You are the first to look genuinely clean, even though you always look broken." I joked, "I'm not that depressed, am I?" Toriana said. "It seems to me that there is. But maybe I just feel that it resonates with you. After you understand the iris and start a winning streak, I look forward to our duel. I want to see why you are so desperate up close. After that battle, I respect you more than anyone else." I looked at the yard. "Do you want to hear my story?" After telling her everything that happened after my dad's death, the tense atmosphere eased a lot, and I realized that even if she was the queen of spirit bells, she was just an ordinary person. At lunch, she said, "You can call me Tori." I smiled and said, "You can call me." Tori raised his eyebrows and looked forward to it, but I got stuck and laughed awkwardly. "Mateo, do you want to train with us later?" Tori said. "Maybe you'll go and see." "Will the scouts let me have lunch with you?" I said. "I thought I was the only one who liked you," Tori said. "I don't mind your friend." I was about to agree, but I remembered that I couldn't represent everyone. So I said, "We have to discuss." Tori stood up. "Thank you for coming over, and see you later." I sat down and replied, "Okay, you are, too." Aiden asked for the 6th time behind me. "Are you sure you heard it right?" I walked out of the line with a plate full of food. "Sure. Believe me," facing the entire canteen. I pretended to be calm and walked to Tori's table. To be honest, I really wished I heard it right. Everyone was looking at me, sitting at Tori's table. I dare say the whole hall was whispering. Friends sat down one by one, feeling all eyes on us. And worse, Tori was still sitting at the table, staring at us silently. I desperately tried to hold back my trembling and mustered up the courage to ask, "Do you plan to sit on it all the time, or come and join us?" My voice was shaking, and Tori looked at me and smiled, jumped off the table and sat down next to Joey. Joey looked at Tori, at a loss. This was the first time I had seen him like this. I couldn't help but laugh, and Aiden couldn't hold back. Tori took a bite of the cold chicken sandwich. "Don't think too much. You'll get used to it." "Yes, she's just an ordinary person." Joey gave us a cautious look, moved to Tori's side, and picked up the sandwich. Tori chewed and said, "Look, this is not very good." Lunch was awkward at first, but slowly it eased. We chatted as usual. Tori was silent most of the time, occasionally interjecting a sentence or two. I think she wanted to contribute to the team like this, in addition to giving us guidance during training. We all understood and were very grateful. After talking to her, I was really happy that she was around. Her ability is no longer a mystery. Sure enough, her ice shuriken is an elemental ability. The other two are more troublesome. A resuscitation ability called Snapshot in her cube field can make all living or inanimate objects stop moving. My flames are also considered inanimate, so I always lost control in the last duel. The third ability is very direct, called Psychic Power. To put it bluntly, it is telekinesis, which can control the inanimate objects that can be lifted by one's mind. When Tori enters his evolutionary form, his forearms, face, and calves are covered in a layer of icy turquoise frost. During training, Ray would occasionally come to tell us what to have dinner, who would duel in the evening, and tell us about things outside the spirit bell, mainly the tension between Clover and Amlovos getting stiffer. One night, I paused to meditate and played cards with Aaron, Scott, Emily, and Makani, and I was playing when a guard came over to ask me to go with him, took me to see Sorrel, and fortunately gave me some mango slices as comfort on the way. Sorrel was going to do a postoperative review to make sure there were no potential problems. When scanning, I asked him, "Sorrel, do you know about iris meteorites? How does it work?" Sorrel was stunned for a moment. "Why are you asking this?" Before I could answer, he began to explain. Since ancient times, humans have relied on a huge crystal, the iris meteorite, which almost destroyed mankind, but also became a savior, which gave humans special abilities with which humans rebuilt civilization. Sorrel tested me. "Do you know the war between Halo and Cadillan?" I saw through him and shook my head. He was even more suspicious, but he continued to say that the war was fought very fiercely and created the world today. Previously, there was only a large land suitable for human habitation, but because the war was too fierce, it was divided into 6 continents, called Opry, Marasis, Asalat, Taliarasa, Lokafi, and Iosa. Sorrel also emphasized that this war may make Opry completely different from other continents. Other continents are pushed away from the battlefield, but Opry is directly impacted, tearing itself, and the iris makes many islands rise. As the continent closest to the battlefield, the iris in the Opry's atmosphere is the most natural, so that the floating islands can stay in place. This discovery is amazing and reveals the mystery of the iris and its history. After checking and saying, "My next duel is scheduled for next week, and he is looking forward to my return to the ring," and despite my curiosity, he still hasn't asked him about the iris again. On the way back to the cell, my mind was full of dueling, and if I won this one, I would be able to choose my next opponent. It's been 14 months. The rebels are getting more active. More people are being locked up. Polly may be dead. But anyway, I must find out why Kaveh was killed. I clenched my fists, my eyes glowing blue. And if there were murderers among these newcomers, they would definitely pay the price in the arena. The week passed very quickly, and when I returned to combat training, I thought I would be nervous and hesitant. But I didn't expect that I was more relaxed and clearer than before. And just like that, I continued training from where I left off. Ray suddenly came to the training venue in the afternoon before my duel, dismissed the guards, and said, "Even if there is a camera, you can't find it." Joey replied, "That's the point." Ray turned to me. "Mateo, I have news of your opponent." I asked, "Can you tell me, is this fair?" Lay asked rhetorically, "Do you think there is fairness here? The faster you win all the duels, the sooner you can return to your family." Everyone's eyes turned to me, and it turned out that Ray told them about me when I was unconscious. Ray added, "I am willing to help all of you." Tori said, "I'll do it alone." Joey also said, "Me too." Aiden looked around in surprise. "I fully support helping." Makani hesitated and didn't speak. I said, "I don't care what he's capable of. I just want to know if my opponent is a rebel." Ray said, "Amlovis, no. He was convicted of drug possession." I interrupted him, "That's okay. I don't want you to take risks to find out about my opponent. It's too dangerous. It's better to keep a low profile." Lay shrugged. "Since you said so." I lit a flame. "You've never seen me fight. Tonight, just sit down and take a good look." I stood opposite my opponent. My wings and helmet ignited flames, activating Olesai. He has won 2 games like me, even if he doesn't have Iris. His body is very strong. He is a dual wielder, like Aiden. He has Soma and Arno cores, and his ability has been revealed. But his recovery ability should not be strong. The duel began, and I quickly flew into the sky, activated the compass ring, ignited my arms, and surrounded the edge of the realm with heavenly fire, trapping him inside. The opponent saw through my early strategy and cycled the iris to the arm, and I used a velocity pulse before he activated his particle ability. A blow hit his torso, and he staggered back before barely standing firm, then used his particle power to create a double-haired spear. If his particle abilities were the same as Aiden's, this spear was not just for melee combat. After the pulse effect wore off, I flew back into the air, injected my iris into my palm, and was about to fire the flamethrower when he suddenly drew the aura to his feet and jumped up to chase me. I pushed myself back to the ground with a speed pulse, used the flames to speed up, and after landing, I cycled my legs with an aperture, jumped back into the air, and circled behind him, and the speed pulse slowly weakened. I didn't want to take the risk of temptation, and fired a blazing flame at his back, and his body tilted and began to fall. After I confirmed that he was just unconscious, I activated Olati, flew down to catch him, put him on the ground, and Sorrel declared me the winner. In the viewing area, Aiden commented he can fly now. It's not a level anymore. Tori smiled, and Joey added with his arms folded, we can't be lazy, even if we are 14 months ahead. Watching me punch in celebration, Joey smiled proudly, he will soon surpass us. At the other end of the arena, Sorrel stood behind another scientist, looking at the computer discussing the data, and the warden watched me leave the arena and hurriedly leave the skybox, attracting Ray's attention. There was a knock on the door, and Warden Connor shouted. I said no need to knock on the door, Ray. Ray walked into the office and locked the door. Connor hung his uniform coat on the corner hanger and walked into the lounge, followed by Ray. Connor slumped on the sofa, took off his shoes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Ray asked. Connor put his feet on the armrest, held his head in his hands and closed his eyes. I don't know. Ray, you tell me. We've all had several drinks. Do you think I look good? Ray walked to the bar. Sir, drinking together is only part of the job application. If you need water, I'll get it for you. Connor groaned. I don't want water. Don't call me husband anymore. Ray put down his cup and sat down quietly. And Connell opened his eyes. Why do you think I let a job seeker get drunk with me? Ray shook his head. And Connell continued, let potential employees drink with their bosses to intimidate them. Many people will be scared away. Some people think it's intimidation, but it's not. For me, drinking is part of the application, and if I can't get along with an assistant like a normal person, what's the use of hiring an assistant? The two looked at each other, and Connell asked, what do you think of today's duel? Ray hesitated. I can't say it either. But, Connell interrupted, just say it. Ray said, I'm sorry, Andrew. To be honest, I don't know what I think. The duel is quite interesting, but I don't like Sorrel's attitude towards the prisoners. They are not one-time test subjects. They are people. Even if they are criminals, they can't do this to them. And his research is kept secret by Shamrock. It's all too weird. Connor scratched his beard. That's why I hired you. Although you can do superficial work, but dare to tell the truth. I respect that. And I agree with you. I don't doubt that what you said is true. Your tone is very sincere. But if you want to maintain your image and not expose your true thoughts, I don't blame you. Everyone has a moral compass, which is engraved in the bones. Everyone has their own right and wrong. This is the meaning of the law, restraining human beings. Connor cleared his throat. I don't think people are born good or evil, but society has become a place where other people's opinions determine what kind of person you are, good or bad, and there is never a clear answer. Right? Lay was silent for a moment. I agree, but I don't think many people will agree. You are the warden of Lingling, and you are the worst criminals in our country. Connor frowned. So what? The only difference between me and the prisoners is that I am not convicted, and not being in prison does not mean that I am better than them. We will all make mistakes, and we all have sins that we want to atone for. You know, I firmly believe that everyone is locked in some kind of cage and always wants to break free. Connor loosened his tie. None of us agree with Sorrel's research methods. I have always disliked him, but that's just my opinion. Is Sorrel a good or bad guy? Who knows? Ray, let me ask you a hypothesis now. If there is an infectious disease in the future, tens of thousands of people will die every day, and Sorrel's research in the spirit bell is just the key to cure. He can create an antidote and save mankind. If there is no research from him, maybe there will be an antidote in the future, but humanity will suffer a devastating blow, or even extinction. At that time, will Sorrel be a good person because he sacrificed a few to save the majority? Can his cruel experiments be pardoned? Do you still disagree with his research? Ray said. I couldn't ignore everything he did. Connor sat up suddenly. But he saved mankind. Think about how many innocent people he saved from this terrible pandemic kind. People survive thanks to Sorrel. These people never knew how cruel the experiment was. They never saw what he did to the prisoners, and those who were said to be the worst criminals. They would never know Sorrel has helped the world countless times. And in their eyes, Sorrel is a hero. The whole world loves him, and he is the savior. You mean you still can't forgive his crimes? Even so, Lei took a deep breath. No, I won't. Even if Sorrel saves humanity, my opinion of him may change slightly, but I will never forget everything I saw here, and these experiments will always be a part of him. I used to respect him. I knew how famous he was, and I knew that the world had changed for the better because of him. But now that I know how he really does things, I can no longer look at him the way I used to. Connor smiled. That's right. I think it means that we will become the bad guys in the world. Can you accept it? Lei said. I came here to better understand human nature. I thought that being among the so-called best and worst people would better understand the workings of the world. But after I came, I realized that on the contrary, I was getting more and more confused. Some prison guards are special jerks. Some prisoners are like saints, and vice versa. But I'm starting to understand what you mean by we're all in cells. Connor leaned forward. Ray, I'm really sorry I didn't meet you earlier. Let me treat you as a friend I never thought I would have. Lei was surprised. Friend? Connor said. Yes, let's have some more wine. Connell said. Prisoner no. 1682. Joey Bilek. You keep talking to him, so I won't introduce you. He was locked up one night at a bar when he saw two friends dead. Security caught a woman drugging his friend's drink, and his friend died shortly after, and an autopsy showed lethal doses of harrison and arsenic in his body. Lei said. It's too miserable. I thought people like us wouldn't know this kind of personal information. I love getting to know the people I live with, and Joey has been here for decades and is one of the people I admire the most. Connell said. Regardless, his friend was just two of the many victims that night, and Joey was as sad as everyone else. A few weeks later, he was drinking in another bar, recognized the same woman who wanted to drug someone else's drink, got carried away with rage, killed her red-handed in the bar, and was later arrested. But it wasn't that simple. Connor took a sip of wine. That woman has been arrested several times for protesting, has a docile personality, never beats people, used to be a clerk, got along well with her neighbors, and has a husband. But her death exposed her as a member of the Amlovos rebels. Joey's friends firmly believe in nevisism, and the clues slowly string together. Ray asked. I know Joey kills people, but isn't the government usually a little more forgiving? Connell said. It's almost to the point. Although Joey avenged his friend, his anger did not subside. And if it weren't for his later behavior, Clover might have been more forgiving. Or rather, his later words. After learning that the woman is a rebel, Joey's anger turns from woman to nevisism, and he questions how a woman can become so violent. Finally coming up with a reasonable answer because she feels she has to. For some reason, the government punished her for protesting but covered up her crimes. And if she longed to be heard so much that she felt that only killing people could make her voice heard, she was either crazy or knew something that most people didn't know. Of course, Connor nodded. Her husband disappeared a few weeks before she started poisoning people. And if you ask the neighbors about this couple, they don't know who you're talking about. In fact, almost no one knows this woman. And no one knows that it all happened. Lei said. You said you are a retired officer. I know the government will not tell the public everything, but if what you say is true, you must have been involved in this case. And Mo How still has the ability to tamper with memories. Connor said. Yes. Our religious country seems to be prosperous on the surface, but Marco is not an ordinary police force. In order to maintain the Clover's concept of peace, Marco has been stained with blood, just to maintain order. For some, nevisism is a faith worthy of worship, bringing health, stability, and good fortune. For others, it is just a fictional fantasy that is not worth wasting time for the washer. Nevisism is a lifelong belief. Lei swallowed his saliva. I understand. But what are you telling this? For what Connell said let you understand the points of view of both sides. You have studied the law. You should know that only by understanding both sides can the story be complete. As for me, technically speaking, I am not responsible for what happened to that woman. I know that Clover ordered her protest to be stopped, but other than that, I don't know. However, shortly after Marco received the order. Some of my colleagues killed the woman's husband without permission. And as for whether they harmed the woman, I am not sure. She may have been brainwashed or tortured. I don't know anything. My companions did what they thought necessary. It was Mark's policy. But no matter how you look at it, they were wrong. The man they killed, probably completely innocent, and their actions prompted the woman to kill nearly a dozen people later, Ray said. After her death, the neighbors, brainwashed. Connell said yes. I also participated. I know this story will make you look at me differently. My past is not glorious, except for brainwashing the people. I can't count how many people have been killed in the name of justice. Clover always tells us that our sins are for the greater good. It's all nonsense. The Civil War may never have broken out, but it sacrificed too much humanity. Lay took a sip of wine and digested the words. Connell said every sin I committed kept me promoted, and finally became one of Marco's highest-ranking officers. I knew I would never be able to atone for my sins. But worse, I finally escaped. I wanted to leave that hell. I wanted to stop hurting others because of other people's orders. But the problem is that senior officers like me, knowing the secrets of the country, once they know, it is difficult to escape the clover of the clover easily. But we finally reached a compromise. I continued to work for the government in Lingling, promising never to leak secrets. Clover also let me go. Ray put down his glass. Now you are here. Connor repeated, now I'm here. 27 years old, and am still holding on. Although I fled from Marco, I deserve to spend the rest of my life here. And these years here are nothing compared to the years I took from others. Even now, I'm too timid to stop these experiments. I'm no different from Sorrel. He's the one who does the experiments. I'm the one who watches the experiments happen and lets them go. To be honest, I could be worse. Ray said I don't agree. Sorrel is completely controlled by Clover. Even if you want to intervene, you can't stop his research. Connell said, maybe not. I'm talking too much about myself. You can ask whatever you want in the future. It's better to go back to Joey. Joey said in court that the government was responsible for the deaths of a few people that night, including 2 of his friends. And of course, he didn't know that Marco and Clover were also involved. But he had his own opinion. Joy said it was too cruel for the government to silence her because of the protests, and also mentioned her missing husband, saying that given the government's extremes, a woman's counterattack was inevitable. Joy concluded by saying that all of this could have been avoided if the government had not forced the public to believe in Nevisism. For him, it was just a gut feeling, but he was too accurate, especially to Clover. Ray said, no. Connor said, of course the government doesn't like it. And Joey is locked up here until he dies, which is ironic. Sentencing him to the spirit bell proves his point. But it doesn't matter anymore. Joey is labeled a criminal, so he is a criminal. But in my opinion, he is not bad at all. He tragically lost 2 friends, and avenging them was also justice. And some would even say that he had every right to do so. Despite this, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for criticizing the government's distorted system, which makes one wonder if anyone is really right or is everyone wrong. I think it depends on who you ask. It's always been like this. Ray stared at the glass, and Connor added, for me, this conversation has never happened. You are safe, but I know it's tiring. If you want to resign, go for it. Ray interrupted, I won't give up. To be honest, Andrew, I haven't fully confessed to you either. I also have an interesting story about the prisoners here, Connor asked, which it was one of the fights tonight. We have been friends since childhood. Prisoner number 2656. Mateo Hernandez, Ray said. Connor listened patiently to Ray's words and did not react the whole time. But when Ray said that his goal was to help Mateo regain his freedom, Connor finally spoke. It turns out that you have been working blindly without my authorization, just like a cockroach. Ray said, I have no excuse. If you want to fire me, I will be fired. Connor smiled, that's why I won't fire you. So far, no prisoner has been able to complete Sorrel's iris game. This road is Hernandez's best chance. But to be honest, I have always doubted that Sorrel will easily give up such a strong test subject after they win 10 games. Hernandez still needs to win 7 games now, right? Ray said. Yes. Connell said, since the beginning of these duels, I have been on Sorrel's side, and among all the prisoners, Sorrel seems to be most interested in Hernandez. Ray said, because Mateo is the inheritor. He inherited Nevis Aura bird ability. which is why Sorrel is so interested in him and always assigns him more tasks. Connor said, I understand. I only know the basics of the little iris. But Mateo's flame has always attracted me, inheriting the bird heritage, meaning he has the power of one of the 17 ancient warriors. You are talking about Nevis, right? Lay nodded him. Connor smiled and said, maybe the prophecy of Nevis' grand return will really come true. Damn it, I really want to know how Clover will turn the tide of the battle if Mateo can really escape from the spirit bell. Ray asked, are you going to stop him? Connor immediately replied, absolutely not. No wonder Mateo is improving so fast. Every time he sees him, he is 5 times stronger than before. That guy dares to hit people just after the operation. I can't wait to see how the Clover brothers deal with this monster once he is released. Also, if what you say is true, I agree that Amlovos was probably behind Kave's murder, and am not surprised. They may have killed Mateo's father as well. Lay said, I think so too, but I don't understand. Why don't you care about this? Connor said, it's none of my business. Whatever you say, if Mateo himself can't prove it, your words are useless. I want Sorrel to get out of my prison, and if Mateo wins the duel to help with that goal, I fully support it. Walking out of the arena, I had blood on my fist and turned off my abilities. Nothing. And he doesn't know anything. I gritted my teeth and slammed my fist on the wall next to me. These rebels were really useless. They didn't know anything. Even if they knew they were going to be beaten half to death, they couldn't take out anything of value to save their lives. I withdrew my fist, blood dripping down my arm, took a deep breath, and continued down the hallway. In fact, these duels are not a complete waste of time. Winning this one, I have won 8 games, and there are still 2 games left to regain my freedom. Tori has won 9, and others have won at least 5. Most of my gem core, like my friends, is in the evolutionary stage. Not only my iris is developing, but my body and mind are also growing. I am almost in the late stages. I can feel it, and if I try a little harder, I must become as strong as possible. Walking into the spacious training room, I ate the mango slices I had left behind after the battle. For the past 8 months, I've had to fight 2 duels every night, and time flies. But these damn rebels don't even give me any useful clues. I hated them day by day. I felt like I was being played. Even if I threatened to kill them and cut off their arms, they would only talk useless nonsense, either about where they met other rebels, or how they heard about Amlovos. TSK. No wonder, if they weren't stupid, they wouldn't be arrested, and the leaders wouldn't be relieved to let them know the secret. The only hint is that some of the rebels have mentioned Operation Tarikas. But what am I supposed to do here? There must be someone in the spirit bell who knows about KV and my dad. Maybe a prisoner, or a guard. But how could Polly know this? Did Sorrel tell him, or the warden? It's annoying. Fortunately, Ray is still here. I can believe him. He said that my family is fine, but there is a civil war coming. I must get out of here as soon as possible. Kave's murderer is still outside. I know very well in my heart, being trapped in this broken wall. It is simply worse. In the lavish throne hall, the Clover trio stands facing each other, and the throne is arranged in a triangle. The eldest and Xiang scolded, there are more and more people in Amlovos. John, what the hell is Marco doing? You should take care of this. John touched his chin and defended. Marco is on a mission. It's not so easy to catch traitors from his own people. These things take time. I can handle them. Xiang sneered and coughed a few times. You just sit there doing nothing. Amlovos ruined 2 more Tarika. They not only recruit soldiers, but also tarnish our faith. 3 days ago, your informant said that they bought another batch of guns, ammunition and technological equipment from the black market. But you didn't stop it, didn't expose those rebels. It's really a shame. If I were in power, Mo Xian would have gotten better long ago, and this matter would have been resolved long ago. John mocked. Shut up, old man. You're almost dead. Look at your nervousness. It seems that there are a few more wrinkles today. Xiang muttered. These wrinkles are all to help you wipe your butt. You don't deserve a Clover at all. John Hippie smiled. I'll find you a few beauties, and drink some wine to make sure you relax. Xiang interrupted impatiently. Enough, Elena. How was Sorrel's experiment? Elena played with the diamond bracelet on her hand. My nephew said that this research can change the world. If he doesn't have my money, he can't even do the test. He will definitely make a lot of money this time. By the way, How much does it cost to restore those 2 destroyed Tarikas? John rolled his eyes. It's none of your business. You are the richest man in the world, and this maintenance cost is a drop in the bucket for you. Elena raised her eyebrows. I am the owner of more than 70 of the country's Tarika. Do you know how much this affects my business and the entire economy if the news spreads? No one dares to go to worship. Who is not afraid that the roof will collapse? He Xiang echoed. That's why you are staring at it, John. The whole country will have to panic tomorrow. John was impatient. Got it, but Elena, don't pretend. What you're worried about is not the economy at all. It's your assets, right? If your Tarika can't be used, your money will be wasted. Don't pretend that you don't embezzle profits. The money is for the people. Do you really care about Nevisism? He Xiang roared. Shut up. How dare you laugh at the name of God in the Lord's temple? Elena ignored Xiang and curled her red hair. It's too serious to embezzle. I've invested money in improving society, such as Sorrel's research. I'm indirectly helping the people. It's better than you looking for strippers all day long. He Xiang slapped the throne armrest twice. The room was instantly quiet, and he unfolded a piece of paper. Don't argue. There is something more important. This is a letter from the rebels today. They want to take advantage of the previous momentum to make trouble. This is not a list of requirements. Listen to me read it. He cleared his throat and read, if we want to live in the new era of Iris, we must not show weakness in front of other countries, let alone be really weak. Now there are many people in the world who have superpowers and can threaten the country. Our country's environment can no longer protect us, and other countries will definitely covet our advanced technology. Our theocracy is too conservative. Citizens should wake up. Nevisism was once an honest religion, but you have turned it into a tool for controlling the country. If we want to gain a foothold in the new era, we must change. The country is weak, the people are ignorant, and if we do not adapt, we will fail. We demand that the Clover Trio resign, abolish the current government, establish a more military regime, cleanse the filth of Nevisism, get the country back on its feet, and give you time by the end of the week. He Xiang frowned after reading, and John sneered. What are they? And they want to govern the country more than us. A group of fools, He Xiang shouted sharply. Even if you are a fool, it poses a real threat. Elena nodded. Dare to send this kind of letter. It shows that they are very confident. There must be a lot of citizens to support them, as well as weapons bought on the black market. Maybe there are many Iris powers. Amlovos can even suppress our army with magic powers. Although I do not agree with most of the words in the letter. They are right. Our army is too weak. Amlovos will definitely take advantage of this. We must be cautious. John was surprised. Elena, this is not like you. You are really panicking. Elena stared at him. Amlovos is openly mocking you and your army for weakness. If I were you, stop pretending to be arrogant and think about the danger in front of you. John was not convinced. My people have long been ready for the new world of Iris. Amlovos wants to fight, and I will accompany you to the end. He Xiang objected. No, there must be no civil war. It will hurt innocent people. John retorted. How do we know those people are innocent? Maybe it's a rebel spy. I want sit still. They want to seize power by force. Let them try. He Xiang said. They can't take away the country, and we won't abdicate. Elena asked. Then how do we fight back? There are still 3 days left until the weekend, and there is no time. He Xiang shook his head. The Amlovos family has existed for so long and is unwilling to negotiate at all. But we have a method they can't think of. Lingling. Sorrel's experiments should have produced powerful Iris users who can help us gain an advantage. And the criminals of the Lingling are not controlled by the army and the government. Even if they destroy the land, they can't blame us. And they can throw the pot of the prisoners' escape to Amlovos. Even if the prisoners are defeated, it can give us time to strengthen our defenses. Elena added. The only problem is that the citizens will be in danger, and the prisoners will be willing to fight for us. Sorrel had promised them that he would give them freedom if he completed his plan, and now he might have to promise more to convince them, and he couldn't expose his cards yet. He Xiang proposed we don't release prisoners on a large scale. There are still 3 days left. I suggest to find Connor and ask him to recommend the 5 most powerful and rational warriors in the Spirit Bell. Connor's judgment is credible. And Elena? This means that Sorrel will be excluded. Can you accept it? Elena nodded. No problem. My nephew may lose his temper, but his research depends on us to be in power, and he has no reason to refute it. After we have evaluated these 5 people, we will consider recruiting more, John, and let Marco act quickly to find out the location, name, and anything that can help us gain an advantage. John thought for a while. I have a clue. A few years ago, one of my men found out the meeting place of Amlovos before, when the rain of debris was chaotic, and I didn't have time to find out. Amlovos changes places often, but it's finally a start. My subordinate is very devout and often goes to worship, and when I attended the ceremony a few weeks ago, I heard a special sentence, although I can't remember the content, but he mentioned the location of the hiding place, and the time was right. Maybe it was not a coincidence. Xiang was excited. This is by no means a coincidence. Why didn't you say it earlier? Amlovos must be using Tarika to hold meetings, recruit supporters, and destroy Tarika just to divert our attention. They are really targeting the retired Iron Man platform, which has been under our noses for so long. Elena asked anxiously. In which Tarika was the ceremony held? John replied, eternally strong. Elena lowered her head. I usually don't care much about Tarika. The eternally strong Iron Man is a woman named Raven. I have been doing it for many years, and I have talked to her a few times, but she took 2 weeks off 5 days ago, and all the worship was cancelled. How long has she been on both sides? Xiang asked. Are there any other Iron Men who have asked for leave recently? Elena rubbed her forehead. Yes, I have hundreds of Tarika, thousands of Iron Men, and it is normal for multiple Tarika to be closed. How do I know it is related to Amlovos? Xiang asked. Who are the other Iron Men who asked for leave? Elena replied, Yannick of Guardian Hope, Maya of the Spring of Life, Denise of Crosspoint, Carries of the Nevis Faith, and some of them, I forgot, their Tarika was not touched by the rebels. John said, enough. I'll ask Macon to check these Tarika and their residences, and he'll definitely find clues. Xiang stood up. Tomorrow I will go to Lingling. John, you hurry up and prepare. Clean up what needs to be cleaned. Kill what needs to be killed, at all costs. Elena, follow up on the clues. Hold here. Although we have differences, but now we are in a boat. There is no time to waste. Our rule is in jeopardy. A metal baton hit the iron bars of the cell, waking me up and Makani, and I rubbed my eyes and asked, what's wrong? The guard opened the cell. You two come with me. The warden wants to see you. We followed the guards to Connell's office. The morning bell had already ringed. The prisoners were mostly awake, and as I passed by the cell, I saw either frowns, contempt, or fearful eyes, which soon disappeared again, and the corners of my mouth raised slightly, and I continued to walk forward. Walking into the office, Joey, Aiden and Tori were already there, looking tired. Aiden rubbed his eyes and muttered, you two are here too. Connor motioned for the guards to leave, and waited for us to sit down before speaking. Good morning. Summon the 5 of you because you are already famous here. Spirit Bell Scouts. Joey frowned. We didn't do anything wrong. Connor smiled. I know. It's not about causing trouble. Joey asked, then why did you drag us out of bed so early? As soon as the words fell, Ray suddenly broke in, and Connor said, just right, Ray is here. Lay also looked tired, looked at us, and then looked at Connor. What's going on? Connell, no bad thing. Sit down and say, I am looking for you because a Clover member is coming to Lingling today and wants to recruit a group of prisoners for special missions, and I recommend you 5. Joey was surprised. How did Clover come here? I don't even remember the last time they came. Connell explained. As Ray told you, a rebellion is about to break out, and Clover is looking for capable warriors to suppress it. Joey muttered, I know. Connor interrupted, listen to me. You have earned my respect. Not only the strongest warriors within this wall, but also the strongest warriors in this wall, who have not yet fallen to the point of sorrow, although some are rough. He looked at me. But you did not cause unnecessary casualties. You are not only a role model for other prisoners, but also some guards admire you. I sneered. Obviously you are afraid of us. Connor nodded. Maybe. But your existence and persistence in the iris finally helped the Spirit Bell. Makani asked, but how could Clover cooperate with criminals? They definitely have other options. Connell sighed. They are cornered. They have no choice, and it is a shame for them to rely on criminals. So this matter must be kept secret. I shook my head. I don't believe it. They can't trust us at all. We are felons. They must have expected us to disobey orders and fight back at every opportunity. Connell said, you're right. But judging good people and bad people depends on the perspective. Mateo, I've heard about you. I apologize to you. You shouldn't be here. The evidence is against you. Our justice system, our country, have failed you, and you have become what you are now because of these flaws." Ray and Connor looked at each other, and Connor continued falsely accused of murder, avenging friends and telling the truth, being forced to survive alone as a child, seeking justice for a crazy woman, being pushed by his family. These are the reasons why you were locked up. Each of you is different, but I believe you are all good people, and that's why I recommend you. Joey asked, "What's good for us?" "It sounds like they just want to take advantage of us and throw it away when they run out." Connor smiled. "Now the power is in your hands. The Clover is completely under your control. If you don't cooperate, Amlovos will seize power." Aiden scoffed. "Go to his Clover. I said let the rebels overthrow them." Joey stopped him. "Wait, if what he said is true, we might be able to negotiate and leave the Lingling." Connor nodded. "That's right, as long as you ask for freedom. Clover has no choice but to pardon you. They are desperate to the extreme. As long as you prove your worth, they will meet any of your demands. I stand on your side. But one thing to note, when Hexiang comes at noon, Sorrel and I will take you to see him and show your abilities. You have to keep your distance from Hexiang. Don't pretend to be too familiar. He will be suspicious. Sorrel only cares about his research. We don't know what's going on. We have to hide it from him all the time." The bell rang at 7 o'clock in the morning, and Connor stood up. "No time. Ask Ray if you have a question. This may be your only chance to get out of here. Good luck." After leaving the office, I walked side by side with Makani and she asked, "Do you really believe in the warden?" I said, "Believe me, Ray won't lie. At our current pace, sooner or later we will be free from Sorrel's game. But who knows how long he will drag on. Today may be the only chance. We can't mess up." Makani smiled and said, "If you succeed, you will be able to meet your mother." I stopped, hiding the guilt and shame on my face. Yes. Ray said she was still holding on. I had accepted the fact that I might not be able to get out before, but I still wanted to see her. Makani patted me on the back. "Don't be sad. You can't cry today. We have to let them know that they need us, and you will see your mother soon." Makani looked into the corridor, and the prisoners were walking towards the cafeteria. "Connor said that Kazuo will not come until noon, and we can have breakfast together." I nodded, and Makani jogged. "Go fast. Blend in." And him starving. I squeezed out a smile and chased after him. In the center of the arena, Kazuo looked at us and asked Connor, "These are the 5 prisoners you recommended?" Connor nodded. "Yes, Master Clover. They are all very good in duels, except for one person. No one else has lost." And Kazuo interrupted. "Who hasn't lost?" I took a step forward. Hexiang took a step forward and shouted, "Did I allow you to speak?" Prisoner. I was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "No. Is it important?" Hexiang frowned. "The mouth is so vulgar. Ground people. I should have known long ago. Smelly. Scum. What's your name?" I ignored his insults. "Mateo Hernandez." Hexiang looked me up and down. "Hernandez. Connell, are you sure you want to recommend him?" Connor said, putting aside his temper. "He is powerful. He is an inheritor, inheriting the Halo Bird of Nevis." Hexiang turned around abruptly and asked in shock, "You said he was the inheritance holder. Can you still use Halo Bird weapons? Is it the wings that Nevis grew to save us and fight against the Cadillans?" Connor nodded. "Yes, my lord." Hexiang turned back to me. "Show me." I grinned, lit the heavenly fire. My helmet and wings unfolded. The blue and white light illuminated the arena. I slowly flew into the sky, and Hexiang's face was full of amazement. And he whispered to himself, "It's true. The wings and flames are exactly the same as in the legend." I fell, and Hexiang actually bowed to me, apologized for being rude, begged for forgiveness, and chattered, "I have always believed in the prophecy. You will come back to save this country. Now is the time. Lord Nevis, the country is going to a civil war. Please save us again." I was startled, and quickly asked him to get up, maintain his dignity, and after Hexiang obeyed, I said, "Although I inherited the legacy of the Halo Bird, aren't you here to recruit warriors? Aren't you curious about who beat me?" Hexiang hurriedly said. "Of course I'm curious. Lord Nevis, please point it out." I walked over to Tori and looked at Connor, who smirked. "This is Toriana. She is very strong. The most difficult of all my opponents." Kazuo walked towards Tori and bowed. "It's an honor to meet the person who defeated Lord Nevis, Miss Toriana." Tori said awkwardly. "Thank you." I continued, "The other 3 are also strong warriors, although I am not familiar with them, but I have seen their duels. If you have doubts, Kazuo nodded quickly. I never doubt you, Master Nevis. He added, gentlemen and ladies, please introduce yourself. Aiden held back his laughter, and Joey lowered his head slightly. My name is Joey, and I look forward to surpassing your standards. Hiseong nodded approvingly and looked at Makani, who took a deep breath. I am Makani, and my strongest ability is the wind type. I hope to leave a good impression on you. Hiseong looked at Aiden, and Aiden pointed at himself. My name is Aiden. I am very strong. I have never lost. You will want me to join. Connor walked up to Hiseong. Lord Clover, you said before that you wanted to evaluate their combat effectiveness. Why don't you let them compete with each other? Hiseong cleared his throat. Good idea. Connor turned around. Please, let's go to the skybox to watch. And Sorrel is almost there. Hiseong nodded and bowed to me again. I look forward to your performance, Lord Nevis. When Connor and Hiseong walked away, Aiden immediately hugged me and laughed. You cheeky bastard. You actually let Clover bow to you. I was laughing when Tori suddenly pressed his elbow against my stomach. I don't like you talking for me. Consider you lucky. This is a special situation. I apologized as I healed. I'm sorry, Tori. Joey came over. She's right. Why are you pretending to be our boss? I hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to. Joey grinned. I know. Well done, Makani shouted. They are almost in the skybox. Joey stretched and walked to the wall. We will all be busy today, so I won't participate yet. Aiden looked at me. Hey, Nevis, don't make the guests wait. Let's give them a show. I nodded and walked to the starting position, and as Aiden passed by Tori, he whispered, save the best for last. Tori glared at him and followed Joey to the wall. Makani followed, and when they stood up, Aiden and I got ready, and Sorrel began to count down. In the evening, Connor said to the 5 of us in the office, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm too busy today. Ray, tell them the details I missed. Lei nodded, and I asked eagerly, how are we doing? Connor smiled and said, Hiseong is very impressed with you. He didn't know how strong the Iris ability was before. He wants to recruit all of you to fight against the Amlovos rebels. From today onwards, you are no longer criminals. You are soldiers. My tense nerves finally relaxed. I took a deep breath. My fingers touched the token on my body, and Makani hugged me. You did it, Mateo. You can finally see your mother. I nodded. Didn't cry. Joey took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Tori also lowered his head in shock. Aiden reached out and touched the necklace. His voice choked. Jalen, Chelsea, don't worry. Dad will definitely do it well this time. I promise. Joey and I both looked at him in surprise. Joey had known him the longest and probably didn't know he had children. Connor said, Sorrel doesn't know about this yet. He'll teleport you away tonight. Ray, are your clothes ready? Ray nodded. Ready. Put it in the locker outside your bathroom. Connor smiled. Great. You can hug your friends. Ray wanted to say something, but he bit his lip and just nodded. Makani let go of me, leaving room for Ray. We hugged for a long time, feeling that he was comforting me. In fact, he also needed this hug. After getting ready, Connor said, you take the railroad back to the Earth boundary tonight, and then there will be an escort to take you to the castle. I asked Ray to prepare the bathroom. You take turns. Don't make too much trouble. Aiden wiped his tears. Absolutely not, sir. Thank you so much. Tori asked, what about our trackers? Connor replied, Becca will come to dismantle it in a few minutes, and I will put the tracker in your cell so that Sorrel does not find out about the anomaly. Joey, 23 years. You've been here for 23 years. Joey sighed. It feels longer than 23 years. Connell said, I know that these years must be the worst days of your life. Not just you, all of you. The days here are a nightmare. Joey nodded. But, although you are strict, you make the days here bearable. I will never forget the day we talked like people. Our past is very different. I don't think we will miss it. But I have learned, the past cannot define who you are. I used to think that I would rot here, but I got another chance. You should give yourself another chance. Connell looked away. Joey, your words are selfish, but I'm glad we can meet. Joey nodded, and Connell stood up. Hot water is waiting for you. Who will come first? Makani exclaimed. Hot water. Connor opened a door, and Makani jumped up. I'll come first. Don't mind if I'm welcome. She ran in quickly, and I said, you use it slowly. Don't rush. Lei reminded, but time is not much. We have to secretly send you out. There are 2 sets of women's clothing in the locker. Choose whatever you want. Makani screamed excitedly into the bathroom. Connell closed the door and opened another door. You guys wait here in case Sorrel comes over. Mateo, leave your chair. The others move into the lounge and relax at will. I'll ask her to call the next one when Makani runs out. Ray, you help them. Ray nodded and followed Connor into the lounge. Joey noticed that Tori was still in a trance. And Aiden cheered with a chair. Living room. It's amazing. I followed behind and saw the cookies on the coffee table that I had always wanted to eat, and exclaimed, "Are those cookies?" Joey sat down and patted Tori on the shoulder, startling her. "Are you okay?" Tori shook his head. "It's okay. I just didn't expect that I could really get out of here," Joey asked. "What are you worried about?" Tori looked away. "I just don't know what to do when I go out." Joey looked ahead. "I understand. Mateo and Aiden have families. Makani should follow Mateo. I have nowhere to go back." Tori looked at him. "I don't want to pour cold water, but we are not actually free yet. We were drafted to fight for the Clover, or prisoners, just changed our status." Joey smiled. "We have to fight for the people who are here and still have no say." Tori said, "I have never seen you fight so hard today. You are so smart. You must have figured it out. Since you doubt, why are you still working so hard?" Joey sighed. "I just don't want to lose anyone. I don't want to be left behind. And after that conversation, you and Mateo have won Connell's heart." Tori was worried Hsiang may listen to Mateo. "But I can be sacrificed. Who can guarantee that after the uprising is over, they will not throw us back? I have killed people, and they will not let me go." Joey said, "I have also killed people. In this uprising, we may kill more people. The only difference is that this time we killed for Clover and their faith, and we can't hide it. If we win, we are heroes. If we lose, we will be discarded like garbage, or even killed. And Mateo's inheritance ability may also be taken away. But I don't think it's that simple. If we lose, Mateo won't let these things happen, and I won't either." Joey stood up and picked up his chair. "I fight hard today just for you. No matter what happens, we will carry it together. By the way, Tori, I've never seen you fight so hard. We changed our clothes, followed Lei along the railway, wore prison uniforms for so long, changed into Lei's old clothes, and felt like we were reborn. Although it was a little worn, but in my eyes it was like new." Makani touched the fuchsia silk shirt on his body. "Ah, this shirt is so comfortable. Do rich people wear this?" Lei pressed the keyboard a few times and said with a smile, "Of course. This is my style. I'm sorry if it doesn't fit. I'll find you a better one when I see the Clover." Aiden, wearing a white shirt, leather jacket and jeans, said, "Yes, you'd better prepare more clothes. By the way, Ray, why did Connell stay?" Ray turned around. "He wants to make sure that Sorrel doesn't suspect him. He lives in prison, and leaving casually will cause suspicion, which will buy us more time." Tori looked out the window, watching the prison get smaller and smaller. I noticed that Joey was rubbing his hands. I could tell he was nervous, but I didn't speak. Joey didn't notice my gaze, and soon showed a warm smile. Lei pressed a few buttons. "Everyone, get ready. We're almost there." The train slowly slowed down, and Ray grabbed the handle. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the brick factory. Welcome back to the Earth boundary." I let go of the handle. "Wow, I didn't expect it so soon." Lei explained. "The railway uses iris as fuel. The guards can control the speed, and the prison guards will slow down when picking up new prisoners, so that they can recognize the reality. And it usually takes a minute or two to go back and forth." The door slid open, and Ray walked out. "Watch your feet. Let's walk a bit at the station, and then meet Marco. They will take you to the castle." After walking out, Joey closed his eyes, took a deep breath of fresh air, exhaled and opened his eyes, muttering, "Damn, this place has changed." Aiden patted his arm and teased, "Isn't it? You're almost an old man, and the duel in the yard can keep you young." Joey smiled. "Probably." Lei urged, "Don't delay time. Come with me." I caught up with Ray and asked, "Are you going to Grant's castle with us?" Ray smiled and said, "Of course. Connor asked me to replace him. It seems that I have to stay with you for a while." I joked, "You shouldn't be voluntary, right? Didn't you always yearn for castles when you were a child?" Lei glanced at me. "Yes. The world is unpredictable. I can finally see it with my own eyes today. But I am mainly looking at you. Don't let you mess up and cause more trouble." I smiled and pushed him away. "Obviously you are ready." Lei also smiled. "My best friend is a notorious delinquent. Can you not be prepared?" A minute later, Lei walked to a door. His expression became serious. "Everyone, listen. On the other side of the door is Mo Xian, and Xiang specially asked you not to wear armor, which means that your strength is not limited. You can escape. You can resist. Do whatever you want. This is a test. See your reaction. And since you entered the Spirit Bell, the world has changed a lot. If someone dares to do stupid things, even if they have iris ability, they will not be able to live." Ray grabbed the doorknob. "At least for now. You have to be the human weapon that Clover sees to cooperate. But next, it's all up to you." The door opened. We walked over, and saw rows of soldiers and officers pointing guns at us. and Lay stepped forward and announced, "My name is Raymond Allen. I am the executive assistant of Lingling, and the 5 people behind me are the people chosen by Clover to fight for the country." At this time, the sheriff who had arrested me before came over. Although I didn't take the initiative to look at him, but I was transferred to the Spirit Bell. He interrogated me several times. Each time he was talking, I slowly remembered his appearance. In his 30s, strong, with stubble and short hair. And the most unforgettable thing was his dark brown eyes full of hatred. The sheriff shook hands with Ray. "Thank you for your service. Ray, get out of the way. I'll take over." Ray nodded, stepped aside, and the sheriff put his hands behind his back and asked, "What are your names for safety?" We introduced ourselves from right to left, and the sheriff looked at me for a few more seconds, and then asked, "Next, you can be honest or lie. The answers will be recorded. I ask you a question. What do you want to do after leaving the Spirit Bell?" After a moment of silence, Aiden spoke, "I want to help defeat Amlovos and reconcile with my child. And I want no after that." Joey said, "We were brought here to stop the rebellion, and I'm going to do it well." Tori added, "I'm the same as him." There was another silence, and Makani said, "I am willing to listen to Clover's instructions, and I don't want to return to the Spirit Bell." The sheriff's eyes fell on me, and I said, "I will serve the Clover, but I don't care how the uprising ends. As long as they don't stop me from seeing my seriously ill mother, I will be loyal to those around me." The sheriff stared at me for a few seconds and said, "Okay, the 5 of you will be taken to Grant Castle immediately, and the demon will prepare defiantos for you to make it easier to travel." Mako put down his gun, spread out the formation, and came over to tailor the defiantos for us. And just as I was fitting, the squad leader came in and ordered Mako to leave. Waiting for the other officers to leave, the sheriff stayed in the room, and there were only the 2 of us. "Mateo Hernandez, you have a lot of fame now. I know. Obviously my inheritance ability is very important, and it has something to do with you. It's nothing. You are the inheritor. It has nothing to do with me coming here." I didn't say a word, thinking that this matter might be related to Carvey. But his next sentence directly stunned me. "Your father didn't fall to his death, and your mother's illness is not just depression and misfortune." I was instantly alert, and my eyes were on fire. "Who are you? Why do you want to tell me this?" He lifted a device and pressed it, and his face suddenly began to deform. And when it was over, I almost couldn't breathe. "It was the Iron Man I knew," he said. "We've seen each other before. If you forget, my name is Denise, and there's something about your family that you must know." "I remember you," I said. "I don't understand. Are you the captain now?" "No. If you're worried about him." "I'm not worried," I interrupted him sharply. Denise sneered, with a bit of ridicule, to put it bluntly. "I shouldn't have been here. It's too difficult to replace the leader on this occasion." "What does this have to do with my family?" "There is a lot to say." "You relax first. Someone sent you Connell Thunder or my family?" "No one sent me. I know you're going to be released, so I want to meet you before the Clover. But unfortunately time is running out." I staggered and asked, "But you didn't have this face before, which means that you have been lurking in Mako. Are you an Amlovos?" "Yes," Denise replied, and my throat tightened instantly. "I'll be here, partly because it's your family's business. After talking to Clover, you go to my dad's grave to find me. Do you remember where you are pressing the button?" Denise changed back to the appearance of the sheriff, and I stammered, "Wait, this doesn't make sense at all. I thought Amlovos was against Nevisism. So why are you telling me all this bad about my family now? Why don't you wait for me to meet Clover after meeting? Because I have to let you know that the 3 people of Clover are not trustworthy at all. You have Halo Birdman. They will try to control you and please you, but in reality, it is the Clovers who ruined your family. Why should I believe you? How do you know about my family? You are the one I was brought here to fight." Denise glanced at his watch and walked to the door. "No time." "I'm sorry, Mateo. I don't want to do that. But you have to know the truth before you choose a side. I'll go out with you. Remember where to meet." In order not to let the rebels find out about the plan, Clover asked the Moheo to take us to Grant Castle in a low-key manner, which meant that we had to walk the longest way. And we had to set off in groups of 4 or 5 at different times to avoid being seen jumping from island to island. Denise thought quite thoughtfully. He left with the other 2 undercover rebel officers first, saying that there was a mission in the central region, which might not be all nonsense for him. "I think even if we are in the same group, our way to the castle is different. All to hide from the rebels, which is ironic." Along the way, my mind was full of Denise's words. How did he know how my dad died and my mother? It wasn't until I was still a few islands away from the castle that I realized that I had been on a mechanical rush. Sighing and forcing myself to calm down. Damn, I can't think about Denise now. What will Clover say? How should I deal with it? As soon as we arrived at the castle, How handed us over to the guards, who were directly under the Clover pipe, wearing light blue uniforms and carrying iris rifles on their backs. Ray stayed, and a group of guards escorted us to the throne hall, where Clover was waiting. The 5 of us were taken to the middle and surrounded by the Clover leader sitting on the throne. Washo in front of him spoke, "Venerable Spirit Bell warriors, welcome to you, especially our guardian, Lord Nevis. It is a great honor to speak to you again." "It's an honor for me." I started Olasai to look around. "If it weren't for your discernment and assessment of our combat effectiveness, neither I nor my allies would be here today." Elena said from behind me, "This is a high-risk investment, just like I did about Sorrel's research project." Washo assured us that Sorrel's research was not in vain, and now I finally understand that even the air in this room is different. "We hope you can make a big contribution to this country, and now I believe you will," John said from behind my left shoulder. "Each of you has the opportunity to change your poor life. Don't let us down." "Shut up," John Kazumasa shouted. "You are talking to the inheritor of the Savior. Lord Nevis, you dare to humiliate him too. It doesn't matter what we think of them. They just need to complete the tasks we assign." "No, we want," I retorted, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "If we want to, we can help your poor government stop Amlovos. But we won't listen to you blindly. You are a Clover Trinity, but you have to rely on us. Otherwise we wouldn't be here at all. And I can see that only one of the 3 of you is an Iris Palm user." I stared at John, spread my wings, and my eyes were on fire compared to me. "You are just a bug waiting to be crushed." John narrowed his eyes. I knew I couldn't trust criminals. "Guard, catch them!" The guards were just about to approach. I quickly lit my arms, took advantage of the hot wind to soar into the air, flapped my wings to release a thick iris, and in the face of my strength, the guards all stopped in place, unable to move. "I'm glad you all recognize your position," I said, looking around, landing slowly, the flames burning. Washo glared at John and shouted, "Look at the good things you've done. You have angered our saviors. Past and present. It's good if you can live. Don't you regret it? Don't treat him as a god anymore." John roared back. "He's a lucky guy. Anyone can have this kind of power. It was pure luck that he could inherit this honor. That's why we have to respect him. Fate chose him to inherit the power of Nevis at our most critical time. And you dare to doubt his legitimacy? It doesn't matter what we think of them," I quoted John, drawing Clover's attention again. "It doesn't matter if you think of me as a god or a devil. I have the halo bird, a fact that will never change unless it is taken away. Lord Nevis, please understand. This gentleman is only confused for a moment, and I am sure he will accept your essence as I do." John sneered, and I said, "I don't care. The 5 of us are here just because we are strong. In my opinion, we have the same interests, and we still have debts to pay." In short, I believe John has understood that he almost made the biggest mistake of his life. Putting aside grudges, our interests do coincide, Elena said in an elegant tone. "You want to get a formal pardon. We want to destroy Amlovos. The only way is to cooperate." "That's right," echoed the book. "Those rebels must be stopped. They ordered us to step down within 48 hours. And when the time came, war would break out. Until then, we have prepared a room for each of you, ready to fight." "That's not good," I said. "We live in the Lay family. He lives in the Skylands. And it would be more reasonable to put the secret defense forces outside the main target. In this way, when the rebels attack the castle, we can intercept the ambush and have the upper hand. If the Amlovos knew we were here, they would adjust their strategy and maybe even seize the Skylands, cut off the castle's supplies and soldiers, and slowly weaken your defenses. We are stationed in the sky and will be much more flexible." A few seconds later, Isyong sneered. "Okay, we will contact you." Walking into Lay's house, Lay said, "Mateo, I don't mind if you come to my house on your own, but at least you have to remind me, right? You don't even know that I have my own place to live." The others were taking off their defiantos, and I stood at the front door and replied, "I'm sorry. The Clovers trust you, but I can't stand staying in that palace." Joey said, "You just came out, either very handsome or very stupid. I can't tell the difference." How must be staring at us like an eagle now, and maybe he will assassinate us and steal the halo bird. "They don't dare to touch us," I replied. I pissed off that bastard John, but he also knew that we were better than all his men. and that he could not live without our strength. Then where are you going now? Aiden asked. I opened the door again and said as I walked, I'm going to run something and be back soon. I flew back to the ground along the route I had taken with the officers to Grant's castle, paying attention to any abnormalities and trying not to be seen. I don't think anyone is following me, but I always feel that something is wrong. When I arrived at my dad's cemetery, I saw Denise waiting for me. After landing, I looked around and said, I'm glad you came. Well done. I wasn't followed. Let's go to a safer place. And we are not allowed to fly this time. Denise used his rebel to lead me to his Tarika, led me to the study room at the back, pressed a specific switch, and the table suddenly slid open, revealing a hidden staircase. As we went down, Denise pressed another button and the staircase entrance closed behind us, walking into a classroom-like place. We sat at a long table with 2 glasses of water and a kettle already placed on the table. Let me clarify first. Denise poured us each a glass of water. I'm a demon person, or a senior member, but I wasn't sent to pick you up. I replaced the police officer who was supposed to pick you up. I have to make sure we can meet and thank you for not reporting me. It's too stupid to hand you over. I want to know about my family. It's useless for you to take my place in the spirit bell. Denise smiled. That's right. Have you ever heard of Asarat and Marasis? I was a little impressed, so I listened to the rumors. I didn't tell the truth. What are you asking for? Because I was there the night Marasis fell, about a year after the rain of debris. Clover sent me and a few other demons to negotiate trade and establish a good relationship with their leader, Nova. I didn't want to go, but I didn't dare to refuse at the time, and there was no face-changing technology at that time. The problem is that we don't know they are fighting, and as soon as we arrive, Asarat attacks again. What the hell do you want to say? I'm here for my family. You listen to me first. Okay, I want you to know what I meant, Denise said, and I nodded slowly. That night, I saw with my own eyes the true power of Iris, its destructive power, and I could only watch as the twins destroyed everything. Even now, I remember those pictures clearly. They were so terrible that we fled quickly, and Nova was killed. Denise paused. We came back alive and reported everything to Clover, but I was fired. Later I learned that Clover was dissatisfied just because they had lost their main source of trade, and I was so angry that my blood was boiling. They don't care about those who sacrifice to protect their homeland, nor do they care about the threat of Asarat to the rest of the world. Respect us. I always thought that the Amlovos people did not believe in Nevisism. We don't like it. It's another story. But we love this country and don't want to see it destroyed. Because we are a theocratic state, the Clover has weakened our military strength, and no one dares to challenge them now. We are weaker than the rest of the world now that Iris users have appeared. We are even more dangerous. Think about it. Marasis is falling so fast. What will we do? It's only a matter of time. Soon someone will come to grab our land, technology and home. We have never messed with other countries because of their beliefs. But that doesn't mean they don't want what we have. Do you know what you're saying to the person who was supposed to fight you? Because I want you to join us. Mateo, Denise said, staring into my eyes. Clover is in a desperate situation. Our country needs strong, capable fighters. You are one of them. And so are your friends. If you really want me to be on your side, you'd better hurry up and talk about my family, I said, steam rising from my arm and harmless embers drifting around. Denise took a deep breath. Then let's start with your father, Sergio. You said you know how he died. Yes, but let's talk about something earlier. 3 years ago, your dad joined Amlovos, Denise continued. And my eyes widened. All of a sudden he didn't hide the reason and told several members that he joined to create a better future for his family. But around the same time, Clover and Marco became more radical in their strategy to eliminate Amlovos, and they began to arrest members, sometimes even innocent civilians, and torture them to extract confessions for information. Your dad is new. He is still very clumsy, and his lifestyle is different from others. And Marco quickly notices him. Now think about it. He did come home late at night. After Sergio was caught by Marco, they tortured him and forced him to tell him all the information. He didn't resist, and immediately told everything he knew, although it wasn't much. But Marco didn't believe that he was so cooperative, and kept torturing him until he was satisfied, and then killed him. But you were a demon at the time, weren't you? I frowned and asked. Can't you stop them? This is Clover's order. If I want to die too, then I can really speak. Continue. Your brother Eric also became a victim after your father's death. Mo how decided to take extra precautions. and they went to your house, which happened to be the door opened by your brother. As said in the MO report, when your brother was asked, he said that he was your father's son. Marco saw his young age and felt that treating him as a potential rebel was under their jurisdiction. Eric, tortured too. Your dad is much luckier than him. Eric was tortured for more than 2 days in a row, and Marco kept asking him if he was related to Amlovos. Eric only said that he knew that his father always sneaked out at strange times, but he always swore that he didn't know where his father had gone and did not admit that he was a member of Amlovos. You can't even stop this. It's not the worst. Mateo, you should be glad you weren't home that day. Otherwise you would have been tortured. If I were at home, would you stop me? No. I was silent, and Denise said, just when Eric was being tortured, your mother was also very sick. Because Mo poisoned her, Marco was determined to let Eric speak, and if physical torture was useless, he would use psychological torture. Mo clearly told Eric that your mother was poisoned because of him and his father, and if he didn't confess, you would be killed. When Eric heard this, he was speechless. I clenched my knees, my nails embedded in the flesh. Are these people crazy? What the hell is going on with you? They're just crazy. That's why I'm going to overthrow them. Denise replied immediately. But there's more. Mo didn't want to take risks, but there was no evidence, and they had no reason to kill your brother. So they washed him clean and clearly told him that if he dared to cross the line, his family would be punished for him. Your mother has been tormented by poison until now, just to keep reminding your brother. So why did he end his life? He was innocent. My mom too, they are all innocent, even my asshole dad. They simply don't deserve this. I'm sorry. Mateo, I've always wanted to tell you, but you don't know why you went to Lingling. I thought it was the demon who did it. That poison. Can my mom still be cured? Denise lowered his head. No. To be honest, I was surprised that she lasted so long. My face instantly turned red and my mom, A few seconds later, I asked, what about Kave? Denise muttered. I didn't know he told you he joined us. I was completely emotionally disturbed. My suspicions about Denise went up and down, desperately trying to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and trying to breathe steadily. In this world, there is no worse creature than humans. We are inherently despicable, always thinking about compensating for our existence. But even so, we live, Denise said, and I forced myself to calm down. I pulled my attention back to him, and he continued. Before, I decided that if I continued to live, I wouldn't let those bastards who pretended to be gods control my life. They only spread sadness, hatred, and violence throughout the country. So why do they have so much power? If anyone is going to bear the sins of mankind, it should be me. It must be me, because at least under my rule, innocent families like you will not be destroyed. I remembered what he had said before, and quickly stood up. You said my mother doesn't have much time. Right, I have to go see her. I walked to the stairwell, and Denise grabbed my arm. Wait, we still have a lot to say. I shook off his hand. This can wait. Denise also stood up and pleaded, and I pressed the button to open the stairwell. Mateo, before the uprising begins, we may never have a chance to speak again. I don't want to meet you on the battlefield. We are on the same front. We have a common enemy. I didn't respond, so I quickly flew out of Tarika and flew home. Denise gritted his teeth in anger, took out his mobile phone in frustration and made a call. And after connecting, he asked Kave if he was dead and asked the other party to get evidence. About 20 seconds later, the female voice on the other end of the phone said, yes, he has been dead for several years, and all the evidence is there. Kave's death and Mateo's wrongful imprisonment are just a few reports to the pilots, and the Clover Gang has kept it secret. The days you went to Malasis, Mateo has always pleaded not guilty. And, shut up, Denise interrupted angrily. Apparently the rebels killed Kave, but didn't tell me, you, or any other leaders. Now this unsolved problem may be the reason why Mateo is unwilling to join us. Raven, hurry up and find out who killed him. Hanging up the phone, Denise's thoughts raced and his breathing was short. Already knowing about the meeting between the Scout and the Clover, he began to think of a way. If Mateo is on our side, we can't afford to lose. Damn, it's just such a small thing. A bad thing, if it doesn't reach my ears, may completely collapse the whole plan. That damn idiot. Damn, deal with Mateo first. I will let him stand on our side. He must understand how dangerous it is for the Clover trio to continue to be the leader. Denise pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered, "The person who killed Kaveh wanted to sabotage my plan. My people, they swore allegiance to me. They promised that they wanted the future of Opry and the safety of its citizens. It betrayed me a few seconds later." Denise received a message from Raven and opened it immediately. "You were there that night," said Iron Fist. "I think it's time to give you one last rebel mission." I soared through the air, recalling the conversation I had just now. That night, Denise cancelled his mission. So it was the Amlovos who killed Kawi. Right, but could it be that Kaveh joined them and kept it a secret? Just to prevent me from being killed? Could it be that Clover knew that Kaveh had become a rebel and killed him? Am I always wrong? I landed at the front door, took a deep breath and knocked on the door. No one responded. Knocked again, and a few seconds later I heard an impatient moan. Footsteps came from behind the door, and Eric shouted, "I told you yesterday, Sam. I'm going to rest for a whole week. It's useless for you to say anything." As soon as Eric opened the door, the cup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the words stopped. "Go to work." The water spilled all over the floor, and Eric stared at me blankly. "Mateo, is it really you? How do you? How could it be here? You've grown so big." "Hi, Eric. It's a long story," I replied, noticing that my brother had lost a lot of weight and looked tired. Eric hugged me with open arms, and I hugged him back. Eric's voice trembled. "I thought I would never see you again." "Me too. Are you okay?" "I'm tired, but it's okay." He let go of me. "I'm sorry, Mateo. I tried it. I really tried my best. But my mother's health was getting worse and worse. My breathing became uneven. Then I'm here now. It's so timely. He let me in. You know where she is. Maybe she will be better when she sees you. You go over first. I'll clean up this mess." Walking past Eric, I stopped and put my hand on his shoulder. "Thank you. Thank you for everything." I continued towards my parents' room and heard Eric's broken cry behind me, gently pushing open the door. My mother was already asleep and breathing lightly. Eric kept everything the same as before I left, with a chair on each side of the bed and my mother's favorite book still half open. I sat down, put the book on the bedside table, and held my mother's hand cold. I rubbed it gently with my fingers. Her skin was thin and white. "Mateo, is it you?" Mom asked with her eyes closed and her voice weak. "It's me, Mom. I'm right next to you," I replied in surprise. "Don't worry." She slowly opened her eyes. "Mateo, it's really you." I smiled nervously. "Do you really recognize me?" Mothers will always recognize their children. "Oh, so nice to see you. Come over and give me a hug." He hugged her gently. "Your brother has always taken good care of me. I know you two are not as close as before, but please give him another chance." "I will, Mom. I've been insisting." I said I would. "Every day is difficult, but as long as I can see you again, even if I suffer for decades, I am willing." "I'm sorry. I left you and Eric behind, but now that I'm back, I'll make you better. I promised you." "Remember?" Mom leaned her head back on the pillow. "I remember like it happened yesterday. I love you very much, but we all know that my time is running out." I wrapped my fingers in the sky fire and trembled and said, "No, Mom. I can help you. Look, I'm getting stronger. Maybe I can cure you now." Mom pressed her chest with a few fingers and said, "Mateo, please." I wanted to help my mother exorcise the poison and guide the iris into her hand, but it was useless. I injected more iris into my finger and pressed it on my mother's chest, and she suddenly screamed in pain, and I was so frightened that I immediately stopped. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom." Eric rushed into the room. "Mateo, what are you doing?" Mom gasped and said, "Don't blame him, Eric. He just wants to help me." "Mom." Eric walked to the other side of the bed. "Do you need to take some more medicine?" Mom shook her head weakly. No, I just want to talk to you both." Eric took a breath. "Okay. What do you want to say?" Mom's breathing slowly stabilized and she asked, "Mateo, what are you hiding from me?" "Right." I frowned. "What I can tell from your face." I looked at Eric and said, "It's about Dad. I think I know how he died." Eric and I looked at each other, and Mom said, "Tell me." "He took care of things he shouldn't. He joined the Amlovos rebels, and when Mako found out, he killed him." Mom smiled slowly. "That man. I knew Sergio was going to get into trouble, and I just wished he could tell me." "I know about you too," I said, without taking my eyes off Eric. "You are no longer alone. I will help you." Eric nodded and sobbed, and his mother said, "Sergio and I are both afraid of leaving you both in this world. We want to do something to make your lives a little better. We know." Eric stammered, "Mateo is back, and I'm sure we must have a way." I held my mother's hand and said, "Mom, I only partially fulfilled my promises. I can see you today not because I have been proven innocent. A civil war was about to break out, and I was recruited to fight for Clover. But now, knowing all this, I had no idea what to do. Mom, it's a Clover, it was the poison they gave you, that's why you're sick, that's why you can't get better. Yes, I'm sick. I can't last long. I've accepted it a long time ago. But Mom, how can I fight for those who killed you, the one who killed my father, the one who tortured Eric? They call us ground scum. I also hate the rebels. I think they killed Kaveh. But Clover is the source of our misery, but fighting for them improves your lives. Doesn't it? Maybe. If we defeat Amlovos, we will become heroes of this country. But Amlovos' idea may be right. Why can't I join them and take out the Clover together, because the rebels are also at fault? Listen, Mateo. You once told me you didn't kill Kaveh. I believe you. I have a lot of time to think about Amlovos for all these years, and he has been dealing with everything related to Nevisism. It's simple, aren't they the ones who killed Kaveh and framed you? I remembered Denise's reaction when he mentioned Kaveh and said, yes, you're right. Kawi is not the only victim. The rebels have killed many people and many innocent civilians have suffered. They may feel righteous, but they are as guilty as Clover. Trust your instincts, Mateo, and fight for the people you believe in, creating a better world. Mom started coughing up blood, and I quickly held her hand tightly. Stop talking. Mom, don't force yourself, Eric said. Eric is right. You can take a break. Mom closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, you'll try. I love you both. I thought I would cry when I saw my mother again, but I didn't shed a single tear. She fell asleep again, breathing very weakly, and Eric and I decided not to move her for a while. Lying on my childhood bed, I stared at my desk in a daze, with memorabilia from my childhood and my mother's favorite book, The Emerging Paramount, which I had just brought. Exhaustion sets in, and I think in a daze what my mother had said before I went to the Spirit Bell. Percival is willing to do anything for his friends, and his friends will do the same to him. I hope that one day you can have such a group of friends. Suddenly woken up by Eric's screams, I jumped out of bed and rushed straight into my mother's bedroom. Her face was as pale as paper and she was out of breath. A flat pillow was placed next to her stomach, and the messy sheets could tell that she had struggled. Was she suffocated? How is that possible? I fell asleep in the kitchen, Eric said in a panic. I seemed to hear the door closing, ran over to look out the window, and saw a man leave. And when I ran back here, Eric, what clothes was that man wearing? Do you know where he went? I shook his shoulder and urged. It seems. Is it a dark gray jacket? I don't know. It happened too fast. I rushed out of the room, came to the front yard, activated the Skyfire and Speed Pulse at the same time, and rushed into the air, flying towards the nearby strip in search of the man. As soon as the first velocity pulse subsided, I activated it again. Soon, I spotted a man in a dark gray jacket jumping between islands near the center, and I rushed over in anger. After activating Olati, I recognized him as an iris bearer, but his iris core was not yet well developed, only in the awakening phase. It's good. He's the bearer, so you can't kill him. I pinned him in the air and threw him to the ground. The dirt splattered, and we stopped abruptly. I squatted on the ground, my tone full of anger. Who are you? Why kill her? I grabbed his wrist with a burning hand. He screamed in pain, and I burned him. Who the are you? If you don't speak, you'll burn your hands. Yes, it was an order. I didn't expect it. His voice became weaker and weaker, and he coughed up blood. Whose order? Demon Day. It was an order under the Clover. In anger, the flames engulfed him and burned him to ashes. I stood up and staggered back, a sharp pain in my head. Why does Clover do this? She was dying. Is it because of what I said to them before? Eric. I left Eric home alone. Fortunately, my initial velocity pulse had returned, and I took off again, started the velocity pulse, and rushed back as soon as possible. As soon as I got home, I rushed into my mother's bedroom, where Eric was still there, staring at my mother's body in silence. A strong wind blew in, and he was startled to see me. Hurried back, still burning embers on my body. Seeing that he was okay, I was first relieved, followed by sadness and fear. After having time to digest the fact that my mother had died, I still couldn't shed a tear for her. After a few minutes of silence, I said, let's go. Let's bury her next to Dad. What? How to bury it should we call? Eric stopped as soon as he opened his mouth when he saw me pick up my mother from the bed and hand it to her. I walked into the house, stopped to get something, and my brother kept asking questions. After going out, I turned to look at him and transformed into my halo bird form. "I'll carry you both. It won't take long." As the sun set, I knelt in front of my parents' graves and put the diagonal square my mother had made for me on the tombstone, and Eric also put his same token on it. After a few hours there, I couldn't stand this silence anymore. With gloomy eyes and a flat tone, "They will pay for it. What are you going to do?" "I don't know yet," I replied, inscribing the anniversary of my mother's death on the tombstone with flames. "The first task is to keep you safe, and I will take you to Ray, where it is the safest place after the uprising begins." When I walked to the door of Ray's house, Eric tried to comfort me and tell me about some of what happened to me in Lingling prison. Maybe he just wanted to make himself feel better. "It sounds like you've been through a lot together. I'm surprised you're an inheritor, and your friends sound cool too." I appreciated his kindness and replied blankly when knocking on the door, "Yes, indeed, you will like them." A few seconds later, Lay suddenly pushed open the door and shouted, "You're finally back. You haven't heard from you all day." "What the hell are you doing?" I replied tiredly. "Things are complicated. Trouble for Eric to stay with us." Ray watched me walk past him, his eyes full of worry, and then at Eric. Ray came back from a trance and said, "Eric, long time no see. Are you okay? Come in." Well, it used to be a little better, but glad you did well." "I've done my best," Ray replied. "Mateo is making life quite stressful now." "Oh, isn't it?" Eric said. Ray looked at me and turned to ask Eric, "What's wrong with him?" "Our mother. She just died," Eric said softly, and Ray looked back at him abruptly. Well, much better than when my father died." Ray watched me walk into the living room. His eyes widened. "Mateo." Makani hurriedly followed me into the living room, where other scouts were playing cards, and she looked back at me. "Oh, Mateo, how is it?" I stopped. Ray's body froze instantly, and the other scouts also fell silent, and I deliberately avoided his gaze. A few seconds later, I continued out of the living room. Joey whispered something to Aiden, who nodded. Makani realized that he had said the wrong thing, but it was too late. She got up to follow me, and Tori grabbed her arm. "Give him some space. He's ready and will talk to us." Ray watched me walk up the stairs, finally breathed a long sigh of relief, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and opened them again, shook his head gently, and Makani anxiously apologized to everyone. "It's not your fault. I just knew. If I had known, I would have reminded you. Don't beat yourself up, Ray. Mateo is strong. He'll be fine." Joey's gaze turned to Eric. "But who are you?" Ray shook his head again and replied, "Yes, I'm sorry. This is Eric, Mateo's brother. He came with Mateo, and Mateo only told me just now that Eric should stay, which is not a problem at all." "Eric, of course you are welcome to stay." "Thank you. Thank you very much." "How do you feel?" Joey asked. "You look pretty good. I used to be closer to my dad, so when my dad died, Mateo wasn't as emotional as I was. I think my mother's situation may be the opposite. She has been Mateo's spiritual pillar since the beginning. Facing loss is a part of life, and everyone has their own way of coping. After my dad passed away, I did very badly, and I was ashamed. At that time, Mateo had to step up because I had been running away. I love my mother. I took care of her for many years, but I don't want Mateo to see me like that anymore. This time, if he needs me, I want to be by his side." Joey smiled softly, and Aiden said, "You're a good guy, Eric. But this time it's different. Mateo has to stay with us, and since you are his family, we will support you." "Damn, I don't want you to have the first impression of me. That's it. I mean, we just met, but you all look amazing," Eric said with a smile, with tears in his eyes. "I bet Mateo is in prison. That's how he describes to you." "What do you mean?" Makani asked. "I'm sure he told you that I'm an addict and will only run away from everything." "Damn." Eric quickly took out a box of pills from his pocket, and before he could unscrew the lid, a sudden gust of wind blew the box out of his hand. Eric staggered and watched as the box bounced open and the tablets scattered all over the floor. "Do you really want to do this?" Makani asked, his eyes flashing with mint light. Eric realized his move. His lips began to tremble, and his gaze moved from the Makani to the tablets and back to the Makani, muttering in a low voice, "Damn, what the hell happened to me when my mother passed away? I was able to hold back, and now I want to take medicine." Eric suddenly punched himself, startling the others. The scouts all stood up, and Ray grabbed his arm. "Eric, don't do this." Eric pushed Lay away. "You hate me too. You know it in your heart you have been avoiding us for so many years because of me. Don't lie. Eric wanted to hit himself again, but Aiden grabbed his fist with a gem-coated hand and stopped him. Aiden controlled his abilities, leaving Eric's hand frozen in place. Joey said to Aiden, I thought you wouldn't be able to control it. I'm always improving. After the shock, Eric's shoulders began to ache. Oh my god. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I will lay knelt beside him. You're okay. Don't worry, man. Are you okay? Eric frowned slightly. My shoulder hurts a little, but I think I'm fine. Lay smiled gently, and Aiden let go of his hand. That's good. I'm really glad you're okay. Eric, you have to know, Joey said. We are the most unqualified people in the world to judge you. Eric became nervous. You must have hated me already. Once you get this, you will never go back. Why should I hate you? Joey asked. Isn't it just addictive? It's not a big deal, although it is not a competition. Did you know that you are facing 4 criminals? You say so? Eric relaxed a little. Yes, I think so. You see, Joey looked at his friends. Does anyone want to talk about how bad they are? Of course. Eric, my business is really nothing compared to your little thing. Aiden said, I used to sell illegal resin with a few family members until I was caught. When I was convicted, I had to leave my 2 children. I was also an addict at the time, and that didn't help much. It took me a long time to quit. Eric sat up, and Aiden put his hand on Joey's shoulder. Fortunately, I have a friend who is willing to help me, although it is not easy. But I have been detoxified for almost 8 years now. Eric nodded. And Makani said, So, my dad didn't want girls, so he raised me as a boy. He drinks fiercely, and since I was 12 years old, I have had to take care of myself. No one helped me. I had to live on crime. And since I was a child, I was exposed to tobacco, alcohol, prison, all that mess. Makani pushed Aiden and joked, I think I bought resin from you before for my dad. Aiden smiled. Maybe there really is. My friends were killed. I actually poisoned them, Joey said, and I avenged them by killing that woman, just as she killed my friend. I am a murderer. Always will be. Joey didn't say any more, signaling himself to finish, and everyone's eyes turned to Tori. What's going on? Tori asked. Well, we just wanted to share, Aiden said. I don't want to. Aiden smacked his tongue. Okay, I won't force Tori to say it today. The point is, Joey hurriedly rounded the scene. Eric, there is always someone to talk to. There will always be. No matter how bad you feel you are, you're our friend. And you really think of me as friends? Of course, Aiden replied. Mateo is our friend. You are his brother. To put it bluntly, you are tied together. Man, we've got your back, Joey said. Eric's lips trembling and a smile appearing. Thank you, Eric said, and the room suddenly became quiet. Okay, a little embarrassing, Makani said, returning to the table and picking up some cards. Eric, Ray, would you like to play around? The more people there are, the more lively it is. Eric and Ray looked at each other. Both showed interest, nodded to each other, and agreed. After a few more hours of sleep, I woke up. I found myself lying in the guest room, rational thoughts, and looking for someone who could look at it objectively. So I found a dress in the closet to put on, and secretly climbed out of the window in the early morning to rush to Soul Bell. Before dawn, my flames and moonlight led me to the way, skimming over the brick factory and idle railroad tracks, and landing in the empty room where I had been a few years ago. I was not afraid of being seen, and quickly walked through the corridor directly into the warden's office. Connor was sleeping in the living room, and I woke him up with a face on his face. On the other hand, when Eric was playing cards with everyone, he said that Mateo felt that the heroine's mother was murdered. Joey asked him if he knew who the murderer was. Eric said that Mateo left after seeing a man, and when he came back, he smelled of smoke, and when he got on the plane, he said that the murderer was instructed by the Clover Trinity. Ray raised his eyebrows after listening to confirm the truth of the news. Eric was very sure, and said that the murderer was a demonic person. Makani was puzzled. If Clover wanted to win over Mateo, why did he kill his mother? Aiden said that because Mateo provoked a blonde young man named John. Ray was shocked after hearing this, calling that John was a ruthless character who could manipulate Marco at will, brainwash and imprison and kill, and secretly control the Opry. In the office, Connell stared at the 2 cups of coffee on the table and asked me what I was doing, and said that Sorrel would definitely get angry if he found out. I asked him directly how much he knew Denise. Connell was stunned and talked about the nickname of the iron plate. I nodded in confirmation, and then said that Denise told me that Denise killed my father, poisoned my mother and tortured my brother. Connell whistled and began to tell me about Denise's father Walter, saying that Walter used to be a member of the devil with outstanding mission ability, but his private life was a mystery, and then disappeared inexplicably, and he only mentioned it to himself after getting drunk. He suspected that his ex-wife had cheated on him and the other party disappeared, and Denise's mother, who was dating later, found out the truth and questioned him and disappeared. After Denise was born, Walter raised him normally and also took him to the dark side of the opera since he was a child, and let him join the magic at the age of 16, becoming one of the youngest members in history. Connor himself was also a demon man 30 years ago. Denise came to work at Soulbell before joining. Walter also sent Denise to college, wanting him to become an Iron Claw. Denise also did it as he wished. But before graduation, a professor recognized his surname, saying that his friend's daughter was dating a man with the same surname and died of a heart attack 20 years ago. And Denise had been told by his father that his mother died in childbirth when she gave birth to him. He noticed something was wrong, secretly installed surveillance at home, and found that his father always made sandwiches and went out late at night. And Mo Howe also suspected that Walter had slackened his duties and began to monitor him. But it didn't take long for Walter to disappear completely, leaving only a phone recording of going to the anarchic continent of Tagliarusa. Denise had a perfect alibi. I also privately helped Mo Howe monitor my father. All suspicions were gone. Everyone acquiesced that Walter died in Tagliarusa. I concluded that Denise was definitely involved in my father's disappearance. The motive was by no means simple. I told Connell that my mother had just been murdered, and the murderer said that Mo Howe was ordered by Clover. But Clover just rescued me from prison and let me fight for them, and turned around and killed my mother. It really didn't make sense. Connor advised me not to be entangled, and asked me which side I doubted more. I admitted that neither side was a good thing, and no one believed it. Connell asked me to fight for myself and asked me what my goal was now. And I remembered that my mother wanted me to have friends who were sincere and firmly said that I would fight for those I wanted to protect. The camera shifts to Denise. He wakes up from the nightmare and tells the most trusted rebel leader Riven that he killed his father 20 years ago, and that his father locked his relatives on a desert island, and has been deceived by his father, hating Nevisism, and later found that Opry has a lot of good people worth protecting. Clover connived at a villain like his father, must be overthrown. Riven comforts him, and the two agree to correct the country's mistakes together. On the other side, Ray couldn't find Mateo in a hurry. Eric said that he might have gone to his parents' graveyard and would be back soon. At this time, Ray's mobile phone received an alarm, learned that the Amlovos rebels had revolted a day in advance. Clover ordered them to strengthen the Skyland defense line to prevent the rebels from entering the castle. Aiden was worried about Mateo. Joey said that he would come back on his own and let everyone act first. Connor received a call from John and was shocked to learn that the uprising had begun. And even though Clover had one day to abdicate, Connor turned on the TV and the live broadcast was full of rioting rebels. At the same time, Sorrel learned that Clover had stolen his 5 test subjects, and was furious, opened the secret room and released the cyborg trident he had developed, ready to go to Connor. The guard Amy reminded Connor that it was too late. I sensed someone approaching. Connor also took out his iris pistol. Trident detected that there were 2 people in the office. Sorrel ordered to stun me first. The trident disappeared instantly, and soon knocked me and Connell unconscious and dragged me out. The scouts gathered in the land of the sky, and the central region below was already in flames, and Joey arranged for 4 people to divide into 2 groups to eliminate the rebels, Tori and Makani as a group, and Aiden and Joey as a group, telling everyone not to be heroes, communicate in time, and defend this key island leading to the castle. Connor and I woke up and found ourselves tied in the center of the dueling arena. I tried to burn the rope, found that the rope did not pour Wentworth, and successfully untied myself and Connor. Connor said that Sorrel still had his gun, which was really abnormal. At this time, Sorrel shouted in the skybox, saying that the prisoners had 2 choices: either steal my Aura Birdman ability, or kill Connor, and if you succeed, you will be free. and as soon as the words fell, a large number of prisoners rushed towards us. I asked Conall to lie on my back and launched a fire attack. Conall also knocked down prisoners with years of fighting experience. During the fierce battle, I told Conall that he could burn the door. Let him help me buy time. And when the pulse recovered, he fired fireballs at all the doors. Sorrel saw this and shouted to stop it. I took the opportunity to pick up Connor and fly to the door, but was cut off by Lars with particle powers Connor's left hand. I burned Lars to help Connor cauterize the wound to stop the bleeding. Connor asked me to throw him down to contain the prisoner. I did it, and the two of them rushed out of the arena together, blocking the pursuers with flames all the way. Connor also led me to an underground secret passage that Sorrel didn't know. Sorrel asked Trident to track our heartbeat, and when he learned that we were fleeing to the west, he immediately took people to cut off the way from the ground. And when we were about to reach the stairs, the ceiling suddenly collapsed. I rushed through the rubble with Connor, but the trident suddenly came out, slashing Connor's leg with a knife. Connor told me to leave him alone and run away. I dropped the ring and deliberately lured the trident away. And when it was forced out of the shadow by the flames, the fireball hit it in the abdomen, and finally rushed out of the prison with the speed of recovery. But Connor fell on the spot due to excessive blood loss. Smile at the direction I flew away. I flew on the ground destroyed by the war, full of confusion and self-blame, seeing the citizens crying out in despair due to the war, and even thinking of me as the savior Nevis. I landed in my parents' cemetery, only to find that the tombstones were destroyed and the souvenirs were broken. Watching the soldiers on both sides fight like beasts, thinking of Denise's words, I was furious, flying all the way over the islands, burning all the Amlovos rebels, and the demon soldiers cheered for me. I knew in my heart that I was not Nevis. I just wanted to protect the people I cared about. On the other hand, Tori and Makani cooperated tacitly to repel the rebels with ice and wind. Makani blamed himself for dragging his feet, but Tori praised her for her strength, saying that there was no weakest person in the team. Joey and Aiden fought back-to-back, rescued the wounded demon soldier Shamra, and learned that I was clearing out the rebels below. So he joined Tori and Makani, and the four of them held the sky together. Denise saw the battle situation through the drone and found that I had swept the rebels all the way, and the scouts were also holding their positions. So he no longer waited, picked up the purple-gray trident, put on armor with the help of the power of water, awakened the inheritance ability of the Siege of Katerin, and was ready to fight in person, ready to rewrite history in the Skyland. The four of them rested and prepared to fight again. A huge shadow suddenly shrouded them. Tori activated Olesai, and was horrified to find that the other party was a Kadir with a black gem core. It was Denise wearing water armor and holding a trident, and the huge coercion instantly enveloped the audience. I can't even see his legs," Tori shouted in a hurry, and all he could see was the knight's waist. The knight stared down at the scout and snorted. "Go back!" Everyone stepped back, Joey shouted in fright, and the scouts hurriedly hid back, and they had to watch out for the rebels behind them. "Makani, use your wind to keep the rebels at bay." Horse. Makani panicked, his head going back and forth between the Big Mac Knight and the rebels, and quickly spewed a strong wind from his palm. The knight's voice was like thunder. "Hello, scouts of the Spirit Bell. I am Denise, the leader of Amlovos. I'll give you a chance." He stepped on the trident into the sea in the distance, and the waterfall of the nearby Skyland flowed over, gathering into 4 balls, and turning purple as it turned. Makani was distracted. The wind weakened, and the rebels slowly approached, blocking all escape routes. "Submit to me." Denise lowered his voice, "or you will die." They froze there in fright, unable to say a word. 10 seconds later, Denise said coldly, "Very good." For purple water balloons suddenly shot out frozen spears, and Tori and Joey instantly came back to their senses. Tori mobilized his mental power and turned his spear towards the rebels behind him. Joey immediately unfolded the desert terrain, and many rebels fell, and he hit the ground with his staff, and the sand waves drove all the remaining rebels off the island. "Something is coming," Aiden shouted, and everyone turned around, only to see Denise preparing for the next wave of attacks. The purple water flowed around his trident, gathering 4 more balls, 8 in total, and suddenly spewed out 8 streams of water, as fast as cannonballs, and the sky was ringing. "I can't stop it." Quick, Joey quickly built a huge sand wall. "Everyone, retreat!" The purple torrent crashed into the sand wall, and Joey buried his hands and shouted, "I can't hold on." The sand wall was broken, and the water rushed under their feet. To make matters worse, the trident emitted a purple light, and the torrent gathered into a huge wall and rushed towards them. The iris was running out, and there were rebels behind them, so they had to retreat to the island. The purple tsunami rolled in sand grains, and Denise's eyes were frighteningly cold. Sorry, kids. Aiden touched the necklace, his voice low and low. Makani activates the talisman and holds up the barrier, which is the last stand. They watched as the tsunami approached. Ice chips cut through their skin. Iris became less and less. Blood flowed. The islands under their feet were shattered, and the tsunami turned into a hailstorm. At this moment, Tori and Joey caught a glimpse of a light in their peripheral vision, instantly igniting hope. I launched a pulse of velocity and rushed towards the shattered skylands. Watching my friends fall, I gathered the irises on my legs into my hands, spewing out heavenly fire, and covered them with a huge fireball barrier. The hail hit the blue and white flames, and the barrier did not move at all, and some hail bounced back, cutting through Denise's armor. I took the opportunity to spray flames to block his view, turned the fireball into a smoke screen, and then used the speed pulse to send my friends to the open space near the castle, and the 5 of us fell on the grass together. And I ran out of pulse and couldn't help but cough. Why do you always like to be so in the limelight? Joey frowned, grinning in pain. I had blue fire embers flashing on my body, panting and scolding him. What do you have to say thank you? After a while, I sat up to make sure it was safe, and Joey asked, "How did you do it?" I stretched my shoulders. I learned 2 new tricks today. Can you heal your wounds later? The iris is used too much. We're fine, Aiden said. Don't worry, we're recovering quickly. It's just a small abrasion. Pull it down. We'll all die if we have any weaknesses, Joey said. Noticing that my heavenly flame gem core had reached the advanced stage, he nodded and looked at Denise, who was looking for us. He's stronger and will find us soon. But we still have a few minutes left. I lay back on the ground, staring at the sky, waiting for the pulse to return. Suddenly, I was kicked in the stomach with a foot with an iris, and I frowned in pain. Hey, what are you doing? Who asked you to fool around without telling us before? Truth came from behind, and Tori nodded with his arms folded. I'm sorry. I wanted to know Denise, so I went to Connell and asked. I explained. Joey raised his eyebrows. Do you know him? The 3 tattoos on my wrist lit up. Yes. I saw it at the ceremony a few years ago. He said that he wanted to see me after talking with Clover yesterday, and that Clover killed my dad and poisoned my mother, and wanted to pull me into the group, saying that he should rule the country. Joey asked. He said so. Why don't you join yet? Why? Because I guess it was the rebels who killed Kaveh. Whether it was Denise's order or not, he was the leader, and Kaveh's blood was on his hands. And I'm sure he killed my mother too. That guy. He deserves hell. That's right. Aiden smiled. But how can we defeat him? He is big and strong, and he is still getting bigger, and our iris is almost running out. His trident can control water. It can be hard like steel, and it can also turn into fog. I just dived down to see that he was wrapped in steel armor and surrounded by fog. And the more he absorbed water, the bigger it became. It's actually very simple, Tori said. What? Aiden is stunned. No matter how old he is, just tear down his foundation, Tori explained. No matter how big he is still a human being. He can't control his whole body at the same time. Let's attack from multiple places, and his trident can't react. Joey's eyes lit up. Understood, Tori. You and Makani go to the ground, and your abilities are adapted. Let's go, Aiden. Mateo and I went to help guard the castle. After Tori and Makani left, Aiden asked, "Are you sure they can do it?" Not sure, but their ice and wind can freeze Denise. Which is the best way to do it? Joey said. I went to the edge. Denise will keep getting bigger until he feels like he can destroy the castle with one punch. He wants to kill the Clover trio and end the uprising quickly. Then we have to go back to fight. The castle guards can't stand it anymore, Joey said. You two go first. I have an idea, I said in Olesai. Joey's face darkened. Don't want to sacrifice yourself for time. Don't worry. I can lead him away. I promise. After a pause, Joey said, You've come this far. Don't die in front of us. I won't fall before you. I smirked, spreading my wings. See you later. After I flew away, Joey turned to Aiden. It's time for us to complete the mission. Are we ready? Aiden stood beside him, and the bright ruby spread along his arm. I can't ask for it, but I don't know how long it can last. Let's fight until Mateo wins. Even if we die, I want to see him win. Raven, where is he? Denise is still looking for me in the land of the sky. I flew out from behind and sprayed 5 fireballs in a row, He split the water from the purple water balls to block it. I wrapped myself in heavenly fire, like a fly circling around him, covered with thin blue and white fiery armor, and a winged fire helmet on my head. I've never fought a Kadir user before. I realized he was also a high-level user. Quick decision. Tori and Makani arrived at Denise's feet. Tori conjured up ice shuriken and lined up in front of Makani with his mental power. Frost floating on his fingertips, I gather the ice in the center of the shuriken. And you gather all the irises into a strong storm. Understand, Makani brought his iris to his mouth, and Tori added, when I freeze him, it'll cut off the water that keeps him in shape. Makani nodded, took a deep breath, and spewed out a storm pouring into the shuriken, and a huge ice storm cloud rushed towards Denise. I sprayed flames from the soles of my feet to avoid the current, seized the gap, spread my arms, and sprayed a large fireball into Denise's eyes. He really blocked it with a water balloon, and the water turned into steam, obstructing his vision. I took the opportunity to hide, flew over his head, stepped on his helmet, pressed my hands to his armor, tried to melt the steel, and made a space circle that I could get into. Suddenly, an ice dagger erupted from the hole, and I quickly dodged, the blade grazing my armor without causing any damage. I flew behind him and whipped the armor around his neck with flames, and his water balloon immediately shot out an ice spear. I caught the spear, injected flames, launched a speed pulse, rushed up and stabbed the spear into his wound, and then ignited it with the iris, trying to inflict internal injuries. 3 streams rushed at him, and I flew away quickly, and whipped him on the neck with a flame whip, making it even more vulnerable. Why did he use an attack that would hurt himself? You can forcibly drive me away. At this moment, his body began to sink, and there was a loud noise below. What's going on? I flew to the middle and saw Tori and Makani succeed. They froze Denise's ankle and cut off his seawater supply. The seawater flowed back, causing a real tsunami that rushed in all directions. I flew back to the castle. Denise's giant figure and trident disappeared. He returned to normal size, still wearing purple and gray armor, stepping on a water mat and suspended in the air. I took off the ring and prepared for the next wave of attacks. Outside the castle, Aiden reinforced his legs with minerals. His enchanted sword was interrupted by the rebels. He turned around and knocked down 2 rebels, took a breath, looked at me, and then at the volcanic terrain that Joey had created. Joey lures the rebels with a camouflage flush, and the castle guards take the opportunity to take them down with their iris weapons. Aiden jumps to Joey's side and takes out the hidden rebels with his jewel fist and rifle. Joey closes his disguise and uses his staff to induce lava to build a protective shield. What's wrong with Mateo? Joey asked. Denise was forced out of his giant form, and they were fighting in the sky, Aiden said. Joey nodded. The lava around him began to recede. Looking around, the rebels either died or fled. They reached the edge. Soldiers and guards cheered. Joey closed the field. Tori and Makani were soaked and jumped back to the castle between the islands. What now? Makani asked. Tori observed the battle with Olasai. We have to do our best to help Mateo. Denise swung his trident and hit me. I blocked it with my left arm. He changed his position and wanted to cut my neck. I quickly dodged, gathered the iris with my right fist, and smashed it into his stomach. He dodged. The trident flashed, and the water hook wrapped around his ankle, entangled me down before I could break free. He hit me in the face. I barely blocked it with my forearm. The impact was still very strong. I was knocked away, passed through the whole island, bounced off the bottom, and fell to the ground on another island. I shook my head and saw Denise rushing through the waterfall, still collecting water currents to enhance his attacks. I propped myself up with my wings to dodge the laser water he sprayed, but he punched me in the face, broke a thick tree trunk, and hit my back against a concrete wall, spurting blood from my mouth. The tree trunk collapsed. The purple water rushed in the middle. I fainted, was hit by the water jet like a rocket, crashed through several buildings, and finally fell on the other side of the island. Blood flowed down my face and arms, and I vaguely saw Denise chasing after me. Who put away his trident, injected his iris into his hands, and smashed it down at me. I barely dodged, jumped sideways. He came out of the dust and swung his fist at my stomach, and we fought with our bare hands, without letting go of our skills, blocking each other to dodge. In the end, I punched him hard in the chest and knocked him out. I healed a little bit of my wound, closed the field, and prepared to catch up, even in solo form. He is super strong. Denise crashed into an island, and I launched a speed pulse, ignited my fists, smashed them into his helmet, smashed him through the building, and rushed him out of the island. I gathered my irises again. My eyes and hands flashed with blue and white light, and I sprayed a sizzling flare at him. He conjured up his trident again, collected water from clouds and waterfalls, stabilized his figure, and then spewed out a water cannon that collided with my flare, sending a huge cloud of steam. Torai and Makani returned to the castle, and Joey asked, "Did you see him on the road?" "I saw it, and it was inseparable," Tori said, tingling in his skin. The vibration of Denise's fight with me. "Are you going to join?" Aiden asked. "No, I'm running out of irises, and going is adding to the mess," Tori said. "We're pretty much the same." Joey looked at the blue and purple flashes below. "But in this level of combat, we can't help much." Denise fell into the small pit I made and tried to stab me in the head with his trident. I dodged twice and blocked the third time with an elastic flame barrier, and the flames slowed down the trident and only gently poked me in the face. The trident suddenly sparked, and the water rushed around the barrier. My eyes flashed with blue and white light, and I unfolded the barrier to block the water, taking the opportunity to open a gap and spray flames at close range. He had expected it and gently retreated into the air without any injuries. I launched a speed pulse, strengthened my fist with my iris, and smashed it into his torso, but he failed to completely block it, and was beaten so fast that it went through another island and fell into the sight of everyone in the castle. He coughed up blood, and I chased after him, then launched a speed pulse, sticking behind him, burning him from the blind spot. His armor was about to shatter, and he turned around and pierced my armor with a water whip and slashed into my chest. I grunted, stepped back with my wings, and healed my iris, but he refused to give me a chance and pounced on me with a trident. I was forced to activate the speed pulse for the third time to dodge, trying to retreat to the farthest place in the sky. But my heart suddenly hurt sharply. I was thrown out of the pulse, like I was strangled by my neck, crashed into the side of the building, rolled on the grass, coughed non-stop, couldn't stand up. My vision was white, and I couldn't tell where Denise came from. If the three pulses were used so close, it would be like this. Denise's trident stabbed into my right leg, and I howled in pain, spraying flames to stop him. But the flames were too weak to hurt him at all. He stepped on my foot, pulled out the trident, stabbed it in, and blood sprayed everywhere. "How poetic is that, isn't it?" Denise said. What are you talking about? Look around. This used to be Kave's home," Denise said. My vision slowly became clearer, and I turned my head tremblingly, and the image of Kave lying in a pool of blood flashed in my mind. And I realized that this was the place that night. I never thought that Kave would die. When I first entered the industry, he was like my mentor. When I was away, someone killed him and hid it from me. When you were imprisoned for the murder of Tybran, I didn't know you were framed at all, and there was no mention of Kawi's name in the file, and I didn't know he was dead until I talked to you. There is something to say. Speak bluntly. If Clover had seen the world clearly, my rebels wouldn't have had to kill Kave. He didn't deserve to die. I wouldn't have started an uprising, and these people wouldn't have suffered because of Clover's blindness. No matter how much wealth and power you have, if you can't get rid of the control of the stronger, everything is empty talk. Opry must fall to be reborn, which is the only way out. So I think this is the best option, is the only option. Mateo, you are different from me. We are all inheritors. But why stand on the opposite side? Who are you fighting for? Clover ruined your family and is responsible for Kave's death. The blood of all the dead today is on their hands. Their ignorance and stupidity are the root cause of this bloodshed. Why do you still fight for them? Denise twisted my leg with a trident without waiting for me to answer, and I moaned in pain. Some people say that this uprising is the dark day prophesied by Nevisism, and when I was a child, I thought that there would be an unstoppable monster that day. But when I grew up, I realized that we ourselves were monsters. No, damn you. In the end, what do you want to say? Denise's eyes sharpened. When you were a child, you were innocent to the world. I laughed in pain, and Denise asked, "What's so funny?" Maybe you. Well said. Yes, but we guys, fighting every day, because those who are on high are never help us. We From birth you know. Destroy humanity. What is it like? I'm also fighting for the people on the ground. For everyone in this country. Then why do you want to say that? Are we different from you? Why do you still call us ground people, whether it's a person on the ground or a flying man? We are all human. Kave, you will die because of you. Fueled that hatred. That kind of aversion to a group of people. A group of people you dare not. People who stand up to protect. Those talents are the root of the problem. And if you want to solve the problem, you have to uproot it first. Fight me. Do you feel like a hero? I remember asking my father the same question when I was a child, and he couldn't answer. So I whispered, no, but at least, in the end, everything I can fight for myself. Be proud. I know my life. Made mistakes. Will regret many choices, even today. But when that moment comes, I'm pretty sure I care about the people I care about. The right position was chosen. Denise pulled out his trident and raised it to kill me. But my 3 pulses just recovered, and my pretended weakness deceived him. His eyes flashed blue and white, and he launched a speed pulse, strengthened his fist with heavenly flames, smashed through his armor with a hook, and then exploded his power and flew back to the castle with his wings. By the time Denise reacted, it was too late, and I took the opportunity to reposition myself. This leg was useless and could only stay in the sky. Denise caught up, condensed the ice spear, and fired quickly. I activated the compass ring, dodged by hearing, and turned around to spew flames at him while he was attacking. He quickly dodged and summoned 3 spears. I was prepared, remembering the trick Joey taught me, and detonated the small amount of iris reserved on my wrist, and rushed over when he was unprepared. He wanted to dodge with water, but my speed pulse was full. It was too late. I breathed heavenly fire with my irises, engulfing Denise. The flames penetrating his ice shield, burning through his armor, and burning his back. Even if he defended with his iris, he couldn't stop my flames. I roared with all my might. This was my last chance. The iris was running out. Denise finally couldn't hold on. The trident disappeared. The water under his feet dispersed, and he began to fall from the sky. I was about to chase after it, but my chest hurt sharply again, and I could only heal the iris first, and the leg injury could only be talked about later. After a little relief, Denise was gone. I didn't dare to take the risk of chasing, and slowly descended in the air that blow. Even if he didn't die, he was too injured to fight, and the soldiers below could clean him up. After the pulse was restored, the cheers around me finally reached my ears. I turned around and saw a large group of soldiers, guards and my friends. I subconsciously spread my wings and raised my fists, and the cheers became louder. The feeling of exhaustion hit me instantly. I flew to the castle and fell to the ground. My friends hurried over, and Makani blocked the soldiers who wanted to come over with the wind. Can it heal? Joey looked at my legs and chest and asked. I frowned, and my wings slowly disappeared. No, the iris is too gone. Aiden smiled. It's a rare occasion that you will be as sore as us, but it's estimated that it will only be a few minutes. I smiled. My chest hurt, and the people around me were still cheering and applauding. When Tori stretched out his hand, stand up. This is your moment. I looked at her hand and clenched it. No, this is our moment. Tori smiled and helped me up. Aiden came over to hold my arm. I looked at the scene in front of me. More people gathered to cheer. Eric and Ray were also there, cheering for me. At that moment, I heard them calling me Nevis, Nevis, Nevis. Looking at my brother, my heart ached, thinking of the books my parents read, of everything this country had done to my family. I broke free from Aiden, took a few steps forward, and the crowd quieted down. Nevis is a warrior of our past and worthy of respect. But I am not Nevis. I look at everyone. I stand here today, the one who fights for our future. Then who are you? Someone shouted. I spread my wings and flew into the air. My name is Percival. A new era. It's coming. After a few seconds of silence, cheers rang out again. And after I got down, Eric and Ray ran over, and Makani blocked the others. Eric hugged me and chattered. We all saw it. You pierced him through several islands. Will you teleport? Guess it. You're fine, I said. You're so reckless. It's a miracle that I can live. What if those islands have me? Lay asked with his arms in his arms. I will definitely not put you in danger. I'm in a hurry to defend myself. I know. Ray's expression softened. Well done. Eric patted me on the chest gently. I'm proud of you, man. Thank you. I smiled. I'm proud of you too. Well, I'll be fine. At this time, The 3 castle guards ran over and said that Clover wanted to see us immediately. And I nodded. Ray, Eric, and the scouts and I walked through the castle halls, filled with emotion. A few days ago, I was a prisoner of the Spirit Bell, and now I have defeated Denise in the most luxurious building in the country. Walking into the throne hall of the Clover, we walk to the center where the 3 chiefs are seated on the throne. Lord Nevis, Toriana, and companions, thank you for your efforts and for defeating the Amlovos, said Shaw. Elena added, yes, you are all amazing. John poured cold water on him. You almost let Grant's castle be breached, but you did win in the end. These 5 people alone killed thousands of rebels, but your soldiers can't even cope with your own battle. You should be grateful to them, Elena retorted. John scoffed. They just did their job. I don't think. And Shaw knocked on the handrail, controlling the scene. Lord Nevis, I want to talk to you alone. The friends nodded and stood near the exit. I stood alone in front of the Clover, bowed my head to Shaw, and said, Lord Nevis, thank you again for your selflessness. You fulfilled the prophecy of your ancestors and saved us all. I am grateful. I was very angry and just nodded. Lord Nevis, as Opry's savior, you will be the hope for the future, says Elena. For the time being, you can live a normal life, but in the future, you and other chosen warriors must serve us unconditionally, John added. This is a lifelong punishment after your conviction, and you are lucky not only to live, but also to return to society. How dare you disrespect the person who just saved this country and saved our lives, shouted to Shao. John ignored him and continued, the mission is accomplished. You are doing well. You can now pretend to live a normal life, and we will call you when we need it. Guard, take them away. The guard came over. I stared at John, trembling with anger, and when I walked up to my friends, I stopped, clenched my fists, and made up my mind. I haven't finished speaking. My voice is calm, but it quiets the whole room. I turned to face the Clover. My eyes flashed with blue and white light, and I launched a speed pulse. And a second later, the Clover's head fell to the ground. I stood in the center of the room again, panting tiredly, my iris almost depleted, and everyone around me was stunned. But no one objected. I'm fed up with being dictated by others on what we should and shouldn't do. I looked at my friends. Clover, Marco, Amlovos, Nevis. Corruption in this country has accumulated for centuries, and Opry needs a new beginning. Right now, a few months later, the news spread quickly, and what we did spread all over the country and even the world. No one knows that we were once prisoners of the Spirit Bell, and I am called Percival, the powerful bearer who defeated the siege of Cadillan. The fact that we killed the Clover was not made public, but everyone's speculation was in our expectations. And the hottest theory was that Aserat manipulated the uprising. And we also took advantage of this to find a common external enemy for the people, which seems to be very effective at present. Denise and the rebels spread so much fear at Opry that we must quell the chaos, abolish the Clover system, and form a council of 7 consisting of me, Aiden, Makani, Joy, Tori, Ray, and Captain Ben of Marco, while a few oppose it. Most support us and hope we can keep them safe. When the group suggested the meeting, Joey didn't want to be a part. I persuaded him that no one was more suitable than us now, and he finally agreed, saying that it was mainly to restrain me. It was difficult at first, but we slowly began to heal, strengthen community ties, increase support for people on the ground, and the class gap at Opry narrowed. The name Percival has a special meaning all over the world. Some people are afraid of me, and some people find hope in my story. Defeating another High Inheritor as a High Inheritor. No one dared to provoke Opry, not even the Aserat twins, which gave us time to mourn and rebuild. We first held funerals for Connor, my mother, and all those who died in the uprising. More than 34,000 people died in the uprising, or 6 of the population, and 13,000 of them were directly caused by the 5 of us, a fact that we have always carried together. In the chaos, more than 300 prisoners fled the Lingling and fled to Taliarasa. Sorrel, Trioid, and Denise were gone, and it took us some time to regain control of the Lingling, and Connell's most trusted guard, Amy, took over the Lingling. We argued for a long time about Marco, and Ben, as the director, begged us to believe that most of Marco was not involved in the evil deeds of the Clover. And we chose to trust him and imprisoned Marco, who participated in the crime. And the rest of the rebels were also imprisoned in the Lingling. We also learned from Sam, the scientist who stayed behind, that Sorrel had invented technology that could extract and preserve gemstone cores. which could be placed in metal tubes and used the iris in the atmosphere to extend their life. We took out the gem cores of all the holders of the spirit bell, hid them in a safe place, remodeled the spirit bell, and built a mental hospital nearby. We didn't want to rule condescendingly at Grant Castle, moved the base to the center of the country, built the Opry Parliament building. The popular recognition was high. Grant Castle was converted into a religious place. Nevisism was no longer the state religion, but many people still believed in it. Next, we upgraded the army. Denise was right. Our army was too weak. I thought the people would oppose it, but I didn't expect most people to support it. And they also took the initiative to sign up for training. Joey and Tori are in charge of training the army. Aiden reconnects with his family and leaves often. Makani and Ray are responsible for civilian work and maintaining relations with the people. Ben continues to be the head of the authorities and deal with the problem of illegal risen. Ray gives up his plan to become a lawyer, and Eric helps everyone relieve stress by cooking and overcomes addiction. 10 months after the Amlovos uprising, at a round table, I asked, "How is the army going? They are progressing, and most people can now use iris weapons, but most still can't make it to the emergence stage." Tori replied, "It takes time. The army is only 10 months old. These people have their own lives and can't devote themselves to training like we do." Joy said, "But Amlovos is right," Tori retorted, "and there are already countries that have taken advantage of our weak military strength to bully us, especially Asarat, who has taken away a lot of our technology. The twins won't wait for us to get stronger." Joey added, "Taliarusa has also had a lot of powerful holders, most countries in the world, and our technology has always been coveted. I told them we have to protect our assets. Don't use those useless and outdated technologies now. Just drag down the progress of the army. By the way, the Asarat twins have really become proficient. Isn't the 5th stage technology just a legend?" Aiden leaned back in his chair and said, "Their gem cores are dazzling, which means that they are one level higher than us." I retorted, "None of us have practiced proficiency. Do you think those twins did it in a year? If they were really confident that they would win us, Asarat would have come to fight long ago. Our gem cores have evolved, but if their control is really as strong as the rumors, there is no need to hesitate. Even if the 5 of us add up, we may not be able to bear it." Ben interjected, "Maybe they have other plans. Asarat now controls a lot of the black market and may be expanding his influence. I haven't seen Sorrel since the uprising. His skills are too scary. In case he brings what he learned in the Spirit Bell to Asarat or Tagliarusa, we have to be prepared. For example, negotiations." I asked, "Are you saying that we want to take the initiative to build a relationship?" Ben said, "It's not that far yet, but our former largest trading partner, Marasis, is gone, and now we still have contact with most of the countries in Taliarusa, so we have to consider the possibility of an alliance." Lei immediately said, "Alliance Taliarusa is in chaos and anarchy, and reinvestment will only backfire." I leaned forward, crossed my fingers and said, "The world has become much faster than before, and we are doing our best not to fall behind. We all know the threat of Asarat, but our technology is still much stronger than theirs. This is a bargaining chip. We still have time. There is no need to do reckless things." Joey pressed his watch at this time and said, "I want to persuade myself like this too. But look at this." 4 holograms immediately appeared above the table, all titled "The Clash of Two Legions," and below was a picture of me and Denise fighting. Joey swiped out the news and said, "According to historical calculations, there should be 17 inheritance abilities scattered all over the world. Mateo, you have the ability of the Halo Birdman. We heard from Amlovos that Denise used Katarin's siege, and Trioid is estimated to be the Halo General, who wields an ancient katana." After saying that, he pressed the button. The news was gone, and a world map appeared behind him, marked Thera. To the northwest there are 2 continents very close to each other that say Asarat. To the northeast is our old Opry Island, which is full of floating islands, and there are only a few small dots on the map, although in the center, but it belongs to the northeast quadrant. To the southwest are the 2 continents of Iasa and Rakafai, which are close together. Iasa is slightly larger than us, and Rakafai is about the same size as the former Marasis. To the southeast is the largest Taliarusa, the most populous and almost twice the size of Asarat, where countries and clans have fought for almost half a century. Joey stood up, and a red dot with an image appeared on the map. He pointed to the red dot in the interior of Asalat, and said, "This is Nova, the late leader of Malices." a Halo soldier wielding an ancient hammer. And after his death, the holder of the inheritance ability will not know who it is. Then he clicked on Taglialusa. The 4 red dots dispersed. He clicked one, and a black man in his early 20s appeared. This man is called Colt, who has become the top figure in the Taglialusa chaos, holding an ancient copper-fingered tiger, and is the inheritance of the Kataran gladiators. Another red dot was an anonymous silhouette. It is rumored that the ruler of the aura is also in Tagliarusa, as well as the aura artist and the beast of Kataran, whose identities have not yet been confirmed. Then he slid to Ayasa and Rakafi. Only Ayasa had a red dot aura guardian. It is said that in Ayasa, Rakafi did not find any inheritors. Joey said, counting Mateo, there are 6 known inheritors, and the identities of the Halo warriors, Halo generals, and the siege of Kataran are still a mystery. Tori said, the 6 of you are the only ones known to humanity at the moment, and I dare say that Lakafi, Ayasa and Asaratri have many more hidden. Aiden looked at me and said, it's not that I'm offending you, brother. The inheritance ability is not very special, and the mythical soldiers are not inherently stronger than other professions. Mateos Aura Birdman is powerful because he trains as hard as us, and his flame also has advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes it is not easy to use, and many times it doesn't beat us. I joked, damn, I will definitely win you next time. Aiden smiled, and said to everyone seriously, we can obviously fight against the inheritance ability. Why worry about where they are? Joey pulled the map away and said, I'm not worried about fighting. It's that the inheritor is a variable in any battle. We know how to use Mateos' abilities because he told us. But the first time we fought him, we had to be forced into a desperate situation to know that he was a Los holder, not a Tochi holder. Looking at Denise, his trident can not only manipulate large amounts of water, but also harden water into steel or evaporate into gas, which is a trait of the land and the bearer of Anya. Not forgetting that he can grow thousands of feet tall. Aiden raised his hand and said, I understand. What the hell do you want to say? Joey nodded at Colt's red dot. Tagliarusa has at least 1 inheritor at the top of power, which means that he is very strong, and may even be higher in the evolutionary stage. If the rumors of the other 3 inheritors are true, the continent of Tagliarusa is extremely strong. As soon as I said, but those small countries are fighting each other, was interrupted by Joy. I'm not saying to support the whole of Tagliarusa. Of course it's good to be able to support it. I mean, we should contact all countries that know to have inheritors and try to build relationships, even those with high-ranking holders. No one dared to do this to Tagliarusa before, but now it's a new era, and we are a little famous. At least it's time to reach out to the country where the gladiators are located. While we were all pondering Joey's proposal, he slid to Asarat, pressed his watch, and a green dot appeared in addition to the 17 inheritance abilities. A new type of iris user has recently been discovered, called the Pure Holder, which is rarer than the inheritance holder and may be extremely powerful. I asked nervously, this Pure Holder is in Asarat. Is your news reliable? Where did it come from? Joey said it's a leak. This is our secret. Only we know. Ray said it sounds like a scam. Asarat deliberately said that there are pure holders, so that countries do not dare to approach, and they are also afraid of the global alliance. Joey said, you're right, but the pure holder is true. Iris abilities are divided into 3 categories, and then subdivided into 7 categories: Talk, Arnold, Risu, Soma, Mialo, Los and Kadir. We all know that 2 cores of the same category cannot be inherited at the same time, but the pure holder is different. When awakening the pure core, the number of irises activated in the body is 10 times that of the normal aperture core, even more than the inheritance ability. And the awakening process is more difficult, and you have to carry the purest of the 7 types of irises. And after they are fully awakened, they can no longer awaken or inherit the abilities of other categories, and can only use the category to which their pure abilities belong. I said, isn't that a loss? Even if there are many irises, won't you still be at a disadvantage in some abilities? For example, the pure holder of the Arno class will definitely lose with only 1 ability against those with spiritual ability. Joy said the key is this: pure holders are not limited to a single ability. They can steal and inherit any ability of the same category as their own pure ability. For example, Pure element users can control the land at the beginning, and when they encounter someone who can control lightning, they can steal the ability to control lightning, and there is no upper limit. Tori looked at Joey and said, "You mean there are pure holders in every category?" Joey said. "Not sure. Just theory. It's impossible. Nothing has ever broken the rules since the iris fragments fell," Makani said. Lei also asked, "How are you sure it exists? Why doesn't Aserat brag?" Joey turned off the map and said, "They didn't brag. Our spies found the pure Arno holder in Aserat more than a year ago. I don't know the name and appearance, but it definitely exists." I sneered. "Why are you so sure? Is there any other evidence?" Joey pressed a few buttons. The door slid open, and 2 guards walked in with a girl, saying, "Because we have one of our own." No matter how bad the Clover gang was, they didn't give the girl to Sorrel. "Everyone, this is Parvati, the Pure Realm Master." Suddenly, Denise woke up from the bed in a cold sweat, gasping for breath, with bandages on his head and upper body, and his whole body hurt. He slowly sat up and looked at the dimly lit room, with empty water cups, jugs, messy documents, medicine boxes and scattered needles on the long wooden table next to the bed, and the door in the opposite corner open. He pressed his throbbing head and muttered, "Where is this?" He tore open the bandage on his abdomen and was surprised to find that his skin was not burned, and suddenly remembered the end of the battle. At this time, Ruewen ran in crying and hugged him, saying, "You are awake, you're finally awake." Denise hugged her gently and asked, "Are we here? How long did I sleep?" Ruewen said in an abandoned ground retreat, "Opry has long since stopped counting this island as part of the country, and it is very safe. You slept for almost 10 months. Denise couldn't believe it, and opened some bandages and asked, "Did you cure me?" Raven nodded and wiped away her tears. Denise had mixed feelings in her heart, and said, "Raven, how long does your life last?" Raven shook her head and kissed him. "It's okay. This is the first time I've really used it." After saying that, she walked to the table and poured Denise a glass of water. And Denise asked, "Even if I have your ability, how can I survive?" A low voice sounded, "Because you are strong enough." A man in a black trench coat, black glasses and fedora walked in. As soon as Ruewen asked, "Who are you?" the man waved his hand and pierced her neck, and Ruewen died on the spot. Denise trembled with fear, her eyes moving back and forth between Riven's body and the man, her breathing short. The man turned to him, and Denise roared, Why are you doing this?" The man said, "The boss is only looking for you." Saying that, he stepped over Riven's body. Denise activated Olesai, but couldn't see the man's core state clearly, and suddenly reacted, stammering, "To know you. You are one of the twins of Aserat, Arcane, Scarlet Phoenix." Arcane took a few more steps forward, and Denise retracted to the corner and asked, "You, how did you find us?" "Find mine. Why are you here?" A red light flashed behind the arcane glasses and said, "The boss has a special way to find people. I just need to do what he says. As for why you came, the boss has a good vision and sees your potential." Denise stammered, "But I lost." "Why don't you look for someone else?" Arcane said, "I don't doubt the boss' words. I only obey orders." Denise thought for a moment and asked, Aren't you famous for your invincibility? Why work for others?" Arcane leaned forward. "Because he is better than me. I made an agreement with my boss that I would keep my promise and not interfere in his business." Denise asked, "Who is your boss?" He said he saw my potential and wanted me to do something." Arcane said, "He has to tell you this himself. The iris of this new era hides many secrets, and to put it bluntly, the whole world is going to change again." Denise looked at Riven's corpse and said bitterly, "He wants to let a loser like me join his team." Arcane said, "It is because you lost that. I chose you. You have lost your honor, your dignity, your status, and the respect of your country. And no one at the Opry cares what you once stood for. And the Percival you fought made everyone think you were helping us. Are you going to be so depressed, or stand up and redeem yourself? Let your name go down in history and become a legendary and glorious warrior." Denise looked at Arcane's outstretched hand, closed his eyes and calmed down, climbed out of bed and stood in front of him, holding his hand tightly. "Do you know, when I watched you and your sister conquer Morassus, I never thought that one day I would join forces with you." Arcane let go of his hand. "I don't care about this. The boss is waiting. Let's go." Physically and mentally exhausted, the Defiled One falls. He looked at the red rain that was still falling in the sky and finally accepted the current situation of himself and the world. Finding the long-lost key, he spreads his wings and stands up to pay for what he has lost for humanity. After reading the last page, I closed my father's favorite book, put it back in the iron box in front of his tombstone, and then made a temporary umbrella with an elastic flame to block the rain. Took out my mother's favorite book, looked at the cover and smiled, and said, "Hi, Mom. I know I already said hello to you when I came just now, but this is your favorite book. You know, I never thought I would meet the friends you mentioned. Those friends I was willing to do anything for them. Even went to war, and even became the leader of the country without realizing it. And it seems that I am going to ask a girl out soon." I smiled and said, "But I think I'm still different from the protagonist in the book." Putting the book back in my mother's box, I stared at the dim diagonal square inside and said, "I'm sorry, I might not be able to read it today. I'm too tired, really too tired. I miss you too, each for their own reasons. But I wish you were still here. Our home was destroyed during the uprising, and there are no more of yours. And now," I sighed, "but I saved Opry, and everyone called me a hero. But why? Am I not happy at all? Why can't I even feel it? Are you sad to leave when I was alone?" I was just frustrated, confused, and angry all the time, which I couldn't let others see. Eric is still recovering, and I don't want to burden him. My friends, I don't think they will understand. I know it's not normal, and I'm scared, afraid of what I'm going to become. Because the last time I was really happy, when I was really happy, or when I quarreled with Denise, even the victory didn't taste a little sweetness. Staring at their tombstones, I took a deep breath and stood up, turned off my ability, and the rain wet my hair, face and jacket. "I'm sorry. I can't stay longer today, but I said more than usual today. I hope to make up for it. I will try to come back as often as possible." When leaving the cemetery, I took a detour to Kave's tombstone, remembering that he had helped me a lot, and I smiled. "Kaveh, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have forced myself to get better, and I wouldn't have gone to prison. I still hope you are here, but I also know that without you, I wouldn't be where I am now, so I'm very satisfied. Don't worry, it'll be fine." Continuing forward, I knew that Denise's tombstone was a few rows away from the exit, and I walked through the rows of graves, walked to his tombstone, and said, "I think we humans may be selfish monsters. You live for your beliefs, fight for yourself, and so do I. Like you said, we were just on different sides that day. If our battles are treated as ancient legends hundreds of years later, I wonder if any of us will be called heroes." I exhaled and continued to walk out of the cemetery. Maybe some children will give us this title, but I believe that others will only treat us as ordinary people, and next, whether we are monsters or not is up to them to judge.